Welcome, everyone, to the Islanders Never Say Die podcast. I'm your host, TJ, and with me here, as always, is our NHL analyst and expert, the grumpy old man. They say there's no shame in his game because he's always the same.
That's me.
Grumpy, how are you doing this fine Saturday evening?
Okay, I'm getting prepared for the NHL draft. It's going to be next time we have anything positive to say about the Islanders potentially.
Oh, goodness gracious, Grumpy.
So let's see what happens.
Simon Holmstrom scores! Your favorite, Grump. But hey, look, isn't it crazy what happens when you throw the puck towards the net? I'm sorry, but for those of you who are new to the channel, this is a twice-a-week All Islanders podcast. It takes place every Wednesday and Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Today, we are going live during the Islanders against the Carolina Hurricanes game. We're off to a pretty... I'd say pretty poor start, unsatisfactory. The fans inauspicious. Sure, that works well too, Grumpy. But yes, the fans, you can hear this. The arena is full of the many boos from New York Islander fans, and rightfully so. Oh my God, Phil's Fax is already tweeting about why Simon Holmstrom's so great after that goal. Oh man, I tell you,
right. He's gonna get the one goal in a 6 or 7-1 blowout.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting the intro absolutely derailed because I saw Simon Holmstrom score and I was just out of my sort. I'm out of sorts, Grumpy. This is hey, he puts one of the back of the net once every 15 or 16 games. So I was shocked that he put one in tonight. But again, as I mentioned, it's a twice-a-week All Islanders podcast that takes place every Wednesday and Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we invite you to stick around a while. We invite you to subscribe on YouTube, to like on Facebook, and to follow on Twitter. And if you enjoy this content, the best way to let us know is by leaving a thumbs up. Apparently, it helps the algorithm get mine and the grumpy old man's word out to the masses, Grump.
And what else do we do? Do we do anything else?
We do. That's right. Because I know some people may say, oh, wow, the Islanders are really struggling. Okay, what are we going to do? Can we watch the Islanders all the time? It's going to be tough to watch them lose. But we also have a secondary podcast. It's an all sports podcast called TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. It takes place every Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and every Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You could find that in the link in the description below or as a featured page here on our YouTube channel where it says, check out our other podcasts, TJ and the Grumpy Old Man.
It's definitely worth a listen to.
I'd say when I say it's an all sports podcast, we cover anything and everything sports. We cover NHL, NBA, NFL, college athletics. We cover world football. We cover anything and everything sports on that channel. So it's definitely worth giving it a listen and a look at. It's called TJ and the Grumpy Old Man.
Freddie Anderson has a bet on this game.
Who is that?
Freddie Anderson has a bet on this game. He just gave up a goal to Brock Nelson. It's like, dude, what are you doing? And he did a wraparound. And he was like even when he attempted the wraparound, he was still, I don't know, half a mile out of the net. No shot. Oh, it was actually deflected off of one of his own guys.
Okay, so the Islanders
have knotted it up.
Have found a way to tie this game up. I don't know. Yeah.
Freddie never say die.
Yeah, they never say die is right. Freddie Anderson's got to do better. No, hit off his pad. Freddie Anderson has to do better than that. The Islanders scored two goals. The Islanders scored 2 goals in a minute and 40 seconds.
And so did Carolina earlier.
Yep. Yeah, Carolina came out hot. Carolina's dominated the period. I know we just got 2 quick goals back, and maybe we're going to dominate the last 4 or 5 minutes, right? That's how a period can go. You can look fantastic, for a short stretch, and then you can look absolutely miserable, and you can look miserable and incompetent the second stretch. It's just how they go sometimes.
You know what happens when you're a really good team and you score 2 quick goals? It just comes too easy sometimes, and you kind of take your foot off the gas. Anderson, the first goal, he wants that. But I'm not saying it wasn't a good shot by Holmstrom, but from that range,
I think it elevated off the stick of a Carolina Hurricanes. It's one of those shots where your stick path and trajectory changes.
Anderson gets the blame on both of those goals. For certain.
Well, the Islanders, right? Maybe they have a chance maybe they've got a chance to strike Grumpy and find a way to come away with some points.
Not beating Carolina. I stick with that. They're never beating Carolina. We got the one win this year, which I was stunned by. Probably the best game we played all year after they came off a 5-game road trip. And that's it. We just don't match up with Carolina, regardless.
Yes.
Carolina, Max Pacioretty, going to be out for the rest of the year, torn Achilles. He had scored 3 goals in 5 games back. Jacob Slavin's out today, and Kasha is also out today. So they have some injuries too.
No, the Islanders are the only team that have injuries, damn it, Grumpy. Don't you remember? Pellick and Wallstrom and Cal Clutterbuck and Paul Mary, those are the only players in the NHL that are out. And the reason we're struggling this year is due to injuries. Other teams do not have injuries, Grumpy. Get on board or you're going to get left behind.
You know, they do
the cartel media is going to run you over, Grump.
They do the pregame talk. And, you know, here, since Carolina is, you know, the home team for where I live, I don't get to watch the Islander broadcast, so I have to watch Carolina. Ooh. And they were talking about, you know, start the game on how good Sorokin is and, you know, how fantastic he's been. And he's like, you know, the whole thing with the Islanders is he has to be perfect every night for them to win because, you know, they just don't score a whole lot of goals. I mean, it's funny because we mentioned that and some people tell us that we're crazy, but, you know, you got other fan bases saying the same thing, man. You get up a couple goals on the Isles, that game's over.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing. We start off the year scoring some goals and things dried out as we knew eventually they would. Not sustainable to be having your defense lead the NHL in goal scoring, right? It's not like we flip the switch overnight and we say, wow, our defense created almost no goals under Barry Trotz year after year. And now we're leading the NHL in goal scoring as a defensive unit. Yeah, probably not sustainable. We talked about the sustainability of certain things earlier on this year, Grumpy. And I tell you, it's been the same items that we had talked about earlier on in the year that people called us crazy. Oh no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. They've reared their head. It's only the middle of the season, and these items we talked about that were going to be more of the issues that would pop up later on in the year, they're already starting to rear their head in the middle of the season. The Islanders, and again, we don't know the outcome yet to what the game will hold tonight of the Islanders against the Hurricanes, but the Islanders have only won 1 game in their last 8 games. They're one win in the last 8 games.
That's not good enough. Not good enough.
And on the Carolina broadcast, as everybody knows who listens to the show, I do not listen to the Islanders broadcast. I can't listen to Butchie anymore. I'm sorry. I love him, but I can't listen to him anymore. They talked about it. They said, right, hey, they're coming away with some loser points, but moral victories at this point of the season just aren't going to cut it. You can't be hanging your hat on moral victories of, oh, we got a point in overtime, or oh, we got a point in shootout. You're continuing to get separated from the pack.
Well, not only coming away just with loser points being moral victories, the teams that we're losing those games to are teams that are directly in competition with us for that final playoff spot.
Yep. Yeah, those are big games. And we talked about it, right? You know, the Penguins always had a few games in hand on us. They won last night against Ottawa, as you would expect. They've got 2 games in hand on us, and after tonight's game, they'll have 3 games in hand on us. So, right, if you lose in regulation to the Carolina Hurricanes, the team who's sitting 8th in the conference, which is the Pittsburgh Penguins, will be 2 points ahead of you with 3 games in hand. That is a very, very poor position to be sitting in at this point of the season, unless you have a time period where you, I don't know, rattle off a 10 or a 15 game winning streak. You're not making the postseason with stuff like that stacked against you.
Has this team shown anything to you this year that says that they could win 10 or 15 games in a row?
No, they're not going to. They're not going to. And the unfortunate portion of this is it's almost like the necessary evil, because I think all fans could see that this team is not winning a Stanley Cup. This team probably in all likelihood is not making the postseason.
Nope.
And the worst case scenario for this team is to buy pieces at the deadline and to trade away draft picks and prospects. That is the worst case scenario for us this year. We cannot afford to do that. If we do it, it is the worst case scenario. So, you know, it's almost like you have to root for the team to struggle at this time period. Or, right, do we trust that Lou Lamoriello and that ownership has common sense enough not to double down on this team? I'm just not sure I have that much trust in Lou Lamoriello at this point.
Well, here's the thing. Cal Clutterbuck is out indefinitely.
So who knows what that is with an upper body injury.
And remember what we talked about? Your buddy Phil said it. You've said it before. And I said, I don't believe it. They were not going to play Atu Ratu because they didn't want to burn off a year of his entry year contract.
They didn't want to burn off a year of his entry level contract.
They called him back up today.
Yeah.
So that tells me they don't care about that either.
I really don't know what the team is. I look at the team is shambolic at this point right now. I have not seen the sort of worry and knee-jerk reactions out of this franchise since back during the Capuano time period, and probably even before that. I mean, you look at the roster moves we've been making as of recent, because we have a few injuries. All teams have a few injuries. Just a newsflash. All teams are facing injuries across the board. But we're calling up William DeFore, playing against the Boston Bruins. He has a poor game playing against the toughest team in the NHL. We send him back down immediately. Oh, let's call up Atu Ratu. Okay, you're going to be playing the fourth line again. It's just the situations we're putting our team and our young players in right now is not a one that we're going to be successful in.
Yeah, I was thinking about the worst things that Lou Lamoriello has done in his entire career. And I think the first one, well, no, I'm not going to dump on him that bad. But with this franchise,
the first one is having Chris is birth.
I was going to say that.
I know, Grumpy. I'll say it because I knew you were going to say that, Grumpy. So I'll give you the credit that I know your mind was thinking there on that side.
Yeah, because that could just set us back further.
Yes. So I'm sorry. Continue your comment, Grumpy. You were talking about the worst things that Lou Lamoriello has done. You wanted to put number one, conceiving Chris Lamoriello because he's attached to the Bridgeport Islanders. But yes, continue on your list. We'll start off with number one, technically number two. Go ahead.
Well, that was 1 and 2 for me. I couldn't get past it. I'm just thinking about how bad things can be. And the next is with Fredo stepping in as GM. You have to think this is Lamoriello's last year, though, don't you? Really?
Hasn't signed an extension yet. We're almost about 50 games into the regular season. Hasn't signed an extension on the last year of his contract. But yes, Grumpy, I want you to continue. We were talking about the items that you think Lou Lamoriello has struggled. That's the only thing you want to do. You just want to do a cheap pop.
I did. I want to do a cheap pop. That's exactly right. Don't ruin my fun. Stop trying to ruin my fun.
If you were going to go,
you're a buzzkill. You're a buzzkill.
I didn't know if you were going to start trying to tear on everything that Lou Lamoriello has done across. Right, Grumpy? I didn't know whether you were going to be serious or not, where you're going to start destroying the Devontae. I didn't know if you wanted to bring back some of the oldies, Grumpy, like the golden time. We're going to say, he traded Devontae. He did. I didn't know if you were just going to go on a tear of Lou Lamoriello right now. 1 win in the last 8 games, and we're at a spot where we can lose to Carolina. I know we've tied up the game, but I think we were the lesser team in the first period. And, if you don't beat Carolina, hell, you have 1 win in your last 8-9 games. That's not good.
I think if he didn't have Fredo, he probably already would have retired from the NHL, and we wouldn't be having these problems that we're having right now. He's only staying on the job to make sure that Fredo gets the GM job. That's his whole – I mean, hey, everything he's done, the whole backside of his career is to make sure Fredo is taken care of. That's what it's all about.
But yeah, let's talk a little bit about the struggles the team has seen and we faced. I mean, we lost to Boston, and here we are. We're coming out. I think we're playing relatively flat again tonight, Grumpy. It's just not a great look. And we lost to the Buffalo Sabres too. We lost to them on Thursday in overtime. And that's a team, Buffalo, right? Buffalo is a team that's competing for maybe the 8th playoff spot, and you lose. I'm sorry. You cannot continue to be on the slide that you're on. Our team is struggling mightily, and just head coach, front office, we just look like we are bereft of answers. We do not have any answers at this point in time.
I mean, the beginning of the game tonight was so bad that Lambert had to call his team timeout in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, how bad is it? I mean, I thought we kind of righted the ship the second half. I think Carolina took their foot. You know what reminded me? As soon as they scored that second goal, I'm like, I wonder if this is going to be like the Colorado game,
where they kind of fall asleep a bit. They have a 2-goal lead going into the third period and then concede like 4 or 5 goals just because they're not paying attention. They think that they just mailed it in.
Right, and I that's what I think. That's what I saw from Carolina the second half of the period. They went up to. I'm like, this is so easy. Anything we put a shot on net and it's a goal, and they kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit.
Okay, you were kind of jumping all over the place there, man. But I will say, even looking back at that Colorado game, you remember how everybody used to hang their hat on that Colorado victory? Oh, we came back, we beat Colorado. Where's Colorado? They're not even in the freaking playoffs right now, I don't think.
No, they're in the ninth spot in the West. Ninth spot.
Yeah. So, you look at some of these wins that we had earlier on in the year where you had thought that, hey, these are very, these are very big wins. You could put a feather in your cap after a win like this because, hey, this is a team that was extremely successful last year. We had a few of those. Oh, we beat the Calgary Flames. That's great. Oh, man, everything's going great. Yeah. I mean, look at the Calgary Flames this year, too. They're a team that's middle of the road. They're fourth in their division. You look at the Colorado Avalanche, right? Fourth in their division. There's a lot of these teams that we thought early on in the season, which gave people false hope, as it tends to do. A lot of teams that were good last year, we beat in an impressive fashion. So we thought it was, last year's teams would translate and be the exact same this year. But unfortunately, the NHL doesn't work like that.
We are sixth in our division, if that's any saving grace. Sixth. Now, I know it's still early today.
Correct.
But let's say that we lose to Carolina and Florida continues winning. Florida would be tied with us in the amount of points with 51 with the same amount of games. Florida's on the way up. I said it last week. I said it earlier this week. I said, watch out for Florida. It's very, very unusual for 5 teams from the same division making the playoffs.
Correct.
And I think that 4th team is going to be coming out of the Atlantic Division. We're not going to have 5 teams come out of the Metro, which is even worse news for us because then we'd have to leapfrog both Washington and Pittsburgh. And Buffalo, you mentioned Buffalo before.
Correct.
Buffalo's a team on the come.
Yeah.
They won again today. They're only 2 points behind us right now with 2 games in hand. I mean,
I like that. You talk about Buffalo playing well. Their team that I think is going to add to the deadline, but I like that after Simon Holmstrom scored and Brock Nelson scored, fans and listeners of the show, Grumpy, are saying, somebody go ahead and pick Grumpy off the ground. Not only did Simon Holmstrom score, but also Brock Nelson.
No, and here's the thing. An average had the primary assist on Casper's goal.
It would have been better. It would have been better if Josh Bailey had the primary assist, Grumpy.
Well, they don't play on the same line. Thank God. Could you imagine the 2 of them on the same line?
We had time periods like that.
Yeah. Imagine how bad it was. That started us down the path to mediocrity.
There it is. Look at that. Casper Holmstrom and Brock in the Brock. Somebody picked Grumpy Old Man off the ground. I think he fainted.
The only thing that was the beginning of the show. It's the only thing that kept me upright. Or
it's bad when Grumpy calls me about 10, 15 minutes before the show. Is like, it's going to be a rough one tonight. Yeah. And here's the thing. If the Islanders didn't score 2 goals immediately in like a minute and 40 seconds, as soon as the show started, yeah, I think we would have a much different demeanor than we've got right now. I mean, because everybody feels the anger. They feel the rage because this is a team we know is going nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Even if we make the postseason, we are going nowhere.
At some point, you kind of have to root for us to not do so well this year. Don't you think? I mean,
I've mentioned before, I'm there already. Guys. You should be too. Let me make my case as to why you should be rooting right now for the team to lose. Do you think, and it's a question game. I hate rooting against the Islanders. Let me be clear. I don't like rooting against the Islanders, but I could see it's the necessary evil that has to be done at the moment. As we mentioned, ask yourself, if you're listening at home, are the Islanders good enough right now to win a Stanley Cup? The answer to that should be no.
And it's not even, are they good enough to win a Stanley Cup? Can you see them with this group that we have here being capable of winning? No, because here's the thing.
I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that, Grumpy. It's about asking the questions, but I don't blow my load and just blow my load immediately, Grumpy. But are the Islanders good enough to win?
That's why these podcasts go 4 or 5 hours, because something that should take you 5 minutes to say, it takes you 15 minutes.
There's a way you can say things eloquently, Grumpy, with style, pizzazz, Grumpy, and that's what I try to bring. Okay, you're the talent. I try to bring some of that to the show. But can we see us winning a Stanley Cup? I don't think so. Can you see us, even if we make additions at the deadline? You wake up on Christmas morning, you add all the players you want. Do you see us winning the Stanley Cup? I don't. I don't see us winning the Stanley Cup, even with additions that this team can make. Do you see us right now as currently constituted? Do you see us making the postseason? I'd say no. Grump, I mean, do you see us making the postseason right? I think it's about a 50-50, but I think it's further leaning more and more towards the fact that we won't make the postseason this year.
We're not making the postseason this year. You've heard it here. I've told you this before. I've told the people this.
Yeah.
Am I wrong ever?
Well,
Ever?
I'm more asking, like, if you're inquisitive, right? This one win over an 8-game stretch could be a one win over 9, or even let's say it's best case scenario, 2 wins over a 9-game stretch. This should start causing you to question the team. It should. 9 games is over 10% of it's over 10% of your year, and you have it's such a miserable time period, such a miserable low. We have not had I don't think we've had a winning streak of more than 4 or 5 games this year. We've been a pretty, consistent team. Win a few, lose a few, win a few, lose a few, win a few, lose a few. And now we've lost quite a bit.
Win one, lose a bunch. Tie one, lose more.
But the question should be, right? We don't think we're making the playoffs as currently constituted. I don't think we're winning a cup. That's like it's laughable if you think we're winning a cup right now with the way the team's playing. And maybe we can make the postseason. That's best case scenario. But if we're going to be in postseason contention, do you think Lou Lamoriello will add to the team, sell, or stand pat? We were the only team in the NHL last year not to make an addition or subtraction at the NHL trade deadline. I doubt that we're going to have another year where we're the only team not to make an addition of subtraction. We are either going to buy or sell at the deadline. And with the way this team's looking right now, do you want to give up again? You want to have no first-round picks for the last 5 years? I don't. But right, if you manage to pull a few wins and you beat a few bad teams and you give yourself some false hope, Lou Lamoriello will be buying at the deadline. Don't confuse it.
Okay. You realize you didn't answer my question. You went on this big, long, I don't know what you
I didn't even know you had a question.
I did have a question. When do we start rooting against the Islanders and, not
already,
against them?
Already. I answered that immediately. And
then I said, well, the only way I could see if we were in this type of situation where, you would say, okay, we're not giving up on the team right now, or we hope that they, not that they tank, but we certainly know we're not going to do anything, is if you have a young team. This is an older team. And when you have an older team, it's like we're never going to win with this group. See, that's my biggest thing. If they were a young team, okay, you know what? Let's go for it anyway, because we're just going to be getting better and better in the future, right? That's not the case with this group. That's my biggest concern. I mean, because I'm 100% Islanders blue and orange, but it comes to a point I am 100% blue and orange. So I don't want to see the team suck, forever and ever and ever. I'm willing to suck for a couple of years, or just start, hey, let's move on. This is never going to work with this group. Never. It's never going to work with this group. Let's move past this group. Let's sacrifice some of the fan favorites who've been here forever. Anything you can do to expedite the rebuild process, start it now.
We've talked, it's not a full rebuild because all we're looking at is the forward group. That is the biggest issue we've got.
28 blows. 28 is horrible. 28 is terrible.
I told you that on draft night. Hey, welcome, guys. Some people called it an overreaction. Welcome to reality.
Okay, but you didn't even know who he was. You didn't even know who he was either, draft night.
I know when we're trading for a no-name for the 13th overall selection, it's not good.
He was Montreal's best defenseman.
All off season long, I stood by that position. After watching film on him, I don't see anything that would cause me any reason to believe that he's got a legitimate offensive upside. I'd say I'd have to see what he looks like on the ice for us first, but I'm not a fan of the trade.
No, he's, like I said, I'm willing to give him one more year because he is still young, but tonight he was solely responsible for that second goal. Solely responsible
for that goal against, just to clarify.
Yeah, the second goal. That's right. He was solely responsible for that goal against. It's like you're pinched up, you get poked by, and then it's like you're hustling, but it looks like you're skating in sand. Phil said that he thought that Romanov is a better skater than Dobson. I don't know what games he's watching. I don't know what. I think maybe he lives up in Canada. It's that socialized medicine. I don't know what the hell they're putting in his drinks up there because he's been wrong about everything.
I could tell you're fired up tonight, Grumpy, because you're just like, you're all over. I feel like you're like, you just want to yell, Grumpy. Let out the yell. Let out the yell that you've got sitting, I feel like, in your.
You know what you're like? You remember the movie Star Wars?
I've seen Star Wars.
Remember R2-D2?
Yeah.
And they took the restraining bolt off and he went crazy. You're like the restraining bolt on the grumpy old man. You're always trying to keep me down, like some type of indentured servant. Just do your bidding.
No, Grumpy. Here's the thing, Grump. When I tell you, Grumpy, it's just like you jump from spot to spot, and I'm just trying to keep up, Grump. That's all it is tonight. But I tell you, I'm already in the mode where, yes, I am rooting for the team to lose.
I'm not rooting for the team to lose, but I'm like, if we lose, we lose. I mean, it doesn't matter. This season is over. Okay. I've been saying it for 2 years.
That's exactly what you did right there.
Yeah, I understand. But
you go to a point and then you jump to something else.
For the last 2 years, I've been saying this team is not good enough. Period.
Yeah, you have been saying that for the last 2 years.
And it's so obvious. We'll give it another year. Then you had Lamoriello. That was his next biggest mistake after having Fredo. It's like, we believe in this group. You're crazy. This group it's never been good enough. It's never been good enough. You know how you know? Because they've never won anything. You're expecting guys in their 30s to all of a sudden drink from the fountain of youth. Ponce de Leon is drinking from the fountain of youth, and it's all up there in Belmont. No, just not good enough.
I don't even remember the topic we were talking about before. You just took it 2 different spots, but that's why you wonder why why I'm the restraining bolt R2D2. It's because of that reason right there. I don't even know where the hell. I don't even know what we're talking about, Grumpy. I know we're not good enough. I'm
trying to keep you on your toes. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
like I said, I've been saying for 2 years that this team isn't good enough.
Yeah, and for most fans, right? And I kind of want to say for most fans, right? I feel like we're speaking to the fans today, Grumpy. Most fans, maybe they're finally coming to that realization now, right? I wasn't originally on board with you 2 years ago. A year and a half ago, I certainly was. A year and a half ago, after last year's struggles, midway through the year, I said, that's it. This team the window has shut. This window has shut. We need to start preparing for the transition. I was on board about a few months later, Grumpy. You've been on board the entire time saying blow the shit up. Restart it, restructure. And when I say blow it up, I mean restructure the forward group to where it can be competent enough to where we don't have to rely upon our defensemen to create offensive opportunities on a consistent basis. That's what I mean by blow it up.
Okay, but you realize since we have done nothing the last number of years, that's just not going to be the case. You're not going to be able to fix this problem in one off season. Just not.
I know, but it's a transition. It's not going to be overnight because realistically, right, you can't get rid of all of the problems in one off season. That's correct. But that's why I was on board to starting the transition last year, Grump.
Yeah,
I'm still on board now, right? You said when do you start rooting to lose? Now, because I do not want to see our general manager add pieces at the deadline because he thinks we have a window still open when the window is freaking shut. The window is closed, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't go into the game hey man, I hope the Islanders lose today. I don't go into every game like that. You don't.
Let me ask you this. Are you not worried, before you take it down wherever you're going, are you not worried that Lou Lamoriello will add if we are in a competitive spot by the trade deadline? I'm terrified of that.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is, though, I don't think we're going to be winning a whole lot of games. I'm just saying, me as a fan, I don't actively go into every game saying, I hope we lose. I don't do that. Because you know what? Then you got guys quitting. And then what does that mean going forward? If they see the same thing, do you have another dog team next year? We got too many dogs. We got too many passengers on this team as it is. The cul-de-sac crew, right? Way too many of them. They have to be moved off. You don't want guys, let's say you get a bunch of younger, new players coming in, and they're being taught about being a professional by guys from the cul-de-sac crew, which is already given up.
Here's the thing. The team's not going to lose every game. I'm just hoping that we're not going to go on a spurt to where we go on a 5-10 game winning streak or something like that to put us to where, hey, we're in contention again. Hey, get ready for the floats in June. I don't want to have that being the mindset of our general manager to where he adds at the deadline. I am terrified that if we win a few games and we go on a 4 or 5 game winning streak before this NHL All-Star game, or we win a few games, we will be adding at the deadline. And that is the worst case scenario for the team, the franchise, and you as a fan. That is the worst case scenario.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to tell you, you don't need to worry about that because that team's not good enough. And have you seen anything in our play all year that says, you know what? We're one chipped pass through of being on a 10-game winning streak. No, we're outplayed most games. Most games we're being outplayed for the majority of games because we're old and slow. Defensively, I think we have some pieces defensively, but the fact is we have no offense. Defense has to get involved. You got guys like Romanov pinching up all the time. Look at Mayfield. Mayfield looks like a pedestrian defenseman when he's out there with Romanov.
That's what Romanov can do. He can make any defenseman look like raw shit on the ice.
And it's because he's always out of position.
He's always out of position. He's always making poor decisions on the puck, poor decisions trying to gather and attain the puck. He's just awful. I'm not giving him the full year. I don't have to. I can tell you that guy right there will not be a top 4 defenseman. He won't be the top pairing defenseman like you traded the 13th overall pick for. It would have been better to take a crapshoot, shot at roulettes at the NHL draft than it would be trading for that guy for the 13th overall pick. I can tell you that's how miserable he is.
Okay, I'm willing to give him another year, without a doubt. But at some point,
another year.
Yeah. Yes. Because under my plan, we're transitioning away from the veterans. Next year's a write-off. Next year, you think it's bad this year, wait till next year.
I think that, right, there's a few questions. Does Lou Lamoriello get brought back? Right? I think that's the first question that has to be answered. What does Lou Lamoriello do at the deadline? That's like it's like a festering boil. You hope it just goes away. What, Grump?
What should he do?
What should he do? He should sell. But here's the thing. If they win a few games that they're not expected to win, let's say they win tonight. It's 2-2 tie. Let's say they win. And let's say they beat Toronto. Oh, we're back on, guys. We're winning the cup. Let's go ahead and make some additions at the NHL trade deadline.
You know what would happen? We're still on the outside of the playoff race looking in. Even if we win these next 2 games, still on the outside looking in. So it doesn't really matter. You can say whatever you want. The team's not good enough. And here's the thing, we're losing tonight. We're losing Monday night. To me, the next game that really determines your season is Wednesday against Ottawa. You're not expected to win tonight or against Toronto. You lose those 2 games and then you lose to Ottawa, watch out. You think the fans are upset now? I mean, they were booing the Isle. The boo birds are out early today.
And there were Lou must go chants at the end of the game, I believe at the end of that Boston game. There's Lou must go chants. I saw it in the comments when we were looking over because we didn't get to any of the comments, but the Lou must go chants were out. And it was from what I hear from the Orange and Blue Army, Grumpy, the most vehemently optimistic Islander fans that there are.
I mean, does ownership listen? Do they hear this? Is Ledecky at games anymore? I know Malcolm never is, but is Ledecky at games?
Yeah, he's at games. Remember, he was the big Goofy. Remember, Goofy. They dressed Goofy up out there to take pictures of the fans and stamp an autograph.
But is he at every game? When he's there, they always make sure they put a camera on him. I don't know if he goes to every game.
Islanders, by the way, are 3rd in the NHL with goals by defensemen. I'm sorry, continue.
Right. So I don't know if he's at every game. I don't know if he has people who say, yep, the natives are getting restless. I have no idea what goes on there. But there should be.
For everything we've heard. I'm sorry, continue.
The whole thing is, yes, I know in Lou we trust. He's won 5 Stanley Cups.
No, let's call it 7.
Okay. He's won, however many Stanley Cups. And at some point you have to look at, guess what? Yeah, that's in the past. He hasn't won a Stanley Cup since the year 2000? That's an awful long time ago. And you have to look, guess what? It's time to make a move. And we're not going to do the nepotism thing.
Okay. Let's not take it down there yet.
Well, I'm just saying ownership needs to make those, because if you hire Fredo, what changes? Does anything change?
Okay. You were thinking still, I think, too far out in advance.
You asked me if Lou is still going to be the GM next year. You just asked me that question. And I'm saying, let's say they kick him upstairs and he puts Fredo in it, what changes? Does anything change?
I think, this is all around the conversation of,
And I want to say
should we root for the team to lose? You then went on a tirade talking about, no, I'm rooting for the team to win. I don't go in rooting for them to lose, and you went through this, so now we're here.
That one other thing. I think it'd be unfair to Chris Lamarillo if he was named GM of this team.
Yeah.
Because the amount of rope that he would get from this fan base is like this. He gets no rope.
And he shouldn't get any rope.
Everyone's going to look at it as a nepotism hire.
Because it is.
And it's not like we won a couple of Stanley Cups and Lou steps down and Chris takes over. It's going to be, we're really on the way down, and he hands the job to his kid. I think that'll be so bad. The fan base is going to attack Ledecky and Malkin for that.
Hey man, can you stop pulling down on that cord? But I will. I hate when you do that shit. Yeah, blowing that again for me, Grumpy. Do mic check.
Mic check.
And I got to go closer. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Check.
Okay. Anyway, but I still think you're worried about that. It's something you have to worry about. But I'm worried even more about the trade deadline. The trade deadline is the first. It's the first domino, Grump. It's the first domino.
Okay, listen to me. You want to know how I was 6-8 months ahead of you on that? Because I'm always looking into the future. I'm Grumpy. I look into the future.
We have no idea. I think that
I'm telling you.
You have inside know? Do you have inside know? You know that they're going to hire Chris Lamarillo? You don't even know if Lou Lamarillo might be signed back. They say they freaking love the guy. All I'll say is he doesn't have a contract yet signed up for after next year, but they always talk about, in Lou we trust, and Lou we trust. Do we take him at face value or call bullshit?
You know what? Nobody goes to the end of the season without a contract extension and gets extended. Didn't happen with Barry Trotz. They let him go.
Barry Trotz was fired. So
he wasn't coming back.
He had a year left on his contract and he was fired. But different story.
And he was looking for an extension. He talked about it in the press. Oh, yeah, I'm looking for an extension. Nope, not happening.
Okay. Anyway.
He's freaking 80 years old. He's not getting a contract extension. He's trying to grease the skids for Fredo.
It doesn't even matter who the next general manager is if this maniac trades away more draft picks and more prospects. Do you understand what I'm saying? If this maniac at the deadline determines to add and double down on a team that's window is closed, it doesn't even matter. You could have freaking Al Arbor be re-erected from the freaking grave. He won't be able to bring this team out in a short time period. Because if you say we're going 5, what, Grump?
I don't want to re-elect Al Arbor from the grave. Maybe we can resurrect him, but not re-elect him.
I think they should re-erect. I said erect, re-erect.
Anyway. I'm not talking about erections or anything like that. It's resurrect.
Resurrect, Grumpy. Yes. Okay, gotcha. I don't want to resurrect. It doesn't matter even if you resurrect him out of the grave. It doesn't matter if you bring Bill Torrey back. It doesn't matter. You could bring the best management group we have had in franchise history. We're going to be in such a freaking precarious position, in such a bad position, Grump. We're going to be screwed. Okay. I am worried that this guy will add at the deadline. The rumors are right. Hey, we're calling up on Bo Horvat. We're inquiring about Timo Meier. We're inquiring about all these players who are the top guys to be moved at this year's trade deadline, and they're all going to cost a king's ransom. We gave up a first and a second round pick for Jean-Gabriel Pageau. What do you think we're going to give up for Bo Horvat or a guy like Timo Meier if we trade for him? We'll give up 3 firsts, a freaking 3 seconds, and every future right that we have to every single prospect on this team if we're trading for a guy of that caliber.
I'll just say the difference is we were firmly entrenched in a playoff spot when we made those 2 deals for Palmieri and for Pageau. Right now, we're just as close to 11th in the Eastern Conference as we are to 8th, probably closer to 11th than we are to 8th. I mean, and like I said, I don't expect some miracle to overcome that. Best case scenario, we get in number 8. And that's not happening. You're seeing Florida and Buffalo now have taken off.
Does the guy who's on the last year of his contract, who's 80 years old, who we have been told multiple times by ownership, they say, we let the hockey operations guys do what they do, is a guy who's 80 years old on an expiring contract. Does he want to take one last hurrah and kick at the can as he's now 80 years old on an expiring deal? Does he say, well, hey, guys, I'm 80. I'm about dead. I'm on the way out, right? I'm looking to try to win a Stanley Cup. does he look to add? That is what I'm terrified of. He is going to have, how many times has Lou Lamoriello sold at the NHL trade deadline? Again, we can count him on a freaking one hand. In Toronto, he did in that short time period. But on the end of a contract like he is now, he's not going to look to sell. He's going to look to add, is what I fear.
Okay, but let's say by the end of next week, we're in 11th place in the Eastern Conference. At some point, he has to say, you know what? Yeah, I wanted to run it back with this group. You know how much I love that term. You know, we wanted to bring the same guys back. We thought we could do it one more year. And when you're in 11th, even he has to realize it's not happening. It has to be something that he already knows. Honestly, he already knows. And at some point in time, you have to say, no, can't do it. I don't care who we add to this team. We're too far out. No shot. He has to come to that realization. I think he already has. And when the fans go crazy, maybe Malkin and Ledecky say, you know what? Let's take a look at a different model for moving forward with this team.
Hold on, Grumpy. Are you calling for more booze in the arena and more Lou must go chants? Is this what Grumpy Old Man is calling for?
I think that's the case. He hasn't done the job. He hasn't done the job.
He has left us in a worse position. We did have a few moments where I truly did believe, and a lot of fans believe, that we could win a cup. Maybe the very pessimistic and realistic fans like Grumpy Old Man and everything like that believe we couldn't, but I really did believe we had time periods where we could win a cup. And now we're in a spot where it's quite obvious we do not have the personnel and the talent and skill to win a cup anymore. The window has closed. We had a window, very finite, and it was a really slim window to begin with. But we got a lot of enjoyment out of that window. Thank you so much for your time, Lou Lamoriello. Please don't let the door hit you on the way out.
He served his purpose.
Correct. He brought,
just like Barry Trotz served his purpose, made us relevant again, but we're running the risk of going really back into mediocrity.
Back into irrelevancy.
True.
Because, right, if he trades away more pieces at the deadline, we'll be now, 5 years without a first-round pick. That adds up. You don't have the talent like Pittsburgh does with Crosby or Malkin, or like those old Detroit teams did when they were freaking dynasties. You don't have the talent level to keep you afloat when you trade away first-round pick after first-round pick. Occasionally, you're going to need those picks to help try to keep the prospect pool lush.
That's when it's flush, not lush.
Lush works too.
It's not lush. It's not
lush.
Use words. Why don't you use
green and offering life from lush?
Listen to me. Use words that actually go with what you're talking about, not where you try to go through some dictionary to find some obscure word use for a word. Use
lush equals really growing luxuriously. Here you go, Grumpy. I'll pull it up. I know the freaking word, okay? Just because I said re-erect. Just because I said re-erect once, so don't go ahead and push me. You sit in your freaking corner, Grumpy. You stay in your
re-erect that discussion. Why don't you do that?
I'll re-erect that discussion again, Grump.
Terrible. Ridiculous.
Get back on topic, huh?
Yeah. So
get back on topic. Did you forget? Did your old brain forget already?
Yeah, because when you just add words from the Bolivian dictionary, I'm like, people don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. You could just read over that as we're going back through what we were talking about. Yeah, Grump. I mean, like, again.
Very rich and providing great sensory pleasure. Sexually attractive. Is that the one you were looking for?
Yes.
Vegetation. Of vegetation growing luxuriantly. See, we're talking about.
Okay. There we go, Grumpy.
So you're trying to say that the Islanders are some type of vegetable squad? Is that what you're trying to say?
Holy shit. They play like they're vegetables out there on the ice.
That's right. Lush greenery. That's not something you use to describe a hockey team. That's what the word lush is for, not whatever you use.
Lush, flush, same. You can use both of those. They're synonymous. You can use both of those when you're talking about the prospect.
I want the people to know in the comments, lush or flush with talent.
You can use both. You can use both.
No.
Listen to this, Grumpy.
One of the other.
Why don't you just go stutter and mumble? Why don't you go stutter and mumble and switch topics a million times before you get a point out? Okay.
Why don't you get ready to prepare yourself for another loss in the poll?
Okay.
Anyway, you never win a poll.
The prospect pool. Look at this shit. I tell you, it's tough to deal with you sometimes, but I manage, right? Somehow I manage, Grump. It is. We have traded. We have traded away so many picks. We have traded away so many picks. We're going to be in a really, really tough position, Grump.
That's why you
have the topic that we're talking about right now. Before you got off, I know your brain doesn't remember, but that's
you're talking about What should we do with the deadline? I've been telling you what we should be doing the deadline since the beginning of the season.
The question you originally asked, which you're still on the topic of, when do you root for the team to lose? I said every game.
Root for them to lose.
Okay, here it is. I said every game, and I am making my case as to why we should be losing every game or rooting for the team to lose every game. You're saying, well, I'd never go in there and root for the team to lose every game. I'm telling you why I'm rooting for us to lose every game. And you're trying to freaking extrapolate that also applies. We should be rooting for the team to lose every game because this general manager, I fear, who's 80 years old on an expiring contract, who always wants to buy at the deadline, will buy again and further put us into a hole regarding our prospect pool when we need to retool this team and restructure the face of the organization. That is what I'm worried about. This guy will continue to dig us further into the grave.
Okay. But if you're in the 11th spot in the playoff hunt, you think he's going to try to double and triple down?
Who the hell knows of this guy?
That's my point.
The ownership said they trusted. They leave the hockey decisions to the hockey guys.
You don't think they look at the standings and go, well, geez, we're in 11th place and we look bad. It's not like, hey, we look great out there. We're getting booed every night. The fans are saying Lou must go. Eventually, ownership says, you know what? We need to change of direction. Yes, we were 100% behind you. Things have gone off the rails. We have to make a change. That's what I think that management, that's what ownership should do. If they do that, that's great. If they don't, then we even have a bigger problem.
Okay. Booing at 1 or 2 games, Grumpy, does not constitute
here's the thing.
Every night.
Okay, but it's every night now.
Okay. For you saying it's every night now, yeah, okay, you sound like a petulant child. Every night now. Grumpy, no. Not every night now. It's been like two games.
Last 3 games.
This game.
Last 3 games.
Buffalo was held in Buffalo, correct?
They were getting booed. That's right. They were getting booed against Washington. They were getting booed against Boston, and they're getting booed tonight against Carolina. They're going to get booed when they play.
Do you think the reason they were booing in Washington is because we were up 3-0 and lost 4-3? I'm thinking that had to do with the booing.
Well, boos are boos. You're getting booed.
They weren't getting booed against Montreal.
If you're the Boston Bruins,
Minnesota.
If you're the Boston Bruins and are losing, they were boos. They were scattered boos in Minnesota against Minnesota. There absolutely were. It's
sunny with a scattered boos across the arena tonight.
If I can hear them on television, they're noticeable in the arena. I'm just going to tell you that much right now. You think if Boston blows a 3-0 lead, they're getting booed at home? Not when your record's 32-4-5, you're not. But when you're out of the playoff picture and you're just sinking further and further using game after game after game, guess what? Those boos get longer and louder every single game. And that's what you're seeing happen here. That's all I'm saying. And ownership has to look at that.
If you go on a 4-game winning streak, the boos aren't there. That's my point.
When was the last time we went on a 4-game winning streak? 2 years ago?
We went on I'm pretty sure we had a 4-game winning streak this year. We've had multiple 4-game winning streaks plus this year, Grump. We have. All I'm saying is this. If you win a few games, the fans don't boo. So using boos as a barometer is not necessarily great.
Okay. You don't understand.
I am afraid our ownership group actually believes what they say. That's what I'm afraid of.
So you don't think anyone's capable of changing their mind? You don't think that's even a realm of possibility for businessmen like that to change their mind? Look at our investment. It's getting run into the ground now. Yeah, we said we wanted this guy forever, but it's like at some point in time, it's like it's not working anymore. If you were let's say you were running a business and, okay, you love this guy who worked in your store. He was the greatest guy ever. He was, I don't know, you hired Lee Iacocca to run your business or Bill Gates to run your business. But all of a sudden he's making some crappy decisions. Eventually you're going to say, yeah, we believe in Bill Gates, but it's like, okay, you're driving us into the ground here. We're not selling any more computers. Guess what?
Here's the thing. Hold on. If Bill Gates was running my business, Grumpy, to answer your question, even if Bill Gates puts out a few stinkers, I'm probably going to ride it out with Bill Gates. Lou Lamoriello is not Bill Gates, though. That's my thing. This is, it's like if Bill Gates went ahead and had a mental breakdown or he turned 80 years old and he started hitting the bottle a little bit more during hours. I mean, that's what it would almost be like, Grumpy. Bill, come on.
To me, they've already had these discussions. You don't think that they've absolutely. He's stepping down. He's going to get booted upstairs. and they're going to name Fredo the GM. That's the worst case scenario. That is it, because nothing happens. And if he's up there, who knows? You're gonna hear
Fredo as general manager. There will be no one who goes to the game.
And you will hear Fredo chants.
He'll be there 1 year, and he'll be gone.
I predict you will hear Fredo chants at UBS Arena.
Okay, you're so worried about Fredo. I'm not concerned with that at all, because if Fredo Lamoriello is moved in as the next general manager, he will be out within a year. Within a year, Grumpy. He'll be out within a year. And at that point, right, we're in a full-on tank mode. And if you don't fire Fredo Lamoriello, that tells you all you need to know about ownership, right? We talked about, are these guys just in it for the land grab? Are they the property brothers in disguise, Grump? We've talked about this before.
Okay, hold on. You think Pops, who's going to be the president and CEO, is going to fire his kid, the one he's been protecting since he was born? You think he's going to fire his kid after a year? You're crazy.
You talk about business. This is what hits the business owner. When the business owner put forth all this upfront money to build a brand new arena, but nobody's coming to the game because we sucked the last 2 years, and now we had nepotism hired Chris Lamoriello in there, and now we're at a spot to where we continue to spiral. That is when you have nobody come to the brand new spanking arena that you spent a whole lot of money on.
You realize I just said that. Except I cut out not to get to Fredo. They're going to see it now, the rest of this season. They're going to see it the rest of the season, that the fans, the paying public, the ones who still show up.
You said booze. You said booze. It's not booze that they don't like. It's when their dollars get hurt. When the only color they've seen is green, my friend. When people don't go to the games anymore, that's what hurts them. Not when they go, boo.
How do they first voice their displeasure? They boo. Then how do they second voice their displeasure? They don't go to the games. That's what happens.
You can teeter on the booing as long as you go through a nice little winning streak, but it's when they don't come to the games that is when the ownership notices.
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the stadium right now. Don't look like it's full to me.
They've got quite a few fans there, Grump.
Yeah, it's Saturday night. It should be packed. It should be packed against a Metro Division foe. It should be packed, and it's not. Sorry.
There are quite a few fans. It's pretty full. I'm going to say, right? We come at it, and all we can see is the bottom, but it looks pretty full. If somebody's at the game and sees otherwise, let us know. But there have been many more games where we have a lot more empty seats than we currently have tonight. It looks like a pretty filled crowd, Grumpy. But hey, there's sparse amount of seats that are available. But yeah, so I'm just worried, right? We're going to be in a spot to where we trade away. Doesn't matter who you have and who you place as general manager, head coach, you're still going to be screwed. I have no concern of Chris Lamoriello. He would find himself out of a job within a year if he was put in as general manager.
Okay. Let's see what happens. What's today's date, by the way? Do you know?
Grumpy, if you look in the top right-hand portion of your Mac, it says January 21st.
Oh, mine doesn't do that. Sorry.
Hold on. What do you mean your computer doesn't tell you the date?
Mine does not tell me the date. I just told you that. I gave you. I'm telling you. I'm looking at it right here. It's not here. Nope, not there.
I don't know if you're messing with me right now or not.
Not messing with you.
You do that when you mess with me. So I don't know, Grumpy.
What
were you looking up? I feel like you're about to have some sort of clairvoyant point.
I want to see where we were in the podcast because I got to keep you on schedule with the ad read.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's go ahead and do an ad read. Let's start getting through some comments. But, it is still a 2-2 tie here against Carolina. About 7 minutes remaining in the second period. This second period has been kind of meh by both teams. I won't say that either team really has looked dominant in the second period. I don't think that it's really separated these two teams at all. I know that Carolina took a penalty there earlier on, and the Islanders' power play looks just as miserable as we can expect. We looked awful. Oh my God, Matt Martin just got called for a slash. Oh, see, like that is a weak call in my opinion. But it's today's NHL. You throw your stick on somebody's hands, and it's called a slash. But that was a weak call, Grump.
Okay, and the ad read will be going now.
I swear to God, dealing with you.
You just said do an ad read, and then you go on something else. Do the ad read.
Somehow I manage, Grump.
Oh my God, trying to keep you in line. It's like trying to wrangle cats. Be a cat wrangler.
Okay. Well, today's podcast is brought to you by DraftKings. The NFL playoff action continues. We're one step closer to Super Bowl 57. for the NFL and for the NFL divisional round, check out DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. New customers can bet just $5 and get $200 in free bets instantly. Plus, all new and a big keyword and existing customers can take a shot at an even bigger payout with DraftKings stepped up same game parlays. Boost your NFL winnings with each leg that you add up to 100% on. So you could say, hey, I'm expecting the Giants to win. Hey, I'm expecting the Cincinnati Bengals to win this week too. And Joe Burrow is going to throw for 300 yards, right? You can go ahead and add additional bets onto that. What were you saying, Grump?
Hope you're not rooting for the Giants.
Oh, is it looking bad for the Giants?
It's not good.
Oh, great.
Look like the Islanders out there.
Yikes. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the promo code THPN. New customers can bet just $5 on any NFL divisional round game and get $200 in free bets instantly. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code THPN. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See the show notes in the description for additional details. Oh, looky there. We're getting in a fight. Okay. I guess we're trying to, we're on the penalty kill. And Scott Mayfield looks a little perturbed out there on the ice, Grumpy.
He's got a little hair across his butt there.
Do you have enough grape drink today? How many grape drinks do you have built up?
2 more left.
You got 2 more grape drinks over there. I feel like I've barely seen you drinking today.
Here's the one I finished. Here are the other 2. You happy now?
Yeah. I guess I'm happy, Grumpy.
Surprised you haven't gone to the bathroom yet. It's only been 10 minutes.
It's been an hour, Grumpy. Hey, oh, wow. Okay. So Svechnikov hit Mayfield while he was down, and there was a little bit of a scrum that ensued thereafter. This is one where the Islanders want to come out of this period still with a tie game. I tell you, this is one of these games that's a must-win game. It's as simple as that. But Anthony Rizzi, Grump.
Just pitiful. You said we would not be in the running for Bedard. Not so sure about that. I think we are going to really worst. I can see us going on an 0-10 run. I don't see it being that bad. We're never going to be in the running for that. But I could see us dropping to 11th in the conference. You just see the way it's going.
Anthony also saying, by the way to freaking go, Romanoff, on that second goal. He's got to go seriously. He does. He's got to go. And Anthony Rizzi also said, sad to see Cal Clutterbuck hurt again. He plays with such heart and soul, but he needed to retire last year.
And what did we do? We re-signed him to a 2-year extension.
I didn't understand. A slow clap.
Good job.
I tell you, I don't know what they're doing right now. The referees are clustered together, all 4 of them, and they're talking, right? So what happened was Svechnikov got pushed down to the ice after the play was gone by Mayfield. Then he pushed Mayfield when Mayfield was on the ground, and Romanoff came over there and kind of started to mix it up. And Mayfield came and had a little bit of I'd say a bear fight or a little hugging match with Svechnikov and Mayfield. So I'll be interested to see what they are going to do here. I don't know if they're trying to send somebody else additionally to the box, but it would not be good if the Islanders go 5-on-3.
Lane.
Oh my God, they're bringing Romanoff to the box too for instigation, I guess. Oh,
you know what? I'm going to tell you what. Lane is looking older this year than he did last year.
He is. Lane looks a little bit like he's in over his head too.
Looks like he's president of the United States. You know how they all age? It's a tough job, right?
Yeah.
And he's kind of aging like a president. He's only been on the job for 6 months, not even.
Romanoff takes another freaking penalty. I swear to God. I don't know. Maybe they're calling it interference. I don't know. They're showing he's cross-checking a lot again. I'm watching the Carolina feed. I do not watch it.
We get away with a lot of cross-checking and hooking and holding and interfering.
Yep.
We do.
Romanoff, though, going to the box, I guess. Yikes. It's going to be a 5-on-3 power play for the Carolina Hurricanes, I believe. Oof. Not good. Not good. Yeah, Lane Lambert does look a lot older this year. And I feel like he's in over his head. This is one of the risks that you run, though, when you have a first-time NHL head coach that's taking over a team where you're in win now mode. Oh, hold on. I thought they brought Romanoff to the box. Did they not?
It doesn't. It looks like it's still 5-on-4. 5-on-4.
Okay. Well, they looked like they pointed to him. They skated him over to the box, but maybe they didn't. Who knows? Anthony Rizzi, Grumpy.
What's Phil's Facts have to say about this hot mess of a team now?
Who knows? Yeah, so Romanoff got a penalty for roughing, and Mayfield got a penalty for roughing, but I guess I don't know.
Maybe they gave a double minor to Svechnikov, I don't know.
Who knows? But I do know Romanoff and Mayfield are both in the box. So, and it's only a 5-on-4. I don't know. We'll find out. I tell you, still a power play for the Hurricanes. Got to kill this off. JG says they're leaving Sorokin out to dry. They were definitely earlier. I mean, yikes. Yeah, they give a double minor holding penalty to Svechnikov. So that was just
the Islanders will get a power play somehow, right?
No.
Okay.
No. It just stayed a 5-on-4. That's all. But yeah, I tell you, they are leaving Sorokin out to dry. You know, we've had a better. I feel like we've looked more of just like a back and forth here. It's been a kind of boring period, this second period, but you know, that first period we were leaving him out to dry. Absolutely. JG says Bailey high slot with a man driving the net. Shoot the effing puck, says JG.
Doesn't do it. Won't do it.
Instead, he attempts to pass. Anybody else have the Giants winning tonight?
Not the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll tell you that much.
Tony Cheese, Grumpy.
I was going to say tonight is a must-win, but from the comments, I assume the Islanders are losing. Well, actually, they're tied now.
Hold on. The game's 14-0. The game's not out of hand yet. It's a 14-point game in favor of the Eagles.
Okay.
JG, yep, it was 2-0 with 12 minutes to go in the first there. They're on the power play, but we all know that won't produce anything. Yeah, Carolina's power play is one of the worst power plays in the NHL. I think they're 27th or 28th best power play in the NHL.
They're really good in 5-on-5. That's what they're best. And, you know, if you're going to ask me, do you want to be really good on the power play or really good on 5-on-5? I'm going to take 5-on-5 because that's where the majority of the game is played is 5-on-5.
I want to be good everywhere, Grumpy. Why can't we just be good everywhere, Grumpy?
If it's either or. You know, the team that's good at Boston. That's why they're, 500, 4-5.
So just to give an update, we have the Florida Panthers did win tonight. They did close out the game against the Minnesota Wild. They did win. Depending on our outcome today, they're either going to be tied with us in the standings or they're going to be 2 points behind us. But yes, they did win tonight. Oof. Islanders last 10, 2-5-3. Anthony Rizzi says here, this team, you can see it, it's starting to pack it in. This season is going to turn real ugly. Let me ask you that. That's a good question. Do you think if we go on a little bit of a skid, do you think this team now, after what they saw last year, do you still think we're going to see maximum effort on a night in, night out basis, or are we going to start to see the team kind of hang their heads and start to give up a bit?
We didn't see it last year. And
we did at the end. Remember, Matt Barzal called it out at the end of the year. We definitely saw that at the end of the year last year. Absolutely, we did.
And the bigger problem is the guys who have a little bit of the give ups. They're the guys, the cul-de-sac crew. I mean, you can't have your core guys or your identity guys on the team, your leaders, be quitters. Can't have it. I'm not calling them quitters, but when things go bad, who steps up and who doesn't? Matt Barzal stepped up last year.
What I worry about is for guys who are 30-something years old and they just saw what happened last year and they're seeing it happen again this year. I think that you're like, oh shit, we just saw this song and dance last season. Now we're out of the playoffs again. We're not fighting for anything where we had 2 years. We had 2 years in a row. We went to the Eastern Conference Finals. We had 3 years in a row in the postseason. And now we're just kind of meddling about. Meandering about, might I add.
I'm just going to make one quick point on that. You don't want guys who pack it in, who are veterans, if the season's not going great. You know who you don't see that from? Zach Parise. Zach Parise didn't do that. He doesn't do that. Zdeno Chara didn't do that.
Correct.
Andy Green didn't do that. They might not have been talented, but you didn't see them give up. Who did we see give up a little bit?
Well,
Andersley, right? Nelson to an extent, Bailey, all my favorites. They all kind of turned it off at the end of the year.
Now, you mentioned why some of those other guys didn't give up. I mean, you look at Chara, you look at Green, you look at Parise. There's a reason why they were playing in the NHL as old as they were. They're true professionals.
Yep.
True professionals don't give up. They're still going to give it 110% no matter what out there in the ice. James F. says, well, the Sounders game's over. Another loss. Time to Lou to blow it up. I know that was earlier when we were down 2-0, but JG was saying blow Lou up. James S. says, when does baseball start?
I think pitchers and catchers, February, right?
Not soon enough. Wow, what a big save by Sorokin. Down low, hammering away. New hook, hammer. I think, I don't know who that is for the Hurricanes, but hammering away at it down low. And Sorokin stays strong and prevents that puck from going in, despite many attempts and jams at the puck there by the Hurricanes. Mikey D, Grumpy.
What do you think the East playoff picture is when the regular season is over? Right now, I'm showing us as 10th or 11th. I just think you're going to – Buffalo's just going to get better as the season goes on. They're a young team who's feeling it, okay?
The highs – oh, my God. Wow. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate for the Islanders. I think that's Sebastian Aho who redirects that into the net. They throw the puck. You've been seeing a lot of this. The Hurricanes are throwing the puck. You see passes to the guy skating or breaking in the middle of the ice, and in a high danger scoring chance, and they redirect it on net and they put it in the goal. I mean, this is something that Sorokin doesn't have any chance on, and we're in a spot where, oh, who was that? Oh my gosh.
Actually,
Hudson had the stick tied up, but he still was able to get a stick on it, Aho, and he puts it in the net.
It was actually deflected off of one of the Hurricane players and then off of Aho as well. So,
oh wow! So it took 2 deflections then, Grump.
Yeah.
So the Islanders back down 3-2.
Back to the playoff picture. I think Buffalo's just going to. I think Florida is going to make the playoffs.
Wow. Okay.
I just do. I think Paul Maurice seems to have finally gotten his feet under him a little bit. The team seems to remember they had a lot of changes. They're playing much, much better now. And Buffalo, I could see us coming in 11th.
Wow. I mean, 11th. Oof.
Oh my God. Now we're in full freaking scramble mode. There's got to be an interference call right there. Yep. The ref's got his hands up.
Another power play for the Hurricanes. The only thing that's good for us, though, is that the Hurricanes power play is about as bad as ours.
Yeah.
But yeah, the playoff picture, I see us on the outside looking in. I thought going into this year we were a slightly above average team. The unfortunate, sad truth of it is we may be a below average team.
We're an old team that doesn't have a whole lot of talent. I mean, when Barry Trotz was there, we were the same team, but with that style, which works in short spurts, 2 shortened seasons. That's all you have. The first year when he was there, the guys think about how much younger the guys were.
The guys were 4 years younger, at least.
And, we had one good playoff round and then got rolled by Carolina. But after that, 2 COVID seasons. Then we played a full year last year and we fell apart. We're seeing the same thing here. Same thing. Repeat.
Yeah. Yikes. That's all I've got to say. I mean,
I'm just going to say Carolina scores here. Like I said, I don't have the sound on, but you're going to hear some mighty booing.
I'll make sure I'll put it. If they score, Grumpy, I'll grab my phone and make sure I put it up there so you can hear the boos.
But I am going to say that their power play looks very Islander-like.
They don't know what the hell they're doing. Their movement is non-existent. They got a whole bunch of guys who stand around. They don't have cohesion, and that's yeah.
They don't have I think this is where you miss a Pacioretty. They're also Carolina and Boston are rumored to be in on Horvat.
You see, teams like that, it makes sense for. It definitely teams like teams like Boston, teams like the Bruins, it makes sense for, right? They've got 1 year left on certain guys that they've got 1 year left. They've got 1 year left, and who knows how long Marchand's going to play? Who knows? I mean, Pasternak still has time, but you look at Krejci, right? How much time do you think he's got? How much time do you think Bergeron has left? I mean, these are probably the last year for guys like Bergeron, and they've got to go all in. It makes sense for them, especially where they are in the standings too. It makes sense.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for Carolina as well. Any team that's a cup, contender, a true cup contender, yes, you go in for a guy like Horvat. And here's the thing, I mean, people love the Carolinas. When do they lose guys to free agency that they don't want?
True. Apex Legends, Grumpy says, Holmstrom, now 20 NHL games, 3 points.
Yeah,
Yet he's always on the ice, Grumpy. A joke of an organization.
For me, Okay. If the season is going the way it's going, does it really bother you that he's in the lineup? Not for me, it doesn't.
I just don't understand why he plays on the first line. That's one thing I will not understand. That's something I just don't comprehend. Why the hell is that kid on the first line?
He shouldn't be. He shouldn't be. But I'll tell you what, I don't mind him playing now. The season's over. Season's over. At the beginning of the year, I'm like, no way he should play because he sucks. And he does. But if he can establish a niche, it's not going to be as an offensive player. But if he can establish, okay, I'm a solid third line winger, or I think where he's going to be eventually at the end of the day, third line. And that's where his skill set is.
I'm sorry. Holmstrom is not on the first line tonight. They have Cizikas up there. It's Lee, Barzal, and Cizikas. What a line that is.
Yeah, okay.
Holmstrom's on the third line. Still, I think third line, I think to myself, okay, Pajot was playing with Parise and Holmstrom. I'm like, okay, Holmstrom has gotten a lot of good chances to succeed early on. Aturatu, again, Aturatu is centering Ross Johnston and Matt Martin. What the fuck? You're just not putting him into a chance to succeed. I just don't get it.
From my perspective, if you have Holmstrom on the third line and he establishes himself, that's good. Because you know what that means? You move a Palmieri. That's a guy you try to move in the offseason. If you show, and I'm at the same spot I was last year right now. We're not making the playoffs. We're just not good enough. Let's let the young guys play and see who can be part of the solution. If you see that Simon Holmstrom can be a guy, okay, yeah, he can do the job as a checker playing on the third line. He's not going to chip in a whole lot of offense. But you know what? He's a solid player on the third line. That means you can move off a contract like Palmieri, who's a third line player with us, right? $5 million. You can move a guy like that off. I mean, those are the type of things. I don't mind Casey being on the first line. Why? He works well with Matt Barzal. The problem is putting Anders Lee on the first line. He doesn't work anywhere, particularly on the ice with New York Islanders.
God.
No drive out of that guy anymore.
Oh, good gracious.
But I mean, he doesn't fit with Matt Barzal. I don't understand why you're putting him back up there. Put somebody up. Beauvillier has been abominable this year. Just put him on the first line. If he's going to give you as much production as Simon Holmstrom never did, put him up there. At least he skates and he works with Barzal. I wouldn't mind that as your top line, as sad as that is.
Shay sent this to us, Grumpy. I'm interested to say, it says, Lambert, after games we lose.
Good game. We won the faceoff. So, good game.
The excuse is, a good game, man. Just the puck luck didn't go our way.
I miss Capuano.
I kind of do, too.
I do.
You know, is it weird that just the nostalgia of having Jack Capuano, at least when we were with Jack Capuano, we knew what the team was. Pure and utter shit. And sometimes we would surprise, but we knew what the team was. Under this team, fans have this false sense of worth that we are much better than we actually are. In reality, we're not. And it's just, I don't know, Grumpy. Oof. I just worry about the fall. I said this even after Eastern Conference Finals, that last Eastern Conference Finals run, I said the fall from grace is usually hard, and it's usually hard and fast. And that's unfortunately looks like what we're seeing.
And it could have been, the worst thing is it could have been avoided. We
could have expedited the process to where we would be much further along. The fall would be like, hey, we're already starting to pick ourselves back up. We've got our hands on the ground. We're getting our feet underneath us and we're ready to stand up again.
You're sound like me now. See?
Mikey D, Grumpy.
TJ and Grumpy, who do you think wins a potential first-round matchup between the Devils and the Rangers? I'm just going to say Devils because I want to. You know, the Devils are the youngest team in the league. They're the youngest team. They're the youngest team in the league. If they had a goalie, watch out for the Devils. They're okay. When is the next time you think we're going to be competitive with the Devils in that conference,
or even the Rangers?
It's right now for the next who knows how many years. The best we could possibly hope for is fourth place, because Carolina, the Rangers, and the Devils are just so far above us. And I'm not saying head to head, but I'm saying playing teams in the rest of the year. You know, remember when the Rangers aren't going to make the playoffs. The Rangers suck. I'm sorry. Rangers are easily making the playoffs this year.
6
They've
points
righted
ahead
the
of us.
ship.
6 points ahead of us with, I know, at least after tonight, right? If we lose tonight, they'll be 6 points ahead of us with 2 games in hand.
I mean, we're not catching the Rangers. We're not catching the Devils. Remember when the Devils went on that terrible streak?
Oh, the Devils aren't going to make it. No, they're coming back down to earth. The Devils
I was hoping. I was really hoping. And nope, Devils have righted the ship. That's not happening. I mean, Carolina, forget that. I mean, but the whole thing is, if we just, and I just brought up the age thing because Buffalo's the 3rd youngest team in the league. And you got to remember, Craig Anderson's on their team. So when he goes bye-bye, then how old is their team? I mean, these are the type of teams that we have to play against, that we're going to be competing against in the years to come to even get in the playoffs.
And that's what worries me. So the years to come is what worries me, right? We've talked about it. Think about how many years of dominance the Capitals and the Penguins have. They're going to have a downfall too.
Yep.
But here's the thing. You can justify a downfall for the Capitals and the Rangers because they won cups and they were dominant for years. I'm sorry. Who did they say?
Penguins.
I'm sorry. Penguins. That's correct. The Penguins and the Capitals were dominant for years. Crosby, Malkin, Ovechkin, Carlson, Letang, dominant for years. And you look at our team, we had a little quick blip. We had a blip. It was almost like the blink of an eye. Just boop, a quick blink of success. And now we're right back to where we've been.
We're not that bad yet, but we're close.
We're going to be right back to where we've been in the past. That's what worries me if Lou continues to do what he does best. Trade away, overpay for pieces on a team that's window is closed. That's what worries me.
I just
know it's not something fans like to hear, right? I understand this. This is not something that is a cheery item to talk about, but it's reality. Your true friends and true servants of the team and true individuals who want the best for the team will not lie about it. I'm not going to lie to you. We never have, never will.
I mean, I know we want to get to comments. We don't need to really hammer this point again. I'll just say, if we're in 11th place, I don't think he sells out just to make the playoffs. If in 2 weeks or whatever, middle of February, whatever it is, we're in 11th place and we're 6-8 points out of the playoff spot, I don't see us selling. I just don't see us, trying to double down on this team. There'll be too many, and it's always not even points, right? I said it last year. It's not points, it's teams. Now we were just at points before. Now we're at teams as well. It's a problem.
You'll be happy to know if the Flyers win, which they are up by 1 goal tonight, and we lose, which we're down by 1 goal tonight, the Philadelphia Flyers will have 1 game in hand on us and will be 4 points behind us in the standings.
I cannot
think about that. Think about that shit. Let that shit sink in. The Flyers. We're near the Flyers. Are you kidding? The Philadelphia Flyers with John Tortorella.
Let's say we fall behind the Flyers before the deadline. There's no way. Let's say you're in 7th place in the division. There's no way you can double down. No way.
But here's the thing: we've got to lose games. We've got to keep losing games in order.
You know what? We're doing that. We've been doing that for the last 3 weeks. I mean, we're doing our part to come in 7th in the division.
James F. Grumpy.
Congrats on Soroka making the All-Star game. The only positive thing for the team. True.
Yeah. Amen. Congratulations, Sorokin. Drew Grumpy.
Everyone should go to UBS and chant, blow it up. No,
don't chant that one, Drew. That can very easily be misunderstood, Drew. Do not be chanting blow it up.
You'll get Homeland Security in there.
You're going to get security to take you right out of the game, too, is right.
Right.
The yellow jackets will take you right out. Ponybar Curtis says, boys, what a freaking disaster. Holy shit. 2 goals against at home and a timeout under 2 minutes. Holy hell. Yeah, we look awful. And here's the thing.
Yeah, but
we had a better second period, a fluky goal. I wouldn't call it a fluky goal. It was intended. They threw it towards the net, redirected in the net, right? And we're down 3-2.
Carolina's good. It's not a crime to lose to Carolina. Carolina's really good.
Yeah.
The fact is, you couldn't lose to Buffalo. You couldn't lose to Washington. Those are, if you go into the expectation, okay, Carolina's top team in division. Okay, no crime in losing them. But the teams that you're fighting with for that final playoff spot, you can't lose to them. You cannot blow a 3-goal lead against Washington at home.
Think about this. Since the start of the new year, the Islanders lost 4-1 to the Seattle Kraken. And we were all like, wow, what a poor performance by the Islanders. I can't believe we lost to the Kraken. And the Kraken are having a good year, albeit grumpy. But, right, we lost 4-1 to the Kraken. Then we beat the Canucks 6-2.
Woohoo.
Correct. Then the last game of that home trip, that road trip, we were 3-4 we lost 3 of the 4 games on the West Coast. We lost to the Oilers. So, right, then we go home, first home game, or I'm sorry, no, and then we go, the last road trip. Then the Flames, we lose 4-1. The Stars, we lose at home 2-1 in shootout. The Wild, we get beat 3-1. The Canadians, we beat 2-1 in a game that shouldn't have been that close, but was. The Capitals, we lose in overtime 4-3. The Bruins, we lose 4-1. The Sabres, we lose 3-2 in overtime. And now we're down 3-2 against the Hurricanes. Not good.
I mean, and then we go on a brief Canadian road trip. We play at Toronto and at the Senators. I mean,
and then we've got home against the Red Wings.
Thank goodness we have those lowly Red Wings who are going to play on Friday night.
The Red Wings beat us earlier this year.
Can't lose.
The Golden Knights are a tough team. The Maple Leafs are a tough team. But every single game where it's like we need to occasionally beat the teams that are ahead of us. We didn't beat one of the teams that are ahead of us. Lost to the Kraken. The Canucks aren't ahead of us. Lost to the Oilers, lost to the Flames, lost to the Stars, lost to the Wild. The Canadians are below us, lost to the Capitals, lost to the Bruins, lost to the Sabres, and losing to the Hurricanes. Every single team that was ahead of us, we lost to. We did not beat one team where like, okay, that's a pleasant win here. We lost every single one of those games.
And it's funny, you expect to steal a couple of those games or hope to if you're a good enough team. We're just not there. We're just not there.
All home games for the most part, too. That was the thing that was shocking. All these games are home games.
And here's the thing. We invite, if you know any friends who are glad-hander, bootlicking weasels who think the Islanders could do no wrong, invite them to listen to this show. Because we've been speaking the truth to power for however many years.
5+ years.
And we're never wrong.
Over time, it's proven. I cannot tell you how many of those tweets. We made a tweet earlier on this. How many of those tweets people were saying, oh, you don't know anything. Look at the team success that we've had 10 games into the season, 12 games into the season. You just sit back and you take it, right? Because you know over time, unfortunately, your point's going to be proven. And it's not like I'm happy to say that, yeah, we were correct. Because trust me, I'm not. Because what it means is
guess what else it means?
Rebuild and an unfortunate, and it's going to be a potentially longer rebuild ahead of us because we did not heed the word of people who pay attention.
Guess what else it means? I always tell the truth on this show, always, as I see it. Oh, and I'm right the vast majority of the time. When I see the team on the rebound, I'm going to see it before everyone else as well. I saw the demise of this team before just about everyone else. And you're going to see when we rebound, and we will rebound because these owners are not afraid to invest money. Okay.
Yeah.
You need to get the right GM in, of course, but you're going to be able to see the rebound. I'll be able to see that rebound before it even happens. You can see little things like the Nietzsche's kid for the Hurricanes. Everyone's saying, trade him. The last couple, I'm like, no, you know what? You don't want to give up on that kid. He's truly special. This year, he's just taken off.
It's like the same thing when people were yelling last year. Just throw Dobson in on a trade. Yeah, get rid of him. No, you shouldn't do. It's just like this year, fans, and even last year. Oh, get rid of Wallstrom. Get rid of him. No. Anyway, let's move along here, Grumpy. Anthony Rizzi.
This inevitable blame Lou, blame management, but honestly, this is the best thing for us. Let's see how this gets real ugly so we clear everything out.
Hoping again, Anthony's in the camp of we need to lose some games and continue on this path to make sure we don't do anything dumb at the trade deadline. We can trade away pieces and start this transition. That's the best case scenario for us. Dave Johnson says, Simon Holmstrom, never say die.
That was a nice shot by him. Anderson should have had that, though. From the distance, should have had that.
Anthony says, I truly love the Islanders, but it's been tough to watch. Owners seem complacent. Get rid of Lou, definitely. And I just don't feel like Lane is the guy either. Sell at the deadline. This is not the group. Amen, Anthony. Amen. Yep. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Amen.
Should have done that last year as well.
We should have done that last year too.
Should have done it. Should have done it at the end of the Tampa season, the last year we lost to them, because you could tell we just were not good enough. We just did nothing. Wait, Casper scored against Carolina too. That's right. Holmstrom still sucks. That's right, he does.
Tim J. Grumpy.
After 2 heartless games against Buffalo and Washington, the panic mode has begun.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, maybe in the fan base, but I've seen it coming.
Drew says, I don't know, TJ. I'd say a great start. That's if you're rooting for the tank.
Oh,
they had a great start to the game. And, this is a time period. The Hurricanes are outpossessing us. Another one of those, another common refrain that we consistently see. Andrew L says, got to give him credit. That was a nice freaking shot.
It was a nice shot, but still, Anderson, I mean, from that distance, I mean, he's got to do better on that.
It was a screenshot. I'm not blaming Anderson. The second goal, yes, because he looked like he was like a fish out of water. Tony Cheese, Grumpy.
Yeah, can we cover the Giants, please? Yeah, they're down 21-0 at 2-minute warning. The game's over. I mean, here's the thing. I told you they weren't.
Danny Dimes, baby. I'm in the Danny Dimes club. Danny Dimes for president.
Anyone's gonna jump off the Daniel Jones bandwagon after one. He had the best game of his career against Minnesota, and he's just not that guy. He's like Josh Bailey. He's Josh Bailey, the football quarterback world.
Daniel Jones is like Josh Bailey. Holy shit!
Turns the ball over, passes a lot. That type of thing.
For everybody who's a Danny Dimes fan, I know you feel personally attacked right now.
I don't hate Daniel Jones, but he's just not the answer.
He's not the answer is right. Andrew L says,
Rick Nelson scores. Wow. That was another one where, what the hell are you doing?
I like Brick Nelson. True Grumpy.
Correction. The second podcast is called The Grumpy Young Balding Man and the Old Man.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough, Drew. Tony Cheese Grump.
I'm a Giants fan. I'm a Jets fan, and I'd rather listen to 3 hours of Giants.
Oh, man. Listen than watching the Islanders. I understand that. James F. says, I just saw the goal. My reception must be late. Drew says, Brick Nelson. Goals get me bricked up. Oh, God. I had to have somebody else tell me what bricked up meant, but fair enough. Drew, you and the young folk understand what that is. Dave Johnson says, spectacular goal by all-star Brock Nelson. Oh.
It was not a spectacular goal. It was not a spectacular goal.
It was a goal to where,
goaltender's late coming across
on his stomach, tries to throw almost a leg up there, and it just bounces off his leg and in the net. Andrew L says, come on, Grump. I know you hate Holmstrom, but it was a good shot. You got to give him some props.
I did say it was a good shot.
Joseph C. Grump.
Feel bad for Pacioretty. Tore the same Achilles that he just came back from. That said, man, Hurricanes are moving from Hartford.
Man, F the Hurricanes.
F the Hurricanes for moving from Hartford.
I do feel Pacioretty, you probably never recover and come back from that. You tear the same Achilles back to back.
Well, he'll have when did he hurt it last year? You remember?
I thought he hurt it in the offseason.
Well, at least he'll have plenty of time to get ready for training camp.
Yeah, it's one though. It's
I don't know. Is he unrestricted? Is he unrestricted at the end of the year?
His contract.
I mean, well.
Are you about to say we should go after Max Pacioretty?
No, I'm just saying if the old man's in charge, couldn't you see him going after Pacioretty?
Oh God, no! Let me
coming off of 2 torn Achilles.
This is the end of his contract. This is the last year of his contract.
He can be had on the cheap.
Oh my God!
Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you move a Brock Nelson, and you move a bunch of the guys, I would not be opposed to bringing him in on a 2-year deal.
A 1 or a 2 year deal. Absolutely. But you have to start moving away. You can't say, let's just add him into the mix too.
Right. That's what I mean. You can still add veterans and go after
have to be the right veterans on good deals.
Yes. That's right.
You can then, if you need to, at the end of their deal, you can use them as a moving piece if they're not still part of the future going forward. You could still do both.
Didn't Pacioretty used to play with the Devils?
Man, he's been traded around like a freaking. He's been traded around like nobody else's business there, Grumpy.
I want to say he played for the Devils. That would be a perfect fit. particularly if Fredo
he was always with the Canadians, Vegas. I don't remember.
But he didn't start. He didn't start with the Canadians.
I'll pull it up here for us.
Okay, I'll go to the next comment. I take 50-year-old Yager at this point. That's from B40. Long time since
just Grumpy, just the Canadians, just like I had said in the Vegas. Nothing with doubles.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, B40. It's been a while.
That's right. Nice to hear from you again. Even if we win, Lou still has to go. Exactly.
I agree. Andrew L. Grumpy.
I like how every time the Islanders score start winning, Grumpy has to bring up every team's injuries to discredit anything the Islanders do. Now, I just want people to know that there were guys injured. That's all.
You did do that shit, though, too. I do remember. And you say I never use injuries as excuse.
But I had that marked down as something I wanted to talk about today.
It just happened to conveniently come out as soon as we stormed back and scored 2 goals.
It was early in the podcast. I mean, as soon as we came on, the Islanders scored. I mean, as soon as we came on.
Andrew L. said they still suck, though, talking about the Islanders. They do. B40 says, is Evander Kane? Is he the answer?
Absolutely not. No. No. Can I make it any more clear than no?
I don't know if he's talking about for the Islanders or who he's talking about, Evander Kane.
What do you think he's talking about?
Evander Kane is under contract he signed an extended contract with Edmonton at the end of last year or at the beginning of this year. It was like a 4-year deal.
Okay, I'll say it depends on what the question is.
That's what you just kept saying no, and no. And I just said
I don't want him here.
Okay.
I'm assuming the question was coming here. I don't think
why would they move him? That's my point, right? Is he the answer in Edmonton? Maybe that's the question that he meant to pose. Because here's the thing, right? Edmonton, he's played well. He's 16 games, 13 points for Edmonton this year. I think he's banged up or he's been banged up earlier on. He's only playing 16 games. I have to look into it. But he's played well. And he's making like $5.1 million a year. Evander Kane, I think, is a big plus and he's a needed piece for Edmonton. Look at last year in the postseason. He was really good for Edmonton.
Yeah. He's not the answer, though. Not for the Islanders, he's not.
No, it's not what the Islanders look. Holy shit. Did you see that bang play? Perfect passing by the Hurricanes, and they had a wide open shooting opportunity in the slot. Take a guess. I got to see what defensive pair is out there. I got to rerun my game, Grumpy, because it was a prime opportunity for them to score. And take a guess who's out there on the ice.
Romanov.
Great defensive pairings of Romanov and Mayfield.
Yeah.
Out in no man's land, completely lost per the usual.
Romanov chases too many guys up the wall.
He leaves his position and he's playing freaking wing.
Yeah.
That's my point, right? If he doesn't commit to playing on the wall where the guy's making that easy pass out and playing his position, Mayfield doesn't have to crash down on the first guy going to the net and he can cover the second guy going to the net. So it's not like one guy has a free and open run. SP, Grumpy.
If we lose tonight, the Panthers probably catch us. Okay, It doesn't matter if we win or lose tonight. The Panthers are catching us.
The Panthers
will already caught us.
The Panthers will be ahead of us in the standings if we lose tonight in regulation.
No,
so
we're tied. We're tied.
But they'll have, I think, more games won in regulation than we will.
Oh, okay.
So that, I think, is the determining factor. But I'll have to check it after the game.
Nick D says, TJ, Grumpy, how you guys doing tonight? Doing well. Would you prefer AJ or Hickey for the third color commentator?
Hickey.
I'm not a big fan of Hickey either. At least he's new to the job and he can get better, I guess. AJ is what she is. I don't hate AJ. I just don't like her hair. But
you know who I really want, Grumpy?
Who?
I want Parrish. I want Mark Parrish back.
He's with somewhere else now.
I know. I think he's with Minnesota.
I don't know. He's somewhere else. He's doing a good job. I loved him as color commentator or analyst guy, whatever he was. Analyst guy was good.
Wow.
Well, I know you don't like Holmstrom, but you have to give him credit. That was a good shot. Yes, it was.
JG, Alon Avatal, Grumpy.
Rather than trade a year early, rather trade a player a year early than a year late. That's what Branch Rickey always said with the Dodgers. Trade Nelly for a king's ransom, keep Ratu and Holmstrom up, let them develop. Next, have what they hate what they've done with DeFore. Finally, fire Lou before the deadline. Absolutely. You move Nelson. Here's the thing. Is Brock Nelson a serviceable player on the team? Absolutely he is.
Yeah.
He's 30 years old. He's got, I think, 2 or 3 more years on his deal.
2 years left.
Okay. You can get yourself at least a first and a second round pick for him. You move him. He's not going to be getting any better. And this team is going to be on the downside. Whatever assets you have, you start moving them for value so you can get the team going forward better. And here's the thing, play the young guys, see who can be part of the solution. Simon Holmstrom shows he can play on the third line. No problem.
Brock Nelson would get you probably 2 firsts at least. You think about it, right? Brock Nelson last year had a career year. He recorded the most points he had ever recorded in his NHL career, right? He had 72 games played. He had 59 points. This year, 47 games played, 48 games played, 41 points. He's got 17 goals this year too. He's got 24 assists, right? He's gonna have more assists this year than he's ever had in his NHL career. In all likelihood, he's gonna be in a spot where he just made the All-Star game, back-to-back almost 59 points, and then probably a 60-point year as long as he doesn't get hurt this year. His trade value is at the highest it will ever be at.
It's
if you are going to transition, you transition a guy like this away.
Do you remember after the playoff run that we had, the first one?
Yeah.
Josh Bailey played really, really well in the playoffs. And what was the first thing I said on this show? You need to move him now. His value is never going to be higher than when it is. And everyone's like, no, Josh Bailey's so great in the playoffs. You want to keep him. I'm like, no, you move him. He's not part of the solution. You move him. You get whatever you can for him. His value is never going to be higher. Within 2 years, he's off the planet bad. That's why you move guys a year too early as opposed to a year too late, because you don't get anything for them.
Sure. Yeah, I trust me. It's, you want to go ahead and sell off on that. You want to go ahead and sell off on Brock Nelson when he's at the highest point. Simple as that. And when we're talking about this too,
and here's the thing, I hate to toot Phil's facts horn a little bit. I hate to do it, but he made a suggestion going to Colorado for maybe New Hook
and
a first and a second. Is what he was saying, because they're a good match for us. Now, that's a good deal. You're getting a young player who's had NHL experience, can step right into the lineup. You get a first and a second. That's a good deal. That's a good deal to make.
I don't disagree, Grumpy. And let's continue on here. Drew, Grumpy,
I don't want to go too off topic, but I noticed that Trent Baalke, a.k.a. Jacksonville's GM, kind of put them in cap hell, because they'll have $21 million in cap space this offseason.
Negative $21 million in cap space this offseason.
Okay, but you have to look at who's going to be part of the future going forward, how many bad contracts they have, who can they renegotiate. There's so many things. I'm not worried about that.
Holy shit. Sebastian Aho just turned over the puck, and Sebastian Aho scored. So Aho for the Islanders, I'm sorry to interrupt, turned over the puck. Sebastian Aho forced a turnover for the Hurricanes and then proceeded to score. Hold on a second. Let me listen to the boos. I want to hear if they got boos. I'm sorry. Finish up with what you got for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Grumpy, and I'll be back.
There's always ways out of that. They signed a lot of guys this offseason. They can convert big salaries into signing bonuses. They can spread that out. They can renegotiate, have voidable years. I'm not worried at all about Jacksonville. They can make that work without a doubt. And just to talk about what a shot by Aho.
Boos. There definitely are boos. It's not very clear and defined because the Carolina guys are talking obviously over it, but the boos are definitely out there again still at UBS.
I mean, Carolina's really freaking good. Oh.
RK Grumpy.
Oh. Holmstrom is pretty good. No. He's a third liner. He's a third liner.
And I think he could be a serviceable third liner at that.
Yep. He showed after 4 years in the minors, he's shown that he can play a third liner. He's like Michael Del Cole.
Or he's like, maybe he could be a guy like Hudson Fashing. I'm sorry. I always want to call him Hunter Fashing, but he could be a guy like Hudson Fashing. That's the best case scenario for a guy like that. Shay.
TJ, this is why I said earlier in the year, I'm going to enjoy the win hot streak because it will end sooner than later. I feel bad for Shay because she was so positive early in the year. I remember she was so positive, and I hated crushing her with realism, but now she's come on to the dark side. So good for you, Shay.
Welcome to the dark side. You talk about a miserable January. We have one win in the month of January. We're 1 win and 8 losses in January after we lose tonight. Yikes, guys. Goon Grump.
Grumpy, I'm disappointed with your half-hearted singing tribute to David Crosby the other night. Yeah, it was pretty lame. I don't remember all the names to all the words to their songs. Please sing that Judy Blue Eyes. No, I can't do that. I was never a big CSN fan.
Hold on, how does this song even go? I don't even know the tune, Grumpy.
I was never a CSN fan. Never was.
Trade Bavilier, trade Brock, says Mark A.
And Bavilier is another guy you could.
See you later, Anthony.
Yeah.
You should have traded him earlier, but again,
Right.
I was not on board of trading him earlier because I thought maybe there's something left. I still think he's a guy that can be serviceable for another team, but for us, it's done.
No.
Doesn't matter. You could change general manager, head coach. It's not it for him. He needs a fresh start somewhere else.
Yes.
And he may be one of those guys who performs better and better than you could ever have imagined at another area just because he needed change of scenery. Shay, Grumpy.
Who cares? Cal's a fourth liner. Don't wish injury, but not a big loss. He's a fourth liner. The whole thing is we signed him to a 2-year extension, which was unnecessary.
James F. said, yep, Cal Clutterbuck is done. Should have let him walk.
Yeah.
We said this all the time. Should have let him walk is right. Yeah. Mark A. also says trade Varley. Yes.
Backup. It's backup. You know how often backups play? Not very often. He's a backup. Yep. What happened when he played against Boston? Oh, that's right.
Goon Grump.
So only a serious injury to one of the over-the-hill farts results in Retool getting playing time? Well, supposedly what we've been hearing from people is they don't want to burn a year on
his
entry-level deal. But it took an injury to a fourth liner to burn that first year of his deal. I have no problem with it. I want him playing. I want him playing a serious role. I want moves at the deadline.
I don't want them using him the way they have. Just to give you an update, Atu Ratu has played the least amount of time on ice out of anybody on the ice again tonight.
Why is he even in the game?
That's my point. Why are you calling him up? You could bring up anybody if you're going to play him 6 minutes. He's played 6 minutes and 46 seconds tonight. Ross Johnston and Matt Martin both have more time on ice than him.
Is Hunter Fashing playing today?
Hudson Fashing? No, he's not playing. He's hurt.
Oh, okay.
Hudson Fashing's been injured. That's why.
Okay.
Because they probably would put Fashing on the wing for Matt Barzal, and they'd keep Cizikas as a fourth line guy if he was healthy. But Hudson Fashing has been out injured.
Oh my God, we're just terrible.
Shay also says they look like they don't want to play and are uninterested. I think that's the way things can continue to head. If you continue to put out sneakers like this, I think the team might give up a bit. Gungun says re-signing Cal Clutterbuck seems like a great move now. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, God.
I've already answered that question numerous times.
Mark A says Grumpy has been right the whole time.
I get frustrated when people don't realize what they're seeing, and I'm seeing it. You see it right in front of you, and now everyone's. And I've said for how long have I said? Eventually, everyone will come around to my way of thinking, and that's. I mean, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but you know, when I've been watching hockey for so long, and sports for so long, you can tell when things are going right and things are going bad, and when things are going to be on the downside or the upside. You can tell. It's not rocket science, and I explained it in detail why we need to do the things we should have done the last couple of years. They decided to do nothing. Now we're in real trouble, but there's still a way out. Will Lou Lamoriello be proactive and do the right thing? That's the whole question.
All we need to do is change the forward group. And to have change, right? You can do that and still be successful. I firmly believe that it won't take as long as we anticipate if you're proactive and take action this deadline. But this deadline is important. If you delay it to, the off season, or, next year's trade deadline, you are going to be ruining the day. I'm telling you. Tony Cheese says, I love it when TJ uses SAT words that he heard from his wife.
Oh, that must be the word lush.
Brett W says, go Big Blue. Oh, man.
Maybe
Mark A's room for Philly. James F says, the Islanders versus Buffalo game probably was the worst performance this season so far.
They dominated us.
Oh, I know
people, you listen to that game was close. The Islanders, no, I don't know what game you were watching. It was like Buffalo was on a power play the whole game.
I feel bad for Sorokin.
Here's the thing. We were lucky to get that. That's a Sorokin point, Phil's facts. That's a Sorokin point.
Kirk Cousins, baby. Kirk Cousins came up big in the clutch. He earned us a point.
That was a nice shot by Kirk Cousins, though.
Is Phil's facts the most controversial guest Islanders Never Say Die has ever had on?
I don't think Phil's controversial. He's
No.
crazy.
He has crazy takes. I love his takes because they're just like, he thinks of something, and I'm like, it would never cross my lexicon of thought to think that that's even a possibility of someone to believe. But Phil comes up with the stuff.
He's got too much time in his hand. He lives with so many women that, I mean, I feel bad for him. I really do. He's a crackpot, but I love Phil. He knows I do too. So he's a great guy. Great guy.
Oh man,
he's a kid. He's a kid. He could be one of my kids.
Because Lou, 37-year-old or 38-year-old special, fourth line. Lou, 37-year-old, fourth line is better than any other free agent. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but Joseph C says Lou is making the lineups. Lane is the new coach. That's how much the front office handles the new coaches.
Yeah. He, like I said, if in 2 weeks we're probably going to be in 11th place in the conference. At that point in time, it's like, dude, we have to sell. He's got to sell Nelson. Nelson's a big one too. Nelson's a big one because that'll be hard for him to do that. That's the one where, okay, we're throwing up the white flag. We're throwing up the white flag. But you know what? It's okay because you doubled down on this team for 2 years that we want to give it another go round. You gave it another go round after last year's abomination where they made every excuse under the book except for the only one that really mattered. We weren't good enough. Okay?
Well, last year we struggled. Can we go through that? We're going to go through that after you're done with your point.
Yeah. I mean, so, you make every excuse under the book, the COVID, the sun came out on this day, that, the games we had to play away from home, all that ridiculousness just weren't good enough. So they want, we still believe in this group. There is no way after a coaching change and an even worse performance this year that you can still believe in this group. Lou Lamoriello, and he's not stupid. He's not stupid. I might say he does stupid things. Lou Lamoriello is not a stupid man. He knows more hockey. He's forgotten more about hockey than I'll ever know. Okay? He has to know that you must move guys who's going to be painful to move. Brock Nelson. He's probably you're going to get the most you can get is him. Scott Mayfield.
Yes.
Varlamov. Parise. Those guys, you can almost rebuild your farm system in 1 year if you make smart moves at the deadline this year and you draft well. Okay? Yes. You can do it.
This is one of the deepest drafts that we have seen in the last decade or 2 decades. That is why this offseason is so unbelievably important. But I want to touch on the excuse train. Do you remember all the people out there who said, the reason the Islanders didn't play well last year is because 13-game road trip to start the year? Well, it was because we started off poor and we could just never dig ourselves out. Well, it was because of, I'm honestly starting to forget some of the excuses, the ridiculous, inane excuses that they used last year. Oh, it was because we had injuries. It was because of this player. It was because of that. We saw all these excuses. And for those people who made those excuses, unfortunately, the moment of reckoning is for them here. And the only thing I have to say is, welcome to the Islanders Never Say. Welcome to the Islanders Never Say Die podcast.
Welcome to the Octagon, son.
Welcome to the Islanders Never Say Die podcast. Right? We've been talking about it that was a line of BS all year. We talked about it last year. We talked about it this offseason. And hey, we don't like to be right about those things, but it seems like we are very in the right on this portion, which is unfortunate. JG Grumpy.
Worst thing Lou did today was wake up this morning and drive to the rink.
Oh, God. Drew L. Grumpy.
Looks like playoff Freddie Anderson decided to show up early today. He was terrible early.
Goon Grump.
Let's play a game. What name would only the most diehard Islanders fan name their child in tribute to the hockey team we all love despite their seemingly nonstop torment? I'll start. Oleg Kavasha. That was the first one I thought. Oleg Kavasha. That was... Man, oh man, that was the Milbury special right there. You trade Luongo and Jokinen for Kavasha and Parish.
And we didn't even keep Parish for his ability to do broadcasting afterwards. We really botched it all the way around, Grumpy.
Terrible. That's the worst trade. I think that's the worst trade we ever made.
Hey, Luongo only made the Hall of Fame, Grumpy.
Well, the Linden trade was really bad too.
Yeah.
Ryan Smith, really bad. But none of those guys turned out to be anything. But still, that was one of Garth Snow's trades that weren't very good. Was the Ryan Smith trade?
Shay says here, rumor has it, yep, the blue and orange army started the fire Lou chance against the Bruins.
Got to do it. Got to do it. Got to do it every single game. You got to do it. You want things to change, you have to voice your opinion.
Veritas Invicta says here, run it back, Lou. But Ledecky seems happy. How many third period leads will this team blow to deny Sorokin after excellent games?
Thank you very much for coming back, Veritas Invicta. We haven't heard from you in a while. Glad you're back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good question, though. We blow consistently leads. Our team defensively
earlier in the year, we were winning games that we were terrible in the first two periods and winning with the third period. Eventually, everything balances out. Here's the thing. As the season goes on, the older guys don't have the legs anymore. The guys who are young, the other teams, old, young, and fast, they walk around us. You see it again. Carolina today, whenever they want to, they just turn the jets on. They just take off on us.
Like Chara last year at the tail end, he just couldn't skate anymore. But Gugun says, instead of where's Waldo, where's Wallstrom?
He's injured still, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Grumpy Gugun.
Grumpy, I dig the new haircut. Thank you. Just got it done today. I had the lady come on over and give me a little clip job. Desperately needed. When you get older, I got more hair. It's funny. They cut my hair. It looks so blonde, a.k.a. gray, as it hit the ground. And it wasn't much else. And I had my nephew come over. He gets his haircut done. And there was so much hair on the ground. I'm like, man, that's what happens when you not have a whole lot on top. But I had like little curly cues going in the back. I'm like, that's just unacceptable. Sorry.
Don't forget about how good Buffalo's playing, says JG. And Mark A says Buffalo is better than the Islanders.
And I'll say it again. 2 years ago, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? We said, who would you rather be? The Rangers or the Islanders?
We all said the Rangers.
And we were attacked.
Yes.
We were attacked. And it's like, but you know what? I would rather have their lineup 2-3 years ago than the Islanders because I saw where we were going with this.
Yep.
Buffalo. Would you rather be Buffalo or the Islanders? Buffalo.
Certainly.
1,000%. Buffalo's a couple of moves and a little bit of experience for being a really good team. Tage Thompson is fantastic.
He is.
And I don't know who the announcer was for the Buffalo game. But maybe it was Butch. He said Thompson reminds him more than anybody of Mario Lemieux. Now, he's not Mario Lemieux, but I understand being a guy so big who can skate and has such good hands. That's a good package to have.
The funny thing was we always talked about, you'll never remember that Tage Thompson and a first round pick were included in the trade that got Ryan O'Reilly sent to St. Louis when they won that cup. But here's the question. Now, Tage Thompson, it's early yet in his career, right? And I'm not saying, anything can happen.
He's had his second really good year in a row now.
All I'm saying is this. The way Tage Thompson is playing, he's got 163 career points. If he continues to surprise and play the way he has, that's a guy who can really be special for a long time in the NHL. Maybe.
He's real good. He's young. He's still young yet.
Yeah, he's 25.
I mean, and bigger guys take longer to develop. They just do.
They also stay at their peak for a little longer too.
I don't know.
Okay. Grumpy Shay.
There may be 5 teams in the Pacific coming out. Seattle, Vegas, the Kings, Edmonton, and Calgary. And I don't know how the Kings are still in there, to be honest with you.
The Kings made the postseason last year.
I know. But they're a team that doesn't score as many goals as they give up over the course of a season. Those teams usually do not make the playoffs.
Mark A. Grumpy says most teams are going nowhere.
Yeah,
he's not wrong.
But some teams are already on the road to nowhere, where other teams are going to be on it. We're already on there.
Goon says, Grumpy,
we missed the exit. We missed the exit to somewhere, and we're still on nowhere. Grumpy, I disagree with you. TJ is funnier than Paulie Shore. Heck, the proof is in the all-time highlight of Islanders Never Say Die. His reaction to the Romanov trade announcement. Massacre.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Gugu, for that reminder.
Glad we don't have that one still.
Yeah, glad that one's not there. JG says, forgetting the cup for a minute, the question should be, are they good enough to win? Yeah, I think it all goes to the cup first, because if you're not going to win a cup, you need to look at, if you're not going to win or be a real competitor to win, you have to look for ways to become better.
Okay. It's not about, are we good enough to win the cup this year? If you're a team like Buffalo and you're not good enough to win the cup, or the Devils and you're not good enough to win the cup, that's okay because your core is going to be there for a long time.
And you need to get the experience.
Right. You have a lot more runway to win that cup. Where us, I mean, you got the Hudson River and we're just about at the end of the runway and we're still on the ground. I mean, or LaGuardia, right? It's like, that's not these other teams. They're already starting their takeoff. Yeah, they might not clear it, but in a couple of years, they got more oomph in the engines. We don't have any of that.
Mark A says Sorokin can win a cup, but he needs a better surrounding cast. I agree. And Grumpy, here's Gungu.
If Lee never gets injured and Lazy lose, okay, that old fart Zajac and welcomes back Wallstrom when he was fully healed, do you think the Islanders make it all the way to the promised land in 2021? No. Tampa Bay was just too good. Tampa Bay, when they decided, told that joke story on this show numerous times. Stamkos woke up and he looked at the newspaper and said, Islanders and Lightning tied 2-2. And he's like, what? Calls up Vasilevsky, calls up Kucherov, calls up Hedman, says, I had a dream that we were tied with the Islanders 2-2. I looked at the newspaper. What's going on? I said, yeah, we're tied 2-2. They blow us out. We win the last game at the Coliseum. And even though the game was 1-0 in 2021, that game wasn't close. If they needed another goal, they would have came up with it like that. They scored the goal in the second period off my pal Josh Bailey, shorthanded, and then they just shut the Islanders down. They were that good. That's why I said you were never beating Tampa. They were just too good. Michael Boucher says, good evening, gentlemen. I'm very disappointed in this organization. In just the past 10 or 15 years, they've shown nothing. Drafting sucks. We lost stars, not by trading them and getting something in return. Absolutely nothing. How many more years are we going to keep sucking? It depends on if we get a new GM or not. Lou Lamoriello seems comfortable rolling back with the old guard. You get somebody new, a young GM in here, first time, because you're not going to get an established guy to come in here. Not with the way the roster is now. There's going to be a lot of guys have to get moved out. So if you get yourself a young GM who's in touch with the modern NHL, I think you'd see a lot of movement. We're just not there yet. Is ownership going to get there? Hopefully sooner rather than later. There is a chance to get better. There absolutely is. Is ownership ready to take that leap? That's the biggest question. It really is. Mark Alberti says the Capitol and Falls lost. The Capitol and maybe in the Buffalo loss killed us. Yeah, they did. And the Dallas loss. You could name that about anyone. Goon says, is Phil's Facts cool as a cucumber? He is. Phil's really laid back. He's on Prozac all the time. Red Mazda 3.
Oh, God. Grumpy, how many comments you get through?
I honestly don't know what these teams would be like if we lost Brock Nelson. Who else is scoring goals like he does? I know he has been a slump. Even if we retool, how would you go about getting a goal scorer? Here's the thing. Even bad teams have people who score. Somebody else would just be in that spot and score. That's just the way it would be. Maybe it'd be Atu Ratu.
If you start transitioning away from guys like Brock Nelson, get as much as you can value-wise, Mayfield, you can afford to give a guy like Pacioretty a contract who maybe you can get on the cheap, who's just torn the same Achilles twice, and that's a guy who might be able to provide surprising goal scoring for you.
Or you throw ridiculous money at Bo Horvat if he gets to free agency at the end of this year.
Oh, stop.
But I'm just saying, if you're a new general manager and come in, you want to make a splash. You're not going to be like the other guy, just sit on your hands for 5 years, which is all he did. Is that what you want from a GM? If you get a new young GM in here, he's going to want to make a mark on that franchise.
Oh, my God. The Islanders just pulled the goalie.
Okay. Well, it was only 3.5 minutes to go down by 2.
Mark A says, in being fair, Wally, Palmieri, and Pelech have been hurt forever. I will say that about this. I do have a comment about that. Do you think the Washington Capitals, now sitting, what are they, 6th or 7th in the conference, do you think they're saying, well, we were without the season, we missed the first 40 games without Backstrom, we missed him without Tom Wilson, we were missing John Carlson, we missed Orlov for a lot of good teams, better teams than us, have missed more important players for longer time periods than we have?
And here's the thing. Of all those guys, who's played reasonably well this year? Pellick.
Yes.
Wallstrom hasn't done a whole lot.
Yeah.
Palmieri's done nothing. Less than nothing. He's F-. So, how great are they really? I don't know. You tell me.
Shay says, you know what's going to happen? We're going to play like shit until 2 weeks before the deadline, and so nobody gets moved again, just like last year. That would be an awful scenario.
And if you see that again, come on this show. I'm going to lose my freaking mind. I'm going to lose my freaking mind if Captain Average comes out and starts all of a sudden playing hard with 2 weeks ago. Josh Bailey comes out, starts putting pucks on net.
Yeah, it tells you all you need to know about the fight and the dog, if that's the case, then too, because there's no fight. All these dogs are all bark and no fight. Michael Bechet says here the owners have got to go in different directions, even though
enough of the same stupid Boston connections. For God's sake, we need a Canadian coach or a GM. Absolutely.
JG Grumpy.
The rumor mill is talking about Meyer. Does anyone really think we're getting him? I do not. We're not. No way. We don't have enough ammunition to get Timo Meyer. And here's the thing. Even if you put Timo Meyer on this team, is he going to turn this team around?
Does he turn us around from a team that sits maybe 9th or 10th in the conference to a team that finishes 4th or 5th and has a chance to win a cup? Absolutely not.
No. And what would you have to give up?
True. And that's what I worry about. Drew L says, TJ, I saw a flash on Grumpy's screen. His face, his TV's on. He's permitted. I will permit Grumpy to watch TV today because the game's on. I'm just fucking with you, Grumpy.
He'll permit me to watch television.
I'm just fucking on. I'm just messing with you. You saw the smile. Yeah. Mark Grumpy.
Mayfield has to be dealt. And the reason is because he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. You'd never re-sign him back. He's 30 years old, 31 years old. He's going to get more money than you should pay for a bottom pairing defenseman. You move him. You get yourself a first-round pick, a second-round pick.
Mario says here, get ready to welcome Adam Henrique at the deadline.
What another nightmare trade that would be.
SP says, if Mayfield, Varlamov, and Bavillier are still on the team come the deadline this year, it will be an even bigger failure.
True. Yep. And I'll say Parise as well. And Parise's played well. You know what that means? For a team that's not going to make the playoffs, you can cash in, maybe get a 3rd-round pick, maybe even get a 2nd-round pick.
You can probably get a 2nd-round pick for Parise. Absolutely, okay. You can get a 2nd-round pick.
And I don't want to hear any bullshit from the general managers. Well, I promised him to be with the team. I could care less. This is a business. This isn't, this isn't the cul-de-sac crew. That's a thing. That mindset just blows my head off right off my shoulders.
I don't care if you made the promise. Your ass is going to be gone. If you don't make the playoffs 2 years in a row, your ass should be fucking canned. Sorry, buddy. You've been doubling down. Let's run it back, crew. If you don't make the postseason 2 years in a row, you have got to be canned. Adam P. Grumpy. He says, hey guys. Go ahead.
I'm here right now. This team aggravates me. Wish I could listen.
Oh, man.
Hey, listen. Start it up. Listen on the way home.
Yep. Go ahead and run it back. Run it back. Run back the show. Run it back. SP Grumpy.
Agreed, Grump. The sooner we come to the realization that this team sucks and tear it down and rebuild the faster our rebuild retool will be. Because the longer we go on without, the worse our future gets. Exactly. They should have been proactive. They're reactive.
Michael Borelli, Grumpy.
Michael, nice to hear you back again. Shannon Hogan is having none of that Swedish armchair GMing.
I don't know what that means, but fair enough. Anthony Rizzi, Grumpy.
TJ, I'm with you. I'm rooting for this team to lose every game now. I want a total changeover in the front office. Want the picks.
Yep. Sure. Same. Shay says Dobson is a worse skater than Romanov. Dobson doesn't skate well. When he was the last time you saw Dobson rush a puck in 5-on-5. No, Shay, he does that all the time. He'll take it down low. He'll feed a pass in. And if a guy's good enough and has a stick on the ice, you go ahead and redirect it in the net. Dobson definitely does that, Shay. No, Shay.
Dobson's a better skater than Romanov.
Absolutely.
Here's the thing. He looks slow because of the strides he takes.
Islanders 1-5-3. Hold on. Holy shit. There's a tweet that just came out, and it's a big one, Grumpy. I'm going to pull it up. But Michael Bechet, Grumpy.
Just a GD winger for Barzy. Is that all too hard to ask for? Yes, it is.
Yikes.
Unless you want to give up, a slew of first-round picks. No. For the last 2 years, I've been saying this team is not good enough. I've been saying that for 4 years. Even when we were making the East Conference final, I was saying that. That's exactly what I was doing for years.
Yeah.
I just knew we were never good enough to beat Tampa. No.
Interesting tweet there by Andrew Gross. And I'll retweet this here. He says the Islanders are about to lose their 4th straight game, and they're skid. They're at 1-5-3, barely clinging to 9th place in the Eastern Conference. Okay, so we must have more regulation wins than the Florida Panthers. They've scored 15 goals in their last 9 games. Is that good enough? 6 of those goals came against the Vancouver Canucks, one of the worst teams in the NHL, who are in the process of firing Bouchard.
Boudreau.
I'm sorry, Bruce Boudreau.
Yeah, well, guess what? Watch out, Andrew Gross. They might strip you of your press credential. That wasn't a flowery thing.
Well, Grumpy, the game's over, Grumpy, so you could turn that TV off, Grump.
The game's not over.
Yeah, it is.
It's 28 seconds to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess they can give up another goal. Sure. Yeah, I guess so.
They missed an empty net 3 times. Cole Caulfield from Montreal is also out for the rest of the year.
Well, they're still in the rebuild. They know. Michael Brelli says fully on board with the Property Brothers angle. Okay. Oh, Carolina did get that empty net goal. Red Mazda, 4th generation, says TJ Grump, which forwards would you 100% consider the team dumping, and which would you keep?
Okay. Let's look at it this way. It's who we could move to get value. You can't get rid of everybody.
Correct.
Can't do it. Nelson. Bavillier. I don't think we get anything.
Parise. Guys like that.
Parise. I don't think we get anything for Clutterbuck.
If only we traded Clutterbuck last year when Colorado was looking at him before he got hurt, and then we signed him to a 2-year extension and he got hurt again. If only we were proactive with that instead of letting him sit and rot on the vine and play like 40 games for us when we could have traded him for a 3rd-round pick. If only.
And that's part of the proactive thing, right? Last year, it was so obvious we were making playoffs. Why are you re-signing a 4th liner? Why are you not moving a Parise? Why are you not moving a Chara? Why are you not moving a Green? This is the last year that they're going to be playing. Why would you not give them a shot? I mean, if you like them so much, why would you not give them a shot to go out as a winner? And you can get some draft capital going forward.
Okay. But who else would you put on the list?
So for me, no for Barzal.
I'm not jumping Barzal. I'm not jumping Wallstrom. I don't think Lee is movable. Here's the thing. If somebody said they wanted him, great, sure, but that's not happening. If somebody said they wanted Bailey, sure, great, but that's not happening. I'm not moving the young guys like Retool. I'm not moving a guy like Holmstrom. I think he serves a purpose. I'm not moving a guy like Hudson Fasching. I don't think a guy like Casey Zizekas is movable. Maybe Casey is movable.
5 more years on his contract.
He's played really well this season.
5 more years on that contract.
It's 4, I think. He signed a 6-year contract 2 years ago, right? At the end of this year. There'll be 4 years left, I think.
4 more years on his contract for a guy who's 32, and he's a 4th wing grinder. Okay.
It's not a 4th wing. He's a 4th line grinder. But just like we saw with our team and other teams, they overpay and they make poor decisions because they see the short-term benefit. I could see a team doing that with Casey. Sure. If that's the case, if he has value, yeah, sure, you can move away from a guy like Casey.
I'd keep him.
Okay.
I'd keep him.
I'm just saying the guys I would keep are very, very few out of the forward group.
Right. Here's the guys you get value for.
Comments.
Pajot, Nelson, Bavillier. Because Barzal's not going anywhere.
You forgot Parise again, but that's fine.
Okay.
Parise has value.
Okay.
I think, and here's the thing too.
And Palmieri. If you get anything for Palmieri, I'd move him. I don't think he's got it.
You got to do one or the other. You either have to move Brock Nelson or Jean-Gabriel Pajot. I'm more prone to move Brock Nelson because I think he'll get a better deal for it. But you have to move one or the other. Hey, Grumpy, Drew L. We're getting a lot of comments to burn through here, Grumpy.
Oh, my God.
A lot of comments, Grump.
Well, maybe if you didn't go on your ridiculous diatribes on something you already talked on the podcast, we would be done with the comments. Why don't you just let me do the comments? I'll be done in 2 minutes.
Just make sure.
I'll explain this to Grumpy so he understands why we want to lose. I understand why we want to lose. It's simple that if this team keeps losing, our hope is that Lou, I understand. The thing is, I don't root for the team to lose. I mean, do I say, oh, I just think we're going to lose, but I don't actively root against the Islanders. Don't do it.
Okay, Sebastian Aho for the Hurricanes did have a hat trick today. He says, in a deep draft class with, a top 13 pick, we can get somebody who fits in the top 6 in the future for this team. Hopefully, a first-line winger. That'd be nice.
Absolutely.
SP says, if we get a top 10 pick in this stacked draft or a retool/rebuild, will be much faster. And if we stagnate again and trade our picks, we get nowhere. Absolutely, SP.
And if you move a bunch of these guys that we're talking about at the deadline, maybe you get yourself another 2 or 3 first-round picks in a stack draft, and then you can really expedite the rebuild process. Michael Boucher says, I blow it up. I trade whatever we can at this point. Just keep Sorokin and Barzell too. He's not going anywhere. I want the Islanders to draft some good right-hand defense. Our right-handed depth is almost invisible, and that used to be a super strength of the team.
Brett W. Grumpy.
If Lou was a Jedi, he would be Anakin Skywalker. He was supposed to bring balance to the franchise, not to send us back to the dark ages. Okay.
Oh, I like it, Brett. I like it. AP Grumpy.
First time, long time. I'm so glad to hear that y'all are rooting for a loss at this point. The Sabres game was my last straw to cross that win-loss Rubicon. It's done. Ownership needs to know that they're screwed as is. Absolutely. And that's what the fans need to do. When you go to games, you need to boo the team and you need to say Lou must go or whatever. Whatever you need to say, dump Lou, whatever you want to say. Just make sure that they know you don't want Lou. Or Fredo. Grumpy. That's from Michael Boucher. Grumpy. Didn't I mention to you it's a losing culture? Winning starts with a smart GM and a smart coach. We had a good coach, but he got fired. The team stopped listening to the coach, though.
Yeah,
his course had run. That's fine.
We got a comment here, or this was sent to us by Drew Licata. It says, me seeing the Islanders continue to lose and hearing the boos at UBS.
Love so hard to find. Your feelings change like the weather.
Dancing around, Grumpy. Drew L is dancing. He's liking us, continuing to lose and hearing the boos at UBS. I like it. I like that, Drew. And Grumpy got a comment here. SP.
Shay, if we draft a defenseman in the draft, it's a failure on the team unless it's in the second round or something. We need offense. We just drafted 2 young defensemen who fit the modern NHL mode last
Isaiah George and Callie Odelius.
So we need to absolutely go with forward group from here on out.
Joseph C. Grumpy.
When one of my teams suck, I always root for them to lose. Better draft positioning and it puts urgency on the owners to make front office changes. Yeah, I mean, I understand.
Not saying the first round, but draft, in the rounds 3 to 5. Anthony Rizzi says, hey, Phil's Facts, come and join me and TJ in the Trade Romanoff fan club. Woo! I was one of the founding members. I like it, Anthony. Scott Harris, Grumpy.
The biggest fear is to do nothing at the deadline again because moving out older players out in addition by subtraction. No, Scott. That is second worst. First worst is trading young players to refortify with more older players. That's first. That's absolutely the worst.
Yeah, but that's a close second. Doing nothing is up there too. Michael Boucher.
We won't win shit. Are you guys kidding me?
Yep. And just the question we wanted to ask. We wanted to pose one. James F. said our next win will be against the Senators.
Are you sure?
Shay, Grumpy.
He's not going to score goals like Dobson will. I do think Romanov is going to be an assist generator in 2 to 3 seasons when he's got a better grasp of his decision-making. I don't know. I mean, I'm giving 1 more year. He gets 1 more year from me. Drew says, well, I know for a fact ownership hears this. The question is, do they pull the plug? I mean, isn't this team like 0-5-2 in the last 7 games?
1-5-3 in the last 9. Yikes.
That's not good. 0-5-2 in the last 7 is even worse.
Shay.
How many cups in the last decade? 0.
That's right. My little brownie, Grumpy.
I'm fine with Lou. If Lou adds at the deadline, as long as it subtracts the same time too. Add some key talent. Give the Ham and Eggers a fresh start somewhere else.
I don't trust him to add my little brownie. That's what I'm worried about. He's not a general man. Like when we've added before in the past, he has always given up more than what he should have to add Jean-Gabriel Pageau, a first and a second for a third line center. Andy Green, 38-year-old defenseman, was like a second rounder. And I'm just like, Kyle Palmieri, first rounder. And I'm like, I see when he trades away pieces, Devon Taves, 2 seconds. Andy Green is only 1 second-round pick away from being Devon Taves. I just am worried. I'm worried. Not only is it awful to have him buying at the deadline, unless he really has somebody else pulling the strings, him selling at the deadline could be a catastrophe too.
I don't mind if you're adding someone like an Alex Newhook, for moving a Brock Nelson because that's a step in the right direction. You get younger, and Newhook's not as good as Nelson now, but he has the potential to be, and then get yourself a first and a second round pick. I think that's a smart move, but you have to be smart. Is he capable of doing that anymore? That's what I doubt, because I agree with TJ. He used to be really shrewd at the trade table. Doesn't seem like he is anymore. And that could just be an age thing. Yeah, just get it done. I got tunnel vision on adding this guy, so that's fine. Yeah, I'll throw in an extra first round pick. No problem.
That's what I worry about too, like his mentality. That's why I'm rooting for the team to lose. You mentioned that's a worry. I worry too. He's like, I'm 80 years old. I've got to make one last chance. I've got to have one last shot. Nobody's hiring Lou Lamoriello as the next general manager. It's not happening.
This is the last job.
Yep.
Looks like the Panthers are going to win, which means if we lose tonight, they're tied with us. Yeah.
Yes, they are. Jazz says Clutter's got to retire. Yeah, I think he might even retire. But I'm like, that's a guy we could have got a third round pick for last year. We're just dumb. We're just stupid. Poor management. We could have got something. We could still get something for Parise now, but he's an absolute must trade at this deadline. Anthony Rizzi Grumpy saying TJ's 1,000% right. We need to lose as many games as possible so Lou can't justify trading picks or youngsters at the deadline. Amen, Anthony. Amen.
Yeah, I'm not. What I'm saying is I don't root for the Islanders to lose.
Re-erect, Grumpy. Joseph C says, LOL.
Re-erect.
The defense can't even tackle, it seems like. I'm sure he's talking about the Eagles there in the Giants game. Shay says, when Vancouver fires Bruce Boudreau, I want the Islanders to see if he wants to run the power play.
Yeah, how would that work? Bruce Boudreau, who's been an NHL head coach for 20-some-odd years.
NHL Hall of Fame caliber coach, too,
who's going to come in and be an assistant under a first-year head coach in Lane Lambert, who's been an assistant for 17 years. I don't see that happening. Sorry, Shay.
Jay says he knows how to score goals. Tim J, Grumpy.
Another useless power play. Liam Pajot shouldn't be on the first power play.
Power play, Grumpy. Tim J also says just stands in front of the net, and Pajot is in the middle between two defenders. He's not even an option to pass to. No one is on the right side of the net.
Catastrophic.
SP Grumpy.
I think I'm the long run. Trotz hurt the team. Hot take. He made it seem as if we had a complete roster when we should have been rebuilding after losing JT. We'd be finished rebuilding by now. That's what I said right from day one.
Flush. I guess flush. I don't know, says Drew. Michael Boucher says, and that sucky jersey needs to be gone for good. Talking about the Ret Show. It really sucks. The fisherman with the vegetable team. Oh, gosh. There it is. Lush. There it is. JG says, TJ, where do our forwards rank in scoring?
Who says lush? Everyone says flush. No one says lush.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
You said lush. It's not. It's flush. Nobody
said the vegetable team. Do you not remember what we talked about an hour ago when you said lush applies to vegetables and growth to course?
So
okay, that's what I said to you. And I said, he says lush. The fisherman with a lush team. Anyway, Grumpy, let's not get too distracted. JG says, TJ, where do the forwards rank in scoring? I would assume not great because our defense is third in the NHL in scoring from defensemen, and we're like bottom third in the NHL in scoring. So I would say forward group probably scoring. We might be one of the worst teams with our forward group scoring. If somebody could pull that up, that would be great. Joseph C. Grump.
If attendance takes a tank for the rest of the season, that should be some motivation to fire Lou.
Yeah.
That's what I said, right? I said that earlier.
Not really, but you said if they boo. I took it one step.
No, I said booing. I said booing shows dissatisfaction. The next one, that's how fans show dissatisfaction. They boo first and then they stop showing up.
Yeah. You said that after we made the point. But anyway, Shay, Grumpy.
Yeah, I was at the Minnesota game and there were boos and a small fire Lou chant that I started. So Grumpy old man is correct. Thank you, Shay.
Don't lie to Grumpy. He doesn't need to be lied to.
If I can hear it on TV, I know it's happening.
Anthony L. Grumpy.
In which definition of lush did you think fit appropriately? Growing vegetables, sensory pleasure, and sexually attractive.
Growing, okay, it doesn't have to be just specific to growing vegetables.
Oh, that's what it says. It was specifically said for growing vegetables. Thank you.
Bullshit.
Wrong again.
You don't know shit, Grumpy.
Understandably, New Yorkers only go to games when the team is winning. That's every city, every sport. Shay says he won't be out in a year with this ownership. It depends.
Talking about Chris Lamoriello if he was brought in. Okay, James F. Grumpy.
I don't know why my game is a minute behind you guys.
Hey, I don't know. Maybe the stream is behind. Angelo M saying this game is boring. I'm watching football and listening to you guys. Well, Angelo, thank you for listening as always. JG Grumpy.
Maybe we should switch the Islanders players with the Giants players.
Yeah, probably.
Then they could blow out. Then they could get blown out in a different form. Drew says, speaking of Carolina, Svechnikov has been on a massive goal scoring drought, and they're still winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's supposed to be the next best player behind Aho. Yeah,
he's pretty good.
Is just me, or is it TJ's mic like breaking up? Well, I hope not. Drew S says, I get nervous every time I hear Grumpy Old Man say the team is on the come.
I didn't say they're coming. I said they're on the come. It's a difference.
Brian J says, I hope this team
loses every game.
We need to fire Lou, says Brian J. JK says, Grump, I want to hear you say that Holmstrom had a good shot with that goal. He wants to hear it, Grump.
He did. It was a good shot. Goalie still got to do better on that.
I want to hear you say Holmstrom had a good shot.
Holmstrom had a good shot.
I want to hear you
clip.
say Holmstrom.
You won't hear that again anytime soon.
I want to hear you say Holmstrom is like Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky puts in goals like that. I want you to
like
say
Wayne Gretzky.
A goal like Wayne Gretzky.
He is like Wayne Gretzky. How old's Gretzky now? 60?
60s.
Yeah, I think maybe they're comparable. And Wayne hasn't played a game in, 30 years? I think he'd still put up more points than Simon Holmstrom would in one shift.
Oh, shit, Drew S. Grumpy.
We get a night off from hearing Butchie call them so-called fourth line as if they're a better fourth line.
Yeah, Jesus. He's just still stuck on that crap. I'll tell you, it's one of the weird things when you listen to a whole bunch of the other broadcast teams, as I do. I don't listen to any of the Islanders, as I've told you. I can't stand Butch. But when you listen to other broadcast teams, they'll say, like, oh, yeah, it's been heralded as for years the best fourth line in hockey. So they still go on that little bit. And you're like, ugh. Anthony Rizzi, Grumpy.
As you can see by all the bad grammar in my post to you guys, how pissed off and upset I am with this team. Sorry, guys. That's okay. Every time you come on, I get to see Bossy, Trottier, and Gilly, so no problem there.
AP Grump.
Leave a like, thumbs up, folks. Yeah, got to do that. Helps us out. Helps out the algorithm, or so we've been told.
Algorithm, that's right, Grumpy.
Yeah, whatever. Drew says, oops, my bad. I had the sound down during the pregame and assumed Hickey was doing the same game tonight.
Oh, Hickey was
doing the game tonight.
Just temporarily. Joseph C. Grumpy. Giants are done. It's only the second quarter. Doug R.
Until Lou and Lane are gone, we're not making the playoffs. Well, it's going to be a little time after that, too. Says, I don't know if you got the memo, boys, but Phil's Fax was vehemently defending his first cousin marriage on Twitter the other day. I don't even know what that means.
No, not his, but defending first cousin marriage, Grumpy. Here's the thing. People tweet out so many things. I can't even tell you who tweets what tweets who the hell knows. Unless somebody sends it to me, I don't see it. Drew Licata Grump.
Honestly, even losing isn't so bad for the Giants because they can draft a much-needed receiver for Jones next year.
Oh.
They need a new quarterback.
I feel for Lambert. Yeah, and he thinks that we need to lose so we can get a better pick there.
Yeah, Lambert's he's a sacrificial lamb for the team.
Drew L. Grumpy. Not only has the offensive line had a terrible night too, though. Brett W. Grumpy.
Scary thing is that Trotz and Cappy was one of two coaches to make
the second round of the playoffs. I'm not sure.
Let me read the comments. I listened to you butcher comments for years, and I read the actual word.
Okay, well, here's the thing. This is why when you think I'm illiterate,
you are illiterate.
People comment in.
You lived in my house for a long time. You are illiterate.
People comment in with spelling mistakes.
Your word mumbling back.
What I do is I try to, as I'm reading it, read it how it should be written. Okay,
well,
so when people say you're illiterate, okay, yeah, we'll roll with that. Sure, I'm illiterate. I'm trying to key in the words that your spell error or your grammar, your improper grammar has put in there. I'm just trying to read it there, so it's a better listening experience. Sometimes I make mistakes, Grump. All right, you do too, huh?
I don't make mistakes. I had made one mistake, that's for certain.
Okay.
Bill Burdock says,
"Oh yeah, funny one, Grumpy."
This is what happens when your GM chooses loyalty over team needs. Thank you, Bill. First time from you.
Thank you, Bill. Correct.
JG says, TJ, weren't you say prior to the start of the season, Pittsburgh and Washington were not going to do well this year? Didn't you say that?
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
I didn't. And
Okay.
yeah, I didn't say that, Grumpy. Here's the thing. What I did say was this. I thought the Devils would be fighting for spot. I thought
You did say that.
I did. Thomas B, Grumpy.
Gents, it may be worse than anyone thinks. I hate to say this, but I hope they're in no position to buy the deadline. Finally, it won't be easy to move some of these contracts. That's why I don't see an easy transition. Sorry. Most of the contracts are up in 2 years. There's going to be a couple that are going to be still there, but most of them are up in 2 years. If you can move away from Brock Nelson, reload, move a Varlamov, move a Mayfield, move a Parise, and even potentially a Pajot, even though moving Nelson kind of alleviates that need, you can kind of be on the retool. In 2 years, a lot of those contracts are going to be gone. There'll be some downtime, but we could potentially be right back up in a couple of years.
And Grumpy moving on there. Drew S.
I'm with TJ. I can't root for this team to win and give that dinosaur in the box the confidence to mortgage this franchise future on this team. Yeah, I don't want him making any moves.
Amen.
I don't think we even need to worry. I mean, we're done.
Red W, Grumpy.
He's not going to sell either way. He's got those handshake agreements. Get rid of this old geezer. Yeah, he's got to move.
The handshake, my gosh. Please, Philly, win. Flyers, please win.
If we fall behind the Flyers, that's really going to piss me off because I hate those Flyers.
Anthony Rizzi, Grumpy.
I'm just going to listen the rest of the night. I'm done posting. I'm just mad. I'm just being mad about this team in general. That's cool.
I understand, Anthony. But hey, here's the silver lining. If we sink far enough down, we will be sellers. And if we're sellers, we know the transition's in place. And if the transition's in place, we know the team is on the correct path that it needs to be on. There are positives to what's happening at the moment. They don't sound like positives, but trust me, they are for the long-term success and the longevity of the franchise. Drew L. Grump.
Bro, what does UBS think inside if I chant blow it up, Al-Qaeda? Oh, my God, ISIS.
Yeah, don't be saying that. Nobody be saying that dumb stuff in the in the arena. Don't say that dumb stuff. You can say fire Lou. Don't say blow it up like you're saying blow up the team. They're going to take that, I'm sure, differently, Drew.
Drew says this podcast is going to get a restriction with Grumpy Old Man talking about coming and TJ obsessed with erections.
Age restrictions, baby. Where is Phil's facts, says Dale. We're going to have, I think pretty much from now until the end of the year, we're going to have a guest on every Wednesday show. So I'm sure we're going to have Phil on again before the end of the year is up. And yeah, Brian J says sell at the deadline. I'd trade Brock Nelson. SB says Flyers, and I'll be 4 points behind us somehow. Yeah, don't ask me how, but it's nuts. Drew Licata,
Grumpy, to call Daniel Jones Josh Bailey is like calling Lou a good GM. That's just absurd. How's Daniel Jones done today?
I'm sure like
just
shit.
Asking. Paolo says the only two teams I see we have a slim chance to catch for the last playoff spot is Washington or Pittsburgh. I don't see us catching the Rangers or Jersey. And here's the thing. You're going to see now Buffalo and Florida. I mean, they're right there tied with us.
Yeah, I'm trying to type something up here, Grumpy.
Robert Marshall says Bridgeport loses 3-2. Bolduc 2 goals. I'd rather see him than Witherspoon and Shalowski. We'll see. Drew says that's also like calling Mike Milbury the greatest GM
of all time. He throws the of all time in there.
Of all time. So, Grump, to be clear, you're a no on Evander Kane. Just want to make sure. Thank you. I will clarify that. Yes, I'm a no on Evander Kane.
Ryan J.
Canadians fleeced us, traded us a third-line D-man for a top pick. What a joke, Lewis. Well, he was the best defenseman in Montreal. Then you watch Montreal play defense, and okay, that's understandable.
Makes sense.
Drew says, LOL, I got to admit, Nick Santriani is a character chewing out the ref. I got to respect him.
Yeah, go Sebastian Aho on defense. Woo, Aho's terrible, says Mark A. This team blows, says Dave Johnson. Shay says, if we're trading Varlamov, shouldn't we be playing him more so he gains value?
No.
I think people know the value of Varlamov.
Yeah, he's a 35-year-old veteran. They've seen him play before.
And he's been successful.
Hopefully they forget what he's done the last 2 years. Remember what he did in the playoffs a couple of years ago.
JG.
So, Grump, to be clear, Varley is a backup, just to make sure. Yep.
Backup. You don't need a backup.
Backup.
And Steve.
Whenever you hear Varlamov's name, like when they announce him, they go, and starting in goal, boop, 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 boop,
backup, Simeon Varlamov.
That's it. Stephen V says, I always love that look. He's always in thought.
A pensive look, Grumpy.
I guess we can add another notch in the loss column. I wonder if Lamoriello even knows the Islanders are playing tonight.
Oh, gosh. Drew S.
Sorokin has to lead the league in redirected goals against.
Ugh.
Shay says, especially since there was a game in Bridgeport where he could have been playing top line minutes as opposed to 6 minutes a game.
Talking about
Ratu. Yes.
Yep. Islanders are stale, says JG, and says, does Barzal get the captain next year? I think you need to start transitioning. That would be one of the transition steps.
Yep. And then let's see if Average has a hissy fit.
Shay, Grumpy.
Grump, I wasn't very positive earlier. I just wanted to enjoy us winning when I knew we were going to change soon and we'd start losing. Okay, Shay. You just look so happy all the time that I just assumed you were positive, I guess.
Don't make that mistake again, Grump.
Frank Corvino says, this is horrendous. Aho belongs in Bridgeport. Getting sick of this whole team. In a night where they honor the alumni, you think they could trash that stupid Fisherman logo. If you're honoring the alumni, you should not wear the Fisherman logo. Sorry. Dave Johnson says, even if you trade some of our mediocrities for the other team's mediocrities, do it. Shake things up. Break up the country club. Maybe the new guys will show some hunger. I don't want to bring on trash. I'd rather get draft picks. Unless you're moving a Nelson and you get a young guy like a New Hook, then I'm fine with that. But other than that, I want picks. Greg Frost says the coach is part of the problem. I think it's all the players. Ja S says, hear me out. If you trade guys like Parise and Varley, you could get a team so desperate that they give you first. I don't see how you get a first-round pick for a 38-year-old.
I think Parise gets you second best case scenario, worst case scenario third, and a guy like Varlamov probably second best case scenario first.
Yeah,
but still, 2 second-round picks in a really deep draft is a good thing.
And a first and a second for Mayfield.
If you see a guy that you think is ultra talented in the first round that's slipping, you can trade up to get that guy. That's right. Where it comes down to the scouting team. Thomas Morse.
Suck for Bedard.
We can't suck bad enough unless we get unbelievably lucky.
Okay.
Hank, what is that, Grumpy?
No, there was something. Somebody
Shane was it last year?
I know, but there was something else that someone had that rhymed with Connor, but I can't remember what it was. Somebody on this podcast.
Yeah.
Greg Frost says they just really aren't that good. I feel bad for Sorokin. True, we're just not a good team. David D says someone wake up Lou. Start trading away Mayfield, Bavillier, Bailey, and Pajot along with the third pick. Start over then the off season. Try to sign Horvat or Tarasenko. Absolutely not. Max 5 to 6 year deal. That's what it will take, no less. Start the next season. Ratu is our third line center. Play the youngsters with some of the vets. Not at all.
Rata. Vinny Smith says only a -3 for Bailey so far today.
Bailey sucks.
I liked when Vinny Smith all last year, he was giving me the updates. He would message us on Facebook. He'd be like, hey, here's your Josh Bailey update. Josh Bailey, he's a -7. He's -2, no shots on goal, 20 minutes of ice time, 3 power plays played on. I love that. I love that, Vinny Smith. Drew L. Grumpy.
I will say Casper's goal did come in style, though. It was a nice shot, really nice shot. But the goalie was, I'm like, dude, were you even watching? Mm-hmm. It's like he took a break for 5. Oh, sorry, break time. Then Nelson scores like less than a minute later when he's asleep on a wraparound. Plus, that's the fastest I've seen him ever skate. Yeah, well, nice pass from Average, too.
Mm-hmm.
What if they brought back Trotz next year? That's not happening.
No freaking way. No freaking way. Greg Frost.
They're pretty shitty overall while the rest of the league improves. Lamoriello stands pat and brings in an inferior coach, someone he can boss around. So he's running the team.
What a film!
What a films! Long time no talk to. Hello, what a. This team sucks. Haha. Yes, it does.
What's up, Sean? Hopefully you're doing well, buddy. Frederick Anderson. Freddie Anderson looks like Ed Sheeran. I've always thought that too, just a little bit.
He couldn't play goal either.
David D. Grumpy.
Show us results before we go to a game. This needs to be Lou's last season and keep Freight away from the GM under no circumstances that he should be there. Forget the analyst saying that possibly Neil Smith at 69 might be here. Gosh, I can't go after guys who are 70 years old. Get some young blood. Get some young blood so the team can all grow with the GM. Just do it.
Ziggy, says Patrick Hamos. Patrick Vesna, Grump.
Long time no hear from Patrick. I would put anyone on the market except Barzal, Dobson, and Sorokin. Yeah, why not? Fire Lou. Very true.
Frank.
I was wrong, Grumpy and TJ. You were right. Time to start over. So frustrating to watch them. They can't score a power play goal for SHIT.
Yep. What a films they're saying.
How about those Cowboys?
There
hey, they won a playoff game. First time since, what, 1993? 94?
Frank Frost, Grumpy.
I'd even trade Barzal for the right return. They're not trading Barzal.
No, Stephen V. Grump.
I've been convinced that Lou Lamb is a mafia boss making money by fixing NHL games. Very possible.
I'll tell you, Grumpy. Oh, wouldn't that be something? Lou Lamoriello. He's part of the mob. Patrick Hamos, Grump.
Lou Lamoriello is more like a junkie priest, and no one is buying.
Oh, gosh. And David.
Malkin is MIA, and Ledecky is a fan of the people. Make sure everyone is having a good time. It has to come from Malkin. He's the majority owner of the team.
Gosh. Bad Goofy can't get it done. Tage Thompson is a beast, says JG. He certainly is. Shea Grump.
Speaking of the Kings, I think they may be a great team for Varley to go to. Why not? Why not?
Patrick Vesna says, why? They put Ratu on a fourth line. That was a waste. Yeah. James Farrell, Grumpy, says, does the coach go, or, do you give him another year?
If you get a new GM, the coach is gone.
Yep. So, this is a bad situation he was put in, but hey, he knew what he signed up for.
If they bring in a new general manager, and Fredo's just a rubber stamp, that's not what I'm talking about. There's going to be massive changes to the organization. Massive. And that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Patrick Hamo says, petition to change the name to the Pooplanders. David D says, Thompson, just like Adam Fox and McAvoy, born and raised on Long Island, have some really good players in the NHL today. I bet you none of them wear Islander pajamas, though.
That's the unfortunate portion.
Greg Frost says, if Pellick's absence is that detrimental to the team, it shows the lack of depth. We're managed poorly, and you all already knew that. Yeah, that's not the reason why we're not winning games. Because we don't have a defensive defenseman? No.
Yeah, not happening. That's not the reason we've fallen apart.
Freedom Fun Adventure says, I really enjoyed the show, but the previous episode with Phil's facts was horrible. It was not entertaining. Phil hijacked your show, and it was torture to those trying to listen.
Oh, no. We love Phil. We love Phil. It was a great time. And agree, Freedom, Fun, and Adventure. Oh, no, says, why don't you decide? Stevie V says, let's ask Bruce Boudreau to try his hand as general manager for the Islanders.
I don't think he's ever been a GM, and I don't want to experiment with him either.
Neither do I.
Eagles up 28-0. I think this game is over.
I will tell you this. I think that the person you want to experience or to take a gamble on as general manager, again, as we've mentioned, pick up a guy who's an assistant general manager for Tampa, Carolina, Florida. Those teams that are really dominant, who play the current style of NHL, pick one of those general managers up. They've learned under successful GMs.
Minnesota. Why do I say Minnesota?
Detroit.
Because of what Bill Guerin has done. How he transitioned away from veterans making money in Suter and Parise and turning that team over in just 1 year. That's something, if you're going to assistant GM learning from Bill, don't be afraid to make a big decision. Guerin did that. And if there's a young assistant GM, I wouldn't be mind taking a shot at him either.
It's about that. So think about that. They traded away Kevin Fiala because they knew it had to be done. They went ahead and kept, it's paid off, right? They got themselves a first-round pick. They got themselves a young defensive prospect who was one of the top prospects there for that class there for the Kings. So, I mean, they did the right moves.
They freed up cap space by buying out Parise and Suter.
Yep.
Hurt them a little bit.
It hurt them this year, and it hurts them a little bit next year. But they made the tough decisions that had to be made.
That's right. That's something you got to do that. Making no decisions is not a decision.
Correct.
Not doing anything is not a decision.
What a film says. It's great to be back with you guys. Great to have you back, Sean. Happy to see you, man. Paulo C says, guys, I think Phil's has a point trading Sorokin. for center Elias Pettersson. He's 24 years old, first round, 5th overall pick in 2017. This year he's played 43 games, has 19 goals, 34 assists, 53 points this year. Career, he's played 288 games, has 274 points. We need talented forwards. Here's the thing. I look back on when we had the draft, we drafted Noah Dobson. I remember going into that. Was that the 2019 draft or 2018?
18.
So 2018 draft. I remember this. I thought, I want Dobson and Bouchard when both of those guys were slipping. Looking back on it, right? I still think Oliver Wahlstrom has a chance to succeed. I still believe that. But we didn't need to draft 2 defensemen. I know our defense was so miserable, but it's crazy how much changing a style, changing your head coach, and changing, a little bit of the mentality your team has can really change your production. Now, here's the thing. We do need forwards. Goaltender, it's our position of strength. It's our strongest position is goaltender. You don't want to trade from that and say, hey, let's go ahead and rely upon 35, 36-year-old Simeon Varlamov to be the future for us because Skarek doesn't have it. Right? Like what goaltender do we have in a system where we could say, oh, that's going to be the guy? I don't think we have one of those.
You don't trade Sorokin's he's untouchable for me.
James F. Grump.
Maybe the Islanders can turn into the St. Louis Blues. You know what? Every team says that. Hey, we could be the Blues. Last place on January 1st and win the Stanley Cup. It's not happening. Sorry.
And continuing along there, Sean says, like Tom Hanks said in the movie Joe versus Volcano, there are certain doors that you have to go through alone. Grumpy knows. Great movie.
It was a good movie.
JG says, remember in the third period was our best period. The good old days.
Yes, the good old days.
Those 3 goals in the third period, all versus the Canucks, January 3rd.
Yeah, we're a bad team right now. This team is an absolute joke, says Stephen V. I'm going to go watch some porn, I guess. Hey, whatever you got to do, Stephen.
He's gonna get Playboy to read the comments and read the articles. Grumpy's what Stephen V's got Playboy for.
John he didn't say Playboy. He said porn. Johnny Mack says, "Gentlemen, good evening. Islanders are so bad. Only relief is that we'll be so far out of the playoff race that Lou will not buy. But he's got to sell. He's got to sell.
Correct. He cannot sit still. You have to sell. Sitting still is the second worst thing you could do. The worst thing you could do is buying at the deadline. My God. John, though, hope Ian's doing well. Hope the family's doing well. And Grumpy, Last of Us is a good show.
I watched the first episode. It's another zombie movie. I don't know. Show. It's based off of a video game.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, they didn't renew it for the second. I don't think they renewed it for the second season.
Well, maybe not yet. It just started last week.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I was thinking about
maybe
it.
It takes some time. It was all right. I don't know. I don't like zombie movies. Here's the thing. I guess there's been so many zombie movies that been there, done that. I can already tell where this one's going. And it's a video game movie too. Ugh.
It's a video game movie. Grumpy doesn't like the videos when people play on the video games.
I hate that.
It's a video game movie. SP Grump.
What do you guys think is the issue with Dobson right now? I can't think of a reason as to why he's gone bone dry. To me, I think it depends on who he's paired with. Look who he's been paired with.
Sebastian Aho and Alexander Romanov. Romanov is the worst defenseman we have on the team.
When he rushes the puck, I thought he made some really nice defensive plays today in the back end. I think he's laying back more because someone has to play defense on that team. And unfortunately, it's him. He's been playing D on the penalty kill. Look at Romanov when he's out there in a penalty kill. He's taking penalties. No. And Romanov's just been bad this year. I'm sorry.
We got a few.
Think about who your partner is. Okay.
We got a few tweets here from Alexander. He says, Lou Lamoriello waiting to trade away first-round picks for Ham and Eggers. He's got a little bit of stress going on, Grumpy. And then he sent us this one too. He said, Grump and Lamoriello. Oh, God. I like it. It. Thanks, Alexander.
That's right.
Paulo C.
We can always find a goalie later because it's harder to find good, talented forwards than goalies. And to be honest, are we ever going to win a cup with Sorokin? I don't think so until we draft talent.
I completely disagree with that.
Yeah, sorry, Paulo. I got to agree with TJ on that one. You have the goalie. You have the goalie. Goalie can play really, really well into his mid to late 30s.
How often do guys like Vasilevsky get moved? How often do guys like I'm trying to go down the list.
Brodeur get moved.
The really fantastic goalies don't get moved. And Sorokin's one of those. How often do you think Shesterkin's going to get moved? How often do you think guys like, when Spencer Knight comes in, how often do you think a guy like Spencer Knight gets moved? Really great goalies don't get moved because they are the cornerstone of your team's success.
You need a good goalie to win a Stanley Cup. All right. You have to have a goalie
to win you a cup.
Yes. Like you're not going to see Ottinger get moved off of Dallas.
Correct.
Just not going to happen. And here's the thing. Goalies are way more difficult to identify in the draft. Really difficult.
The reason why Sorokin lasts to the third round. It's the reason guys like Tim Thomas does nothing his entire career as a sixth round pick. And his first start in the NHL really is like at 31, 32 years old. It's just really finicky and odd for goalies at times.
Yeah.
Joseph C says all these leagues are about offense. If you can't score, you can't win. Yep.
Very true.
You gotta be able to score. You gotta have some defense. So, wow. D-Cut says fire lame.
Where's D-Cut from?
I don't, Grumpy, I'm forgetting.
Isles Misery, rated R.
Where's Isles Misery, rated R? Where can people find that?
They're our Facebook friends. Fantastic Facebook friends. They believe in the truth.
Oh.
Justice, and the grumpy old man way.
Alexander says, oh my God, this team sucks. How much worse can we get? Well, here's the thing. You're never as good as you think. You're never as bad as you think. We're not as bad as what we're exhibiting right here on the ice, which is why I worry that we will go on a little bit of a winning streak and we will be buying at the deadline. So we need to keep losing. We need to keep losing as many games as possible before this deadline.
Okay. You want to know how bad it could get? We're going to lose to Toronto. And if you lose to Ottawa, it gets really bad. That's my thing. I think we're going to lose to Toronto. And then, because they're going up to Canada. And then if you play Ottawa and lose to Ottawa, watch out. You think the fan base is crazy now? Watch out if we lose to Toronto and Ottawa.
Patrick H says, has Boudreaux been a general manager?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Alexander says, D-Cut, it's not fair. To blame Lane, it falls solely on Lou. I believe a lot more is on Lou's too. D-Cut says, remember in October when TJ was kissing Lane's ass? No, you're wrong. Hold on. D-Cut must have some sort of brain issue where he doesn't remember things properly. Hold on. I always said this about Lane. In October, when everybody was praising him, I said there are going to be issues we don't see yet about Lane that exist. I'm pretty sure I was the only person saying that when things were looking all so rosy. We were getting flamed on social media. I and Grumpy were getting flamed on social media. So trust me, it was not that at all. Oh, Grumpy, you've got your little favorite.
Well, I did the kissy noise, and little puppy knows that means that I love him. So he woke up from his little nap. I feel bad that I woke him up. Hello, baby.
Matthew C says, it's over, Malkin. Wake up!
Wake up!
Oh, man, oh, man.
Wake up, little Susie. Wake up.
Patrick H says, morally defeating Lou is important. Yeah. Hey, I agree. Got to keep losing. Defense, I blamed both. Or D-Cut, I blame both there. Dallas, McDonald says here, nice. Sebastian Aho with a hat trick tonight. Oh, it's the other one. Shoot.
Well, yeah.
What a film says, I think Cizikas would be a good third liner. I think Cizikas, he's serviceable across the board, but he's a guy I think who has value. And his contract is, I don't know if he plays the end of his contract.
Yeah, I'd keep him. There's certain guys I'd move. I mean, we're going to have a big episode on that coming up. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, we just have to make sure that Lou doesn't do anything. Madman Lou Lamoriello doesn't do the wrong thing. D-Cut says, let me guess, the ballerina will play better when his salary goes from $7 million to $9.1 million. Let's hope so, because he just sucks. Like D-Cut, you've seen that he's not skating and playing the same way he has been. He's hurt. He's playing hurt. Everybody can see it. We talked about
it's obvious he's hurt.
He's not skating the way he has been. He's not exploding the way he has been because his leg is still bothering him.
Well, whatever it is.
His leg, I think it was a low body injury he's out with. Brian B., your brother from another mother, Grumpy, says, good evening, gents. Team is exactly where I thought they would be. Yep. Yeah. Right on the outside looking in, just like we said.
I don't think we're even going to be as good as I thought. I thought we'd be 9th. I think we're going to be worse. I think we'll be 11th. When all said and done,
we're not as bad as we are thinking we are right now. I firmly believe that. You're never as bad as you think. We're not as bad as we think we are. Just like I said earlier on, we're not as good as we think. We're not as bad as we think right now. We're not.
Okay.
Alexander says, D-Cut, Barzal's the best player on the team. Absolutely. D-Cut then says, fire TJ, hire D-Cut. Okay.
A common
Patrick
refrain.
says, yeah. I mean, well said, Brett W. Lou Rivera says, tank for Bedard, ? We could not tank that bad. We would have to get luck from the draft lottery to get Bedard.
Yeah, a lot of luck.
Stephen V says, Lou must go. And then JK says,
this is it.
The hope for the season is a canard to get Bedard.
Yes, that was it.
There it is.
That's it. Thank you, Jake.
Lou R says, Coach Quinville.
Yeah, Quinville. Why not? What the heck?
Hey, Grumpy.
Personally, I won't boo my team, but I'll chant Lou. Lou has to go. I'll chant fire and Lou has to go. Yeah, why not?
TJ's slow at comments, says Patrick. I know.
That's true.
I do it. I'm sorry. Drew says, there's one more thing I forgot to send. Till now, I'll check it. What a film's, Grump.
And Cizikas has great trade value as a penalty killer. He might earn his long contract when Martin and Clutter are gone. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's 32. How good is he going to be? I mean, if a team's trading for him, they're going to have him until he's 36. I know it's not a whole lot of money, but still, I don't know what his value is with that contract.
Okay, so this is one. I'm not sure how loud it's going to be. Do you remember, Grumpy? I'm going to see. I think this is a good one. Grumpy, I'm going to ask if you remember who this character is from. And if you know, I'll be shocked, Grumpy. When you see this, who is this character?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh! It's Yamayugi, Grump. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! That's right. And the message that Drew sent, it says, Ishikov, when seeing Casper, Dufour, and Ratu being called up despite him putting up better numbers. I know this is a loud yell if I recall from this episode.
It should have been me, not him.
It should have been me, not him, Grumpy. From Yamayugi. I'm so happy that you knew who Yu-Gi-Oh was.
Why not give him a shot?
Oh, man. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dude, I haven't thought of that in a long time. Yu-Gi-Oh! Boom. Anyway, JK, Grumpy.
Second favorite hockey team poll. Winnipeg Jets for me. We're not doing a hockey poll today, Jake.
You know what? That's actually maybe once our team has finally solidified our inability to make the postseason, we'll say, who are we polling for the rest of the year? We did that last year. Who's the team you're rooting for in the playoffs? Because it's not the Islanders.
We should have started that on New Year's Day then.
Oh, Stephen V. Grumpy.
Lambert wasn't ready to be a head coach. He may be one day, but no first-year head coach will win in this situation. Correct. I don't care how much time he spent as a power play coach. Yeah, I don't think he was the power play coach, first of all.
He wasn't. He was like special teams coach. I guess that includes power play.
But it doesn't matter who the coach was. The talent's not there, period. Lou Lamoriello thinks his team is good enough. It's never been good enough. Never. You know how I know? We never won anything. That's why.
Drew says,
history has proven me correct. Oh, Lamoriello.
You know, I've noticed Jeremy Ford, Avon, hasn't been on here forever. You know, guys, Grumpy always says he is the most sophisticated question. That's right. I haven't seen Jeremy Ford in a long time.
Yeah, he really insightful questions. Very good.
The Islanders never said our community needed him most. He vanished. Goodbye, Jeremy. Alexander says, what is all the Barzal hate about? Yeah, I was about to say, it's a good point, but yeah, it's always D-Cut. D-Cut also said, oh, and I forgot to mention, TJ's a ball-headed jerk. Take it deep. Right back at you. Patrick H says, we need Andy Green back. This team is too young. This team is getting young AF. Oh, God. D-Cut says, Alexander's uncle's a smart guy. D-Cut. Shay Grumpy.
Next game I go to, not sure when, but me and my friend will plan a Fire Lou chant where we'll do post game at UBS. Oh, that would be wonderful. As you're walking past Shannon and AJ or Shannon and Thomas Hickey, and you walk past where they are doing the post game, you go, Fire Lou, Lou must go, whatever it is. Oh man, I don't know how they'd handle that on TV.
Make it on a telecast so they can hear the fans chanting. I wonder if security guards will be like, please step away. Please don't be chanting that.
Yeah, you have to chant it from a distance when they're talking. Oh man, that'd be great.
The mics are probably so good they probably won't pick up on it, but
no, they pick it up. They pick everything up.
If it's loud enough, Grumpy. You know, the funny thing is we talk about those grassroots movement. That was the first thing that actually, I think that was one of the reasons. The weird thing is that was the first building block that started the creation of this podcast. Was almost like a movement like that. And I think I've told this story before, but I'll tell it. If I haven't, I'll tell it.
You know, we got a lot of comments to get to. Now you want to start story time out with DJ?
About the origin of this show? Sure. I think so. I don't even know if I've told you about this. Remember, Grumpy? I told you, I think, about walkout on Wong. Do you remember that? Many, many years ago, there was a grassroots movement, walkout on Wong. It's the reason why I am not allowed to post on any New York Islanders on Facebook. My profile has been blocked from posting on any Islanders related content. I can only like or share, but I cannot comment because I spammed walkout. This is back when Facebook was in infancy stages, like many, many years ago. It's like walk out on Wong, and they didn't like that I kept doing it, and they censored me. They didn't allow me to comment again. But that's what started the creation of our Facebook page. And I said, Grump, let's go and make a podcast. We got a Facebook page, and I had rebranded it over the time. But I think that was one of the first starts to creating this podcast many, many years ago. And it took a long time to get to this point, but the walkout on Wong was the first thing to get the podcast off the ground, I guess. The flick of the dice.
Seed.
Yeah. The first domino. Apex Legend says, General Manager of the Year Lou chose to trade Devon Taves, to keep Nick Leddy, to sign Cal Clutterbuck, and to add Romanoff for a first-round pick. Milbury was better.
Oh, I can't go that far.
Milbury, think about it. Milbury kind of had his hand forced. Lou Lamoriello had the choice to do every single one of these. Every single one of these moves, Lou Lamoriello did.
Yeah, he
wasn't forced to.
Right. You keep the old guy over the young guy. You re-sign guys who are in their mid-30s as fourth liners. In a panic move, you sign Romanov. You think that he's the solution to your problem for a first-round pick when you haven't had one since you drafted a third liner in 2000 and whatever year, 19, whatever year Casper was drafted. But Milbury wasn't. Milbury had a monetary restraints that hurt him.
Yeah, 2019 was that draft.
Yeah, but Milbury was not a great GM. No.
Freaking Simon Holmstrom.
Neil Smith was a good GM for us first 40 days.
He got more done.
Then the floodwaters came in the form of Charles Wong.
Patch page.
Legitimate question: has Lou been spotted since the season started, or did they weekend at Bernie's him? I don't know.
Oh God, no. I can tell you this much: Lou definitely has been spotted. Remember that video I showed you where that drunk fan was like, "Hey Lou, how about Meyer, Bo Horvat? Come on, man, the team sucks." You don't remember that?
Yeah, I know. I remember.
D-Cut says, "Grumpy, hate to do it to you. You're an old jerk. Everyone's a jerk."
Ouch.
Grumpy, you're a jerk.
I was so nice. I was so positive about D-Cut today. He calls me a jerk.
I don't know, Grumpy. You're
maybe it's because
I want you to revoke that love you sent to that.
Maybe it's because I pumped up the Isles Misery rated R people. Maybe he thinks I'm a jerk for doing that. I don't know.
Stephen V says an absolute joke of a team. Alexander says so sick of this freaking team. I'm so freaking frustrated with the team, is what he said. Alexander says there, Grumpy. I hope my lovely wife was not sleeping as I was yelling. State of survival, Grump.
You'll be sleeping with the fishes.
I will be sleeping with the fishes.
We'll get the scoring winger we want by the time Barzell retires. We always used to say that about Tavares. Well, we'll get that. We'll get that winger. Still haven't gotten it. How many years been Tavares been in the league? Since 2012, 2011, 2009?
It's only been a decade. Only been a decade plus.
Ever, right?
Stephen V says, SB has a great point. Trotz didn't mean to hurt the team, but he made us think that we're better than we actually were, wasting years of the rebuild. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
D-Cut says, Tua just posted on Twitter. He thinks the Islanders won.
Oh!
D-Cut is feeling feisty as shit tonight. D-Cut.
Feisty. When the Islanders do poorly,
who hurt you, D-Cut?
When the Islanders do poorly, D-Cut's very nasty.
He is.
Jake says, I remember the 99-2000 season and having some sort of desire to see how the young players like Luongo, Kavasha, Parish, Brewer, and Connolly were going to pan out. I don't have the same level of desire to watch the game this season because we know where our players are going. Yeah, retirement homes.
Goon says, is it possible that the Islanders have their jock straps on too tight? No, I'm afraid that's not hurting us. Milo Brownie says, thank God for the new Bad Batch. Ooh, I didn't know Bad Batch is coming out. There's the new Bad Batch in The Mandalorian. I didn't know Mandalorian came out with another one too. One way or another, the rest of the season will be enjoyable. Oh, I can't wait to tell I can't wait to tell lovely Paige Mandalorian's got a new season out. JK says, Patrick Vesna, they totally wasted Ratu by playing him with Matt Martin and Johnson. I just don't understand. Might as well bring up Andy Anderoff. Yeah, why not? Why are you freaking putting Ratu out there to play 6 minutes a night? What is he gaining from that? Being on the same ice surface as NHLers? Well, he does that during spring camp.
Going to free agency 1 year earlier than expected. There's his benefit.
It's a benefit for Ratu, not for the Islanders. SP said,
well, you said, what did he benefit from? There you go.
Oh, Phil's most recent tweet is 100% correct. We have a legit shot to finish in the bottom. I swear to God, that flip-floppy guy, Phil flip-flop again. He just told us that I haven't read the tweet, but he just said we told us we had a higher chance this last Wednesday to make the playoffs than not. Now we're flipping. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. I'll have to pull up that last tweet. Greg Frost, Grumpy.
Football is boring too. I'm going to watch UFC, which I'm not a huge fan of.
Oh man, I like you. I like UFC. What do you think about UFC, Grump?
Well, the Giants season ends tonight, down 38-7. 2 minutes ago in the game.
Done.
I told you, Eagles. No way, Eagles lose to the Giants.
Oh my God. Let's see here. Okay, Phil said, to me, this game this game could have gone either way, is what Lane Lambert said tonight. Holy shit!
Wow.
It's the same shit, a different hat. Same guy, just a different face. Casper Holmstrom sucks. Josh Bailey sucks. Lou Lamoriello sucks. Croc Nelson sucks. Anders Lee sucks. Casey Zizekas sucks. Alexander Ono sucks. Sebastian Aho sucks. Man, oh man, I tell you, Alexander, he says, the whole team sucks except for Barzal, Sorokin, and Ratu. Man, Alexander's feeling it tonight.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Deirdre Cohen. First time, it's a long time since we heard.
We'll get to that coming here. SP said, honestly, Drew, if we don't sell, we have a real shot. Oh gosh. Shay says a lot of BS from Lee with the frown press conference. Oh God, he's got a little frowny face. Deidre C. Grumpy.
Should have had an alumni team play. Would have been more entertaining. I don't even know. We're just terrible.
Yikes, dude. Yikes. Goon Grump.
Which game stunk more like feces tonight? The Isles or the Giants? I never expected the Giants to lose. I didn't expect the Isles to beat Carolina, but they give us a ray of hope, tying it up 2-2. And then, well, Islander things happen to Islander teams.
Yikes, Grumpy. I feel like tonight's the word of tonight's podcast, yikes. JK says, we suck. I like
it's just
that.
2 claps, by the way.
We suck. Thanks for the correction.
Doesn't that sound better? Sounds a little better.
It does sound better. Stephen V. Grumpy.
My brother and I were talking about how even Al Arbor couldn't win till he had a real team. They built an all-star roster through the draft and let them develop. True.
Phil did say this. Okay, I'm sorry.
But here's the thing. Al Arbor think about it. They were a freaking expansion team where you got nobody. We had wound up having good picks come through the expansion draft, but nobody expected it because you were always picking like from the bottom of the barrel of teams for expansion players, not like now. And then Bill Torrey just so smart with drafting it. Everybody panned out in the early years. Everybody.
Phil says 2 things. If it's not on the coach, then explain to me why Philly is about a week from passing us. And number 2, if we sell now, we have a legitimate shot of finishing in the bottom 8 this. Okay, gotcha. You left that out, but yes, if we sell now, correct. I do think we have a legitimate shot to finish bottom 10, bottom 8 in the NHL, but we need to start selling.
Yes,
we need to start selling. Sell. Get rid of the team. Blow it up. Got a comment here from Patrick H saying TJ is a very good reader. Well, I think there's some sarcasm with that one, but thank you, Patrick, if that's legitimate. Alexander says the whole team sucks except Barzal, Sorokin, and Ratu. I'm sorry, I read that earlier, and Dobson included. D-Cut says, TJ, you read at a 3rd grade level, you bald-headed jerk. Grumpy, I'm getting mixed messages. Patrick's telling me I'm a good reader. D-Cut says I read like a 3rd grader. Paulo C. Grump.
What I mean is it doesn't make sense having an all-star goalie if we have a crap old forwards and we're not going anywhere, and it doesn't do us any good. That's why I think you have to rebuild with the forwards. Okay, how you build the team is from the back out, right? You build goaltender, defense, center, then your wings. We have that. The old man just can't make those deals anymore. This team is not as dire as it seems. If you make some smart moves, we can be right back in the mix in a year or two. You just got to make smart moves. You have to sign free agents. I don't know if free agents just don't want to go play for the New York Islanders. I don't know. They never have, so maybe that's the case. But, if you get yourself a Bo Horvat, if you get yourself an Alex Newhook and you move Nelson, you move Pajot up to the second line, you play Retool on the third line, the center position, or you can have Newhook play a center position, whatever you want to do. There's so many things that you can do, but you have to be willing to do it. It takes a little bit of foresight. Does Lou Lamoriello have that anymore? Does the ownership group have that anymore? I don't know, but it can be done in a short amount of time.
Stephen V said all but 5 teams have won a cup since the Islanders last did, and I'm not counting Seattle or Vegas. Alexander says, you guys are awesome, TJ and Grump, and the Islanders fan base. Well, thanks so much, Alexander. We appreciate it. We do. Goon says, is Amazon Prime a scam or a sham?
Is there anybody who doesn't have Amazon Prime?
I was about to say, Amazon Prime is good.
Because if you shop off of Amazon, you almost have to have Prime because the prices are different.
Yes. I don't know. Yeah, I was about to say Amazon Prime. Yeah. Shay says there were Fire Lou chants at UBS tonight.
They need to be louder. As soon as the guy comes out, Fire Lou. Those need to be before puck drop every single game. Fire Lou, fire, and you get the people in the media start talking about it.
There's a lot of fans who seem to be dissatisfied with the product they're seeing on the ice. Fans are coming out, and the Boo Birds are out chanting against the team tonight. Drew L says, you know why? Why does seemingly every crime show that comes out nowadays just try to rip off CSI and Brooklyn Nine-Nine? I like Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
No creative writing. Nobody thinks about being creative. That's why. Sure. What formula works? Let's copy the formula. How about being original?
Decut said, I told you 2 jerks that lame wouldn't last the season, and I'm going to be spot on. Never doubt Decut. Take it deep. Well, hold on. He'll last the season. He's not going to get fired midseason. Thomas M says, until Lou is completely nothing will change. Completely gone, nothing will change, probably is what Thomas wants to say. What a film saying, what's up, Sean? He says, I'm rooting for Buffalo. Wouldn't it be funny if they got to the Super Bowl, talking about in the NFL, and lost to the Cowboys again? How about them Cowboys? But seriously, they've got a shot, right, Grump?
No.
Cowboys, yeah, their season ends tomorrow when they go ahead and lose to the 49ers.
I'm sorry. I had to sneeze. I'm sorry. You're assuming that they're going to be able to beat San Francisco. Yeah. Which I mean they can, but they ain't beating Philadelphia if they play with. Philadelphia's back.
They're back. Goon says, Grumpy, I challenge you to explain to young TJ who the hell is this?
Sasheen Littlefeather was.
Okay, who's that?
Have you ever heard her?
No. I didn't even know it was a guy or a girl. I thought it was is that? Hold on. Sasheen Littlefeather was the person who won up and took the award from Marlon Brando. Oh, yeah. There it is. I know who that is.
She accepted the award for Marlon, the award for best actor for The Godfather for Marlon Brando.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent job, DJ.
Sal P.
I think I've told you that story before.
No, I knew that all by myself. I've seen it on the internet before.
Okay.
Sal P says.
Nice shirt, Sal. Good evening, TJ.
Sal and Alexander. I forgot to mention, Alexander had his Grumpy's. Look at this, by the way. Alexander, he had the Grumpy's Groupies face. Look at them. Alexander and Sal are coming in at best dressed. Number 1 on the show tonight. They both have their Islanders Never Say Die podcast gear on. They're coming in best dressed, looking very dapper. I like the way you look, guys. You like the way you look. We guarantee it.
Yeah, D-Cut.
Joseph Bank. Sal.
Good evening, TJ and Grump. We all knew this team wasn't great, and this season isn't surprising. But we're getting nothing from the veteran leaders. Nobody is stepping up or getting fired. See, I said that last year. I said before, I don't like the leaders, the veteran leadership group. They just seem complacent. Last year was disgusting to me at the end of the year. They quit. Anders Lee quit last year. Brock Nelson quit. I mean, just
showed up. Hey, you know what? Anders Lee, I'm sorry to cut you off. Anders Lee's knee injury, his ACL's acting up again. That's the issue.
He blows.
Remember that bullshit excuse? Well, it takes a full year to come back from an ACL surgery. It takes a full year, then plus another year. You got to be skating on it for a full year to start coming back from an ACL injury. Yikes, dude. Anders Lee's just average. Freaking average. James F. Grumpy.
Daniel Jones, 11 for 17, 100 yards interception. Back down to earth, we have crashed. He's just not the guy. He's just not the guy. We need to start trading now, not later. We know this group will never tank, but at least try to get below a top 10 pick. Johnny, it's over. It's over.
Oh, man, I'll tell you. Anders Lee in the last 9 games, 1 goal, 1 assist.
He had an assist tonight, so I don't know if that was reflected.
That's included.
He's impressive.
He, over that time period, has not been a plus one evening. He's been 0 a few times. -2, -1, -1, -2, -1, 0, -1, 0, and I think a -1 tonight.
The scary thing is he's going to be even worse than he is now.
Hey, he came out playing so great at the beginning of the year. Anders Lee's back, guys.
No.
Woohoo!
No. He loses every puck battle along the walls. Every single one he loses. He doesn't come back and play any defense. No, he's finished. He's the leader of the cul-de-sac crew. They all need to be blown out of the water, every single one of them.
Patrick says, LOL at the backup noise. Beep, beep. What a film's grumpy.
Cowboys 49ers game is a throwback to the 90s. Cowboys win 2, San Fran wins 1. Both teams won the Super Bowl.
Nicholas says, we need to blow this team up. Trade Nelson, Mayfield, Varley, and Bavillier. Arizona might have more talent than us.
Maybe.
Stephen V. Grump.
Okay, I agree with David Johnson. Even lateral trades would be better than nothing. But building a real roster is the best route. Absolutely.
SP said, look on Twitter. People are finally waking up. It's about darn time. David D.
And think about it. If they'd been listening to this show, they would have been prepared for this. They'd be through the first stage of grief, right? Because everyone in this show is in the acceptance page already. Because we have made sure that they knew what was coming, so they're not going to have to go through that pain and punishment because we've been doing it for them. David D. says, Lou thinks it's still 1990s. He has such a hold on the NHL. They're all afraid of him. He's a legend. Did a lot. He did. He was great.
JK, this is it. He said, Grumpy, it was my slogan. It was play with dishonor to get Connor.
Yeah,
that's right.
I
JK, another very astute, another very valued member of the Islanders ever said I community.
Very true.
As you all are.
Yep.
I do remember that. Yes, they've finally taken the red pill and stopped listening to the Islanders media matrix. Pony Critter says no more feedback loop / echo chamber. You guys got to switch it up a bit. SP says here, McDavid at 88 points in 48 games. Holy
That's more than the whole Islander team.
Well, I'll tell you this much. A player, no player on our team's going to have 88 points this year. Pretty much a little over halfway through the year, he'll have more points than any Islander. Safe to assume Connor McDavid, first ballot Hall of Famer at this point. James F. says, so Grumpy, how do you explain the Bruins' success? They're as old as us.
I'm surprised that they're as good as they are, right? They're at key positions offensively, they're older than we are. Bergeron, Marchand, Krejci. But the fact is that their older players are their best players. And the changing of the head coach seems to have been all that it needed with Bruce Cassidy, who I like. And I was surprised. I didn't think that Montgomery would come in and turn them around, but he absolutely has. That's where a change of coach has really helped. They have some really good young defensive players as well. Charlie McAvoy is really taken off. Mike Carlo's pretty good, and their Ham and Egger guys have done the job this year. DeBrusque has played really well. Pasternak has played extremely well, and Krejci has been a godsend coming back from a year overseas. So, hey, let's give credit where credit's due. I didn't expect them to be as good as they are, but they certainly are, and the coaching is the reason. Drew says, "Where's Tony Cheese?" I don't know. Jaya says, "We need the scouts who are on Tampa. We need an assistant GM from Tampa." Jonathan Goldstein says Barzal's our new Alexei Yashin. Trade him too before it's too late. Just sign him to a long-term deal. He's not going anywhere. James Farrell says, what happens to Palmieri? Move him out. I know he's got a house on Long Island, but that doesn't mean you have to keep him. Greg Frost says Lamoriello is old. I think he's even older than your president. He's older than everybody's president. Ja S says, look at all those players. Wouldn't you rather have Lamoriello as your president, though? I would. Ya S says, look at all those players that won the cup with Point, Vasilevsky, and Kucherov. Yeah, I mean, they had some tremendous drafts back in the day, second-round picks, third-round picks. I mean, they know how to do it. Point Kucherov were both mid-second round picks. That's right. Stephen V says, I like Phil's facts. He really knows hockey. Yeah, Phil's good. He's smart. He's crazy, but he's smart. Drew says, you shouldn't love Phil because he's pretty sus. I don't know what that means. I don't even care. E-Train Man says they were down 2 goals and Bailey was on the ice. That tells you about how bad a coach Lane Lambert is. Okay. Donald says, another disappointing loss for the Islanders. Is anyone going to do something? Hey, GM Lou Lamoriello, wake the hell up. Do you even see what's going on? And it seems like you don't even give a damn. He needs to start selling pieces off, period. He knows. He knows his team's not good enough. I don't care what he does. It's not going to be good enough. We're not making the playoffs. I think we're going to wind up being 11th place in the conference, and that's just not good enough. What a film says, but yeah, I'm good, TJ. Just took a while to get here, but I'm really good. Good for you, Sean. You guys look great. Grumpy, did you get a dog or was that your son's? Yes, no, once again, we're dog sitting tonight from Son X.
Grump, when they said sus, that means you're suspect.
Oh,
you don't trust him. It's like he's sus.
Why don't they just put in suspect then? Who did that? Was that Drew? Yeah, I think it was Drew.
He's pretty sus, Grumpy.
Okay.
Did you read Donald Weaver's?
Yep, sure did. Read Wood of Films also.
Okay, gotcha. John McManaman.
Reports say Boudreaux fired soon and Tocchet taking over on Monday.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I saw too.
Is it really going to matter for Vancouver? I don't think so.
It's like rearranging the chairs on the deck of the Titanic.
They've mishandled so many things with players. And on the like the front office of the team, I think that hurts more than anything else. Boudreaux's got a short shelf life with today's athlete. He just does. Jais says some Islander fans treat Sorokin like shit. Little do they know 3 years from now, we'll be wishing we had a goalie as good as Sorokin. And that's my whole point. You watch when we play other teams and they just have regular goalies. It's like, man, it looks like everything's going to go in. When Sorokin's out there, it looks like he's going to let nothing in.
Think about how many weak goals opponents' teams let in on a consistent basis. Our goalies will let in a weak goal here or there. But when we play him, it's always like, oh, man, Bailey scored on such a fluky goal. A lot of weak goals get let in by average goalies.
True.
D-Cut always wants to say this. I usually don't read it, but he says Gross is a spineless midget. He says that every show. It's like part of the act and the routine. SP says Grump's favorite show is Velma. Confirmed.
I'm going to say absolutely not on that.
Ja S.
Not all zombie movies are bad. There's Night of the Living Dead. Was that really a great movie, though? It was the first, but is it really great? I liked Dawn of the Dead by George Romero. I liked that one. I thought that was pretty good. But you know, how many you got? What do they got? The Walking Dead, Beware the Walking Dead. You know, everything zombie. There's zombie that. You know, how about creative, real stories about real people? Zombies are, you know, they're not real.
TJ Alexander. D-Cut says, TJ, show my post for Al's Misery Radar where Louis has been taken hostage. No, I'm not showing that. I saw that. I did laugh at that, but it was like he says, my name's Lou Lambert and I'm president and general manager of the New York Islanders. I've been kidnapped by members of Al's Misery Rated R. Mr. Scott Malkin, please fire me. My son Chris and Brent Thompson in the next 24 hours. They will let me live, or they'll let me return to my wife. If you do not, something bad will happen to me. Thank you.
Actually, no, see, D-Cut, he can't put those things up because TJ's still trying to get a job with the Islanders. So if you say too many mean things, you know, certain sites, they figure they're going to get jobs with the Islanders if they kiss their ass. We're not like that.
The Islanders are the best franchise out there in the league.
There you go.
They're making it. They're winning the cup, baby. Anybody who's down the Islanders right now, you're not invited to the party in June because when we win, you're not invited. You didn't believe enough.
That's so true. Do you think Sorokin will bolt? I don't think so. I don't think he can let things get so bad that he wants to leave. But I think he enjoys it. I think everyone who plays here enjoys it. Obviously, Anders Lee and Josh Bailey and Kyle Palmieri and, you know, the rest of the cul-de-sac crew. They all love it here. They don't want to go anywhere.
Drew L. Grumpy.
You know, even I can hold my head up high because the Giants are still better than the LO Elfins.
The Dolphins. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people confirming that were in the arena saying fire Lou chants. They're here at UBS. Oh, wow.
Gotta happen. Gotta
Yep.
happen.
Milo Brownie says Buffalo had Eichel through a couple of rebuilds and they still sucked. Now that he's moved on, they're much better. Was he the problem?
I don't know if he was the problem. They had a bad mix.
Last year, I said he was a cancer, and I take that back. I really thought that he was a cancer in the room, but Vegas has played well with him too. So I think it was just one of those things where it was a mutual agreement. It was good for both parties to move on. That sometimes happens.
And they were so young that they had the GM change when Adams came in. Granato seems to be doing the job as coach. Sometimes you just have to wait a little while. Like I said, the third youngest team in the league, and now you're seeing all that stuff is all starting to come up. You don't want to wait that long, but still.
Think about this. Remember Jeff Skinner was really good for a lot of years, and then he kind of struggled a bit. He went through a few years where he was really struggling, 14 points in 53 games. He put up like 30 points in a season, 23 points in 59 games. Last year, he had 63 points in 80 games. This year, he's got 44 points in 41 games. He's played a lot better. Some players have had to pick up their games, but a guy like, Jeff Skinner was in his 20s, late 20s. Now he's just hit 31, So I think that it was a culmination of players stepping up as well. The Wicked 50 Cow says, maybe I'm in the minority here, but I blame this more on Lou Lamoriello than Lane Lambert. Lane is trying, is trying to run, more of an up-tempo style, but obviously this team doesn't have the skating ability or offensive acumen to do so. I agree, Wicked 50 Cow.
Yes, same here.
We may be in the minority, but I agree with you. Mike L says Mayfield is complete garbage. No, Mike.
Who he's playing with.
Romanoff has tricked you into thinking that Mayfield is garbage. Romanoff is so freaking bad that he can make Nick Lindstrom look like he's freaking Thomas Hickey on the ice or Sebastian Aho. That is how bad Alexander Romanoff is. He is miserable.
Yep.
Drew L says Jalen Hurts played the ultimate game manager today.
Scored 38 points. I'll take that type of game management every week.
Drew L said, by the way, would it be a bad idea to waste year one of Ratu's entry-level contract? I think so. No need to do it. If you're going to play him 6 minutes a night, yes, it's a waste. If you're going to actually let him get experience, no. But if you play him 6 minutes a night, it is. Mike L says, Bavillier, Varlamov are something else for a score. Nobody can finish on this team.
No.
Draft picks, retool, rebuild.
Draft picks, yes. One goal scorer is not going to make a difference on this team.
Avon Avatal says here, Mayfield, Parise, Varlamov, Bavillier, and Nelson have to be dealt with in the next 41 days. I wish Bailey, Palmieri, and Lee could also be dealt as well, but no team is stupid enough to take that trash. Frank says, hi, everybody. What's up, Frank? Hi, TJ Grumpy Old Man. And dang, Grumpy Old Man. Patrick was laughing. Brett W says, what is a Yamayugi? Can he replace Lou Lamoriello? Grumpy Yamayugi! You love him. Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a Yu-Gi-Oh guy. And Drew L.
I'm surprised Grumpy knows Yamayugi. I did not know Yamayugi, but I did know Yu-Gi-Oh! And because my kids were into that, little Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm like, oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Whatever. Did they have cards? Did they have Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, or they just the cartoon?
Yeah, they had the cartoon and the cards, just like Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because remember, Digimon was the first spin-off of Pokemon. It wasn't as good, but Yu-Gi-Oh! It stuck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was good now. Okay. D-cut, Grumpy.
Teens started slumping when Grump got rid of the old classic couch.
Oh, shit. He's right. Sometimes newer isn't always better. Holy shit, Grump.
Don't be trying to blame me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was just at the turn of the new year. Grumpy got a new couch. And that is D-cut. D-cut does a lot of great things when he's on these investigative reports, Grumpy. And D-cut's right on this one. Our team has struggled mightily since you've changed up the couch. Now, Grumpy, let me ask you this. Is your comfort, was it worth the Islanders tanking the rest of the year? Because I'm thinking, Grumpy, if you stuck with that black couch, Grumpy, the old couch, I think they would have won the cup. But now since you've changed the couch, we're going to lose.
Actually, I should have gotten rid of the couch earlier, according to you. Then we'd be in line for Connor Bedard. You should have got rid of the couch last year. Last year at the deadline. That's what we should have done. Yep. Frank says, Drew, you're dreaming. The Giants have a way better coach than the Jets and way more talent. Oh, I disagree. I think the Jets are a more talented team. Shay says, it's not pronounced
with shh. It's pronounced Ishakov. No, Ishakov. Ishakov. I like Ishakov better. Ruslan Ishakov. Frank says, I just started watching the Islanders game that I recorded today. Down 2-1. WTF. Should I bother continue? Well, no, you probably shouldn't. Just save yourself the time.
Well, no.
If you want to continue, wait until about 5 minutes are left in the first period and then cut the game off, because that's the highlight of the game. Drew L says, good luck hiring Nathaniel Hackett as your next OC. Oh, gosh. James F says, oh, my God. A wide receiver for the Giants was wide open. Daniel Jones overthrew him. Stephen V. A statue of TJ and Grumpy in UBS Arena. Please, let's start a GoFundMe.
Could you imagine that?
That would never happen. Are you kidding?
Oh, like us? No.
I said that your couch should have been sent to UBS Arena and put right next to Stan Fischel's little monument.
I sold it.
How much you sell it for?
Enough.
Okay. Nick C says, if Toronto doesn't get past the first round, Dubas and Shanahan are done. What do you guys think? I think so too. You can't continue to get bounced in the first round.
So they're going to play Tampa Bay probably in the first round, right?
They lost to Tampa in 7 last year.
I think they're better than Tampa. I think Toronto's better. Man, but you can never count Tampa Bay out. You just can't. But I think Toronto goes. Here's the thing. I was picking them to be a dark horse to win the Stanley Cup this year. But is anybody not picking Boston now?
Yeah, Boston's good. The Atlantic is I'd say the most top heavy division in the NHL.
Well, I don't know. You get another couple of teams you didn't think were going to be good. Florida and Buffalo are starting to pick it up now.
True that.
Maybe they're going to pass Washington and Pittsburgh.
Oh gosh, wouldn't that be awful? All the way we finished like 12th in the. Could you imagine us finish 12th? Do you remember Tom? Do you remember Tom from Belmont Bunch? We're gonna have him on too. Tom from Belmont Bunch said his hot take for this season was that the Islanders would have a better chance of finishing last in the conference than first in the conference. And he said, yeah, that's a fiery take, but I could maybe, sure we could see that. Hell, could you imagine if they finish like second or third worst team in the conference? I'll give Tom all the credit. I'll give Tom credit. Even though they didn't finish last, I'll still give him credit because I never would have expected them to
That's
finish
like rock.
as bad as they
It
can.
just shows you why when you stand still, you're going backwards.
If you're not improving, you're going backwards.
If you're just standing still, you're going backwards.
D-Cut says,
you have to try to improve your team every year. D-Cut says, TJ, your storytelling is equivalent to your reading. They both suck.
Thank you, D-Cut. I'll take that as a compliment. Shay says, every post-game interview, I wait for the Islanders players to show some emotion about what has or is happening. It never happens.
They're just defeated. They know. They know. The players know they're not good enough. They know. They know.
Sal P said, hey, guys, I have already heard the Fire Lou chants a few times recently after losses during the Shannon post-game comments.
They need to be louder, and they just need to stand behind her and just chant it the whole time. You want stuff to change, you have to voice your displeasure. Have to do it. Ownership, eventually ownership will listen. They're like, ugh, it's a business for them.
Can we go ahead and get a billboard? Can we get a billboard erected, Grumpy? Can we get a billboard erected? That's the right use of the word. Can we erect a billboard saying Lou must go?
Or
the Snow Must Go. You remember the Snow Must Go campaign that was a GoFundMe raise, Grumpy?
I remember. Or maybe they can just get, like they put advertisements that run through the arena. Maybe they could put up Fire Lou.
Fire Lou. Yeah. James F says here, do you guys think the Jags had a real shot to beat the Chiefs today? I did.
They were too young. They made a couple. The guy fumbling down on the goal line.
How the hell you fumble? My God.
I think they would have beat Kansas City. I don't think Kansas City's that good. I just don't think
if they didn't fumble, they probably would have won that game.
Yeah. I mean, they only lost by 7. And, that interception that Lawrence threw, what's the wide receiver? Why is the wide receiver not even attempting to come back when he sees that ball in the air? Stop running and make a play on it.
Frank says, I pray the owners can see this bullshit is over. Well,
you would hope.
But hey, the owners of this hockey team don't go ahead and intermingle and mix with hockey operations. SP says he's stuck between Johnston and Martin. We don't get to see him much talking about Atu Ratu. Exactly. JK Grumpy.
Milbury had his hand forced due to financial constraints, but the best thing for him to do was to not trade young, cheap assets. Instead, he sent this team back at least 10 years. Milbury is the worst GM in this franchise's history. I think the worst trade was getting rid of Luongo and Jokinen for Parrish and Kabasha. That was the worst. And then drafting DiPietro as opposed to either Heatley or Gabrick.
Yikes.
That was the one that set the franchise back, that one deal.
You guys were playing with house money, James. You guys won a playoff game. You're getting your quarterback, some receivers. I was talking about the Giants.
They need a quarterback.
Drew says, I'm surprised D-Cut hasn't called TJ a bald-headed jerk yet. He already did.
Yes, yeah.
D-Cut says, TJ, be a good friend to Phil and check him into Betty Ford. Oh gosh. Jazz Grumpy.
When is the Lou Appreciation Podcast? We got to talk about 3 good things Lou has done and 20 bad things.
He's done some good things. We've talked about them before in the past. He brought legitimacy back to this organization. He brought Ilya Sorokin over from Russia here because without Lou, that never would have happened. And he brought in Barry Trotz. Those are the 3 biggest things that Lou Lamoriello did. Boom, right there. Very easy, concise, but he's done a lot of shitty things over the good things. So
there's just 3.
Yep.
That podcast portion is over. There we go.
Yeah, there it is, Josh. I was able to get that done in 30 seconds. Drew L says, I got to tell you, I thought football was boring until I played fantasy. Then it became much more fun to watch. Oh, gosh.
You got something to play for.
Deidre C says, nobody is weighing in on Sorokin. Come on, TJ and Grump. Stays or leaves?
Stays.
I think he stays.
Here's the thing. They need to sign him in the offseason.
If we go ahead and trade assets away this year to try to make a playoff run, he certainly, I think, will leave. The downfall, if you trade away assets and prospects this year, the downfall will be even greater than if you wait and then if you start to rebuild now.
This is the Islanders' last chance. This trade deadline and this offseason is the last chance to get a moderately quick retool going.
Yes.
If you don't do it this year, you're done.
It's a full-on rebuild. If you don't do it this year, you can't retool, and it's a full-on rebuild. I want the retool. I don't want to rebuild. Retool instead of rebuild. Patrick H. says that there's some brutal comments out there. Yeah, man, fans are not happy. I don't blame them. I'm not happy either. You shouldn't be happy. You shouldn't be happy with the Islanders putting on the ice. I've been sick, but I'm back, says Deidre C. I'm glad you're back.
Thank goodness, Deirdre. We missed you. We did miss you.
David D. said, can we bring back the Chiefs?
The Charlestown Chiefs?
They better fire Lou and Fredo.
Yep. Lou and Fredo both have to go. Total revamp. I mean, okay, think about it.
Life, exactly.
Fredo has been running the minor league organization forever, and they suck.
They've won 1 playoff series in like the last 2 decades.
Yeah, not good enough. Sorry.
Correct. Paulo C says, okay, guys, so you're saying it's a faster rebuild with Sorokin than, if we have the proven top 5 pick forward. Okay, we'll see. Time will tell. Here's the thing. If we start that rebuild now, it's tough. Who is in net for us? Best case scenario, you sign a free agent and you hope the free agent works out. You know what you have in Sorokin. You really do. And here's the thing, too. Pettersson's a center, isn't he? Elias Pettersson's a center, correct?
Where's he going to play?
You can always kick somebody out to wing. I don't have an issue with that, right? I think Elias Pettersson's a center, if I recall, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't watch enough Vancouver games to remember exactly where he lines up. But I will say this. If you start the retool now, it can be a retool. If you wait too long, just as we said, if you wait until even the offseason, it's a rebuild. Nobody likes that. My Little Brownie says, TJ, Mandalorian starts March the 1st. Something fun to watch along with the tank season. Absolutely, along with the rest of the tank season. Absolutely. Greg Frost says, the first thing, they must get a new general manager in place.
Yep. I said, if the Islanders had listened to me, you knew this was Lou's last year, they should have gotten an assistant GM from some other team, a young, progressive team that knows what the modern NHL is about. Bring him in, work a year under Lou, and then hand over the job to him. This way the kid would already know who could do what on the team, and he'd be ready to make trades when the offseason came. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to be proactive. They were just going to stick with status quo. That's why you have what you had. You could say at the deadline, hey, okay, Lou's going to say, it's going to be your team next. What do you want to do? That's what Lou should have done. He should have transitioned the job to an assistant GM from another team. But no, he wants Fredo in that spot. It's all about Fredo, I'm telling you. Fredo is going to be the next guy in charge.
Mm.
And his rope, you think the fans are saying fire Lou? Man, fire Fredo sounds bad. Fredo, Fredo. Do that chant every single day. Fredo, Fredo. He'll be gone. He'd last a year. It'd be brutal for him.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Sorry, Fredo.
Shay says nobody builds championships teams through free agency. It's built more through draft picks and homegrown talent. So draft picks somewhat matter more than free agents. Free agency doesn't matter, not as much as the draft. Does matter, just not as much as the draft. Absolutely,
True.
Shay. Absolutely. Pony Curtis says, boys, don't bring Phil on here again. No, he's trash, says Pony Curtis. Bring Nicole Sherman back on. She knows what's up. Absolutely, we'll bring Nicole back on. I'm about to say, we're starting to reach out to everybody, making sure, because I want to go through the rounds. I want to have it. Everybody, there's never been a guest that we have not enjoyed or don't like as a friend. You're more than a friend, is what they say, or what I say.
More than a guest.
You're more than a guest. You're a friend. David D says here, 2024 Islanders, unrestricted free agent Josh Bailey. Thank God. And I think Bavillier as well. Both do nothing at all in the regular season.
You need to move Bavillier. You don't let him get to unrestricted free agency. You move him.
Pony Curtis says Phil legitimately likes Holmstrom. That's all you need to know about him. He does because he likes the analytics. Alexander says Chicago Series Fire, PD, and Med are the best shows in TV, along with SVU and Organized Crime.
Those were all NBC shows.
I don't watch any TV.
I really don't watch regular network television anymore either.
I don't watch any, like I'll watch like specific shows over it's like, oh, Mandalorian or something like that, but I don't watch TV like that.
That's not network TV.
Sal P says Bavillier and Nelson were both -4 today. What a disgrace.
Hard to be -4 when, you score a goal.
Oh, God. Got a comment here from Frank. It says, exactly, Shay. You're right. Build through the draft and then maybe add a free agent or two to complement. Absolutely.
Hence why you move a Nelson for a first, a second, and a young player. Move Varlamov, Mayfield, Parise for picks. I don't know if you're going to move Bavillier this offseason, or maybe that's somebody you can move on draft day. But that's how you do it. That's how you get kind of the best of both worlds, a young player. And then you could jump into free agency. You get yourself maybe 4 or 5 picks in the first 2 rounds, maybe 5 picks in the first 2 rounds. You can, in a deep draft, you can really expedite that process going forward.
You have 2 or 3 guys that pan out of 5 picks in the top 2 rounds. That's great. Drew says here, Daniel Jones didn't even play bad. The Eagles defense just smothered him all night.
Eagles are good.
I started wondering if there's any chance we can trade Anders Lee.
Who'd want him?
Stephen V said the 12 steps of being an Islander fan. Thanks to TJ and Grump, we've made it to acceptance.
That's why we're here. Everybody else in Islander Nation, Islander country is going to be suffering for a while. Not anyone who listens to this show, they've come to expect it.
And now we're just ready. We're ready to move on to the next. Hey, I'm already past it. Ready to move on. Gungun says, should the Giants at least have given credit for showing, or should they at least have been given credit for showing up on time for the start of the game tonight?
Did they?
I think they did. Yeah, they showed up on time.
Okay. They gave up touchdowns in their first 2 drives. So I don't know if that's showing. Maybe they showed up in the second quarter. Maybe they did like the Islanders. We're not going to show up for the first period.
Stephen V says, I have accepted Islanders mediocrity since Madonna was becoming a big star.
Man, that's a long time.
I think
we
don't always have to be mediocre. Yeah, I don't think we always have to be mediocre. Nick D says here, great question from Islanders Reddit.
It all starts with ownership, though. It's always about ownership. If ownership's going to be cheap and, they don't want to spend on the team, they don't care, it's going to reflect on the on-ice product. Everything stopped. It's a top-down. It's like the pyramid approach.
The fish rots from the head. Rots from the head. Nick D says, great question from Islanders Reddit. How come the Islanders never brought Zygmunt Palffy for an alumni?
Maybe he doesn't want to come back to the island, or maybe the fact that he was a good player on a really crappy team.
It's just like the people don't like the fisherman jerseys, even though they're really cool design. Young kids like them and the young people like them, but because it's associated with a bad time, they don't like to rehash those bad associations that you have. Frank says, nice goal by Brock Nelson. Why all the hate on Brock? WTF?
Oh, that was not a nice goal.
It was a week. It was a weekie, I think. Anderson.
Goalie needs to stop that one.
Stephen Z says TJ seems to have grown more hair now than a year ago.
Wow. Look at
Hey, well, great. I'll have to let my wife know I don't have to shave it off just quite yet. Thanks there, Stephen V. I'll take the compliment. Grump, have you seen the movie Reform Schoolgirls?
No, but I did see the poster.
Never
saw the movie, though.
Drew L says, it might only look like that because TJ combed his hair today. I comb my hair every day.
No, not when you come home from the gym. You wear your little cutoff t-shirts.
Oh, I comb my hair at the beginning of the day. Sure. Stephen V says, control. Complete control.
That is from, I'm going to guarantee you, that is from Reform Schoolgirls.
Stephen, look at this. Stephen V says, Drew, man, I didn't know he had that much hair. Oh, God, he must be fucking with me. He says, looks good. Being married suits him. And JK says, Milbury was general manager for about 11 years, and Snow was general manager for about 12. Not a good precedent.
Are you trying to say you think Luke could be around for another 7 or 8 years? I don't see that happening.
Not a good precedent, he sets.
No.
TJ going off on Twitter. Yeah, all I did was say this, guys. Hey, if we're at a spot to where, you were part of the run it back crew or in Lou we trust, hey, man, we invite you with open arms to listen, to join the Islanders Never Say Die community. And guess what? The
reality podcasting.
Yeah, come on in. Here's the thing.
Plenty room in our tent.
Exactly. There's no, hey, we told you. We did tell you, but hey, welcome. Come on, welcome. Come join the side that saw it early. We're on the lookout. Everybody here is very cognizant. They're awake. They've got. What do they call that when you're in touch, Grumpy? I forget. It's
when you're in touch.
When you're in touch on dialed in, what's going to happen in the future? I don't know. I forgot. Yeah, sure. Grumpshadamus, Grumpy. Frank.
The curve.
There you go, Frank.
Soothsayer, prognosticator, genius. Okay, Frank from Empire State says, BS. Mayfield is bad. Don't blame Romanov, TJ. He keeps trying to be a scorer, but he sucks. Now he sucks on D. Don't blame Romanov. No. Now, I hate when Scott Mayfield thinks he's Bobby Orr back there. He scores a couple of goals and they're pretty goals or whatever, but it's like he's no goal scorer. Like Simon Holmstrom today. He's no goal scorer. It's a nice goal, nice shot. I mean, even Josh Bailey does that, once every 5 or 6 years. Doesn't mean they're great. Drew says, Grumpy, I bear you responsible for this massive screw up. We will have to send you to court. You're going to be guilty for the couch.
Hey, Grumpy, is there any way you can get that couch back? Whatever you paid for it, I heard the New York Islanders organization is willing to double it for the person who purchased it so we can get your ass sitting back in the normal seat of the couch.
Too late.
Oh, man. JK.
I don't care what happens the rest of the year, but please, God Almighty, please make the Rangers lose. Rangers aren't winning. Don't worry.
Unfortunately. Yeah, they're not winning the cup, but, they're going to make the postseason. That's for certain.
Yeah.
Man, the couch. I never thought about it. That's right. What a film saying, when's your next podcast? TJ and Grumpy also. I need to write that shit down. The next TJ and Grumpy Old Man podcast tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And our next Islanders Never Say Die podcast, Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Then on Thursday, remember Sundays and Thursdays for TJ and the Grumpy Old Man, Sundays at 8, Thursdays at 9.
That's right. Barry Richmond said, the team, I want the team, to have as many assets as possible. Lou will have to give away prospects and picks, and they can ill afford to give up. I'm sorry, but a rebuild is on the horizon. Yep, retool. Start it now and get the retool going. Absolutely. Milo Brownie says, I really want them to fire Lou. Boycott games. Tickets are too expensive for such a mediocre team. High ticket prices are for winners.
Winners get coffee.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting the Glengarry leads. You're not getting them.
Makes you want to watch that movie again tonight. Barry Richmond said, this draft, is supposedly very deep. It absolutely is. Giving up a first would be a mistake unless maybe for Timo Meier. No, it's a mistake no matter what. Do not give up a first. No. Timo Meier would cost a first, a second. Next year it would cost 2 firsts, a second, and every prospect that the organization has.
I'm willing to go after Bo Horvat in free agency, move Brock Nelson, move Varlamov, move Bavillier in the offseason. Not going to move him now. Move Parise, move Mayfield. Get picks, load up on draft picks, maybe get a new hook in the mix, and then go for Horvat as a free agent in the offseason and load up on the draft.
Drew L said, Grumpy, I don't think the owners would know what Fredo means.
Oh, they know.
Trust me, they'd know. What a film says, it's just the way they're losing. I hope they hit the bottom of the pit soon.
If people start chanting Fredo,
that's the bottom. People talk about the fish sticks being the bottom of the organization. Could you imagine chants by thousands of members in the arena? Fredo. And
if they don't know it, if they don't know it now, they'll know it as soon as the chance come.
I almost kind of wish, just because, could you imagine?
That'd be mean.
Unite the Islanders fan base more than Fredo chant. We could get could you imagine if we can get everybody chanting if he wasn't put in Fredo?
That would be really mean. I'll only tell you what, it's easy for us to joke about it on the show, but as a person, that'd be kind of mean to do.
Here's the thing.
If
you take the job, you know what you're signing up for. You know you got handed the position. What has Chris Lamoriello ever done to show that he is worthy or deserving of an opportunity of an NHL He's never even been an NHL assistant general manager.
He gave Lou grandchildren.
Sure, I guess if he's got grandkids, sure, that's what he's done. But that you're not deserving of that spot. He knows it deep down too. And if he doesn't, great. Then prove us wrong by winning games, Chris Lamoriello. Prove us wrong by putting a winner out there on the ice. And if you can't do that, tells us all we need to know.
He hasn't done it. He hasn't done it.
In Bridgeport.
Goodness. Yeah.
What are you watching, Grumpy? What are you watching?
They were saying tornado warnings moving through town.
Okay.
That's important to me. Maybe it's not important to you, but it is important to me.
I don't live by you. That's right. D-Cut.
Oh, screw it. Hey, who cares if tornado comes down, tears your house apart?
Grumpy, put your seatbelt on your couch. That couch is it's down to the studs, Grumpy. It's all the way to the studs in the foundation of the house. Just strap a little seatbelt on that, and you'll be fine.
D-Cut says, I'm convinced part of the deal when Fredo came here was Fredo was his successor.
When Lou came here was Fredo as his successor. I hope I'm wrong.
So do I, but I think you're not.
Frank says, that's stupid freaking statement, in Lou we trust. Why the Frank would he say that? It pisses me off. Yeah, I was about to say, there were so many fans, in Lou we trust. Guess what, though? You're welcome. Come here we're welcoming you with open arms. Seriously. Welcome to the Islanders Never Said Die podcast. Stephen V says, besides making trades, what is the job of a general manager? Seems like Lou makes a lot of money for I don't know what.
Contract.
Making trades, drafting, running the organization, making us look competent, and bringing respectability. He's done the respectability portion, but everything else, I think he's been subpar in. Barry Richmond says, this is no longer a retool. Too many problems. A full rebuild is inevitable. Barry, I'm not sure that yet. We've got the goalie. I think we have good enough defense.
You have a trade deadline and off season for it not to be a full rebuild.
Correct.
But it has to be done right.
Short window. We talk about how the window's closed for the playoffs. There's a very, very small window to sneak ourselves through to the rebuild instead of a full-on rebuild. Or, sorry, for a retool instead of a full-on rebuild. Drew Grumpy.
TJ and Grumpy, if Phil is such an analytics geek, how come the Yankees haven't hired him yet? Because he's more geek than analytics. That's why.
I remember that comment where somebody said human calculator. I freaking love that. Phil's facts, the human calculator. I love that. And I think it's great. I love that. Stephen V says, I'll be a guest on your show. Saw all 4 cups lifted. That was back when I had hopes. Stephen, email us. If you want to be on the show, email us or shoot us a tweet or our email, IslandersFansUnited@gmail.com. And people will tell you, I'm sure as you know, and everybody who messages us, I'm sorry. I do such a horrible job of responding back to you, trying to get better. Slow steps in getting to where we need to be. Barry Richmond said, too many fans wear rose-colored glasses. Barry Richmond, he must have been listening to this podcast for years. Too many fans wear rose-colored glasses. I wonder how those many feel now.
They know what the truth is now.
Because
if Malkin fires Lou, Fredo, Lame, and Thompson, I won't call TJ a bald-headed jerk ever again.
I hope that doesn't happen, D-Cut. I hope you call me a bald-headed jerk till the end of time then. Drew.
No. He said if he fires all of those guys,
Oh shit! I thought I when you said fire,
like eat those guys.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I thought that said hires. I thought when I was looking over that quickly, when I was listening to you, I thought you said hires. I'm sorry. Yes, I hope you never call me a bald-headed jerk again. Drew L. Grumpy.
TJ, don't you dare question me. I see you 4 days a week. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, fair enough. What a film's Grump.
Shouldn't have started Varley against Boston. Lou was calling the shots. Maybe that one. Perfect coach for Lou. True.
Honestly, Grumpy, can you keep the current couch? Because that's what the Islanders want to do. Let the curse reign on. That's what I want the Islanders to do. Keep losing. And Frank says, Couch Bedard. There it is. Rick Roma said, did I hear somebody mention the new league?
Yes, you did.
Glenn Garrett. Drew L. Grumpy.
Is there some sort of backstory behind Fredo that I'm aware of? No, it's just
if some people aren't aware of what the Godfather is, Grumpy, explain that.
Who is not aware of what the Godfather
Maybe
is?
Drew L's not aware. Maybe listeners to the show aren't aware.
Anyone who listens to this show knows about the Godfather. Okay, we don't have 2-year-olds on this show. We don't have people who are just clueless. So, Fredo Corleone. Remember the Godfather, a movie with Marlon Brando that he won a Best Actor for, was accepted by Shasheen Littlefeather from earlier comment today. Marlon Brando played Don Vito Corleone, the head of the mafia crime family, the Corleone crime family. Al Pacino played Michael. James Caan played Sonny. And the weak son was Fredo, played by John Cazale, the late, great John Cazale. He was weak and gutless and stupid. And that's how he got the name Fredo. Lou Lamoriello is Don Vito Lamoriello, and he's not Michael. He's not Sonny. He's not even Tom's son. He's not even Tom Hagen. He is Fredo Corleone. And if we could just send him out to Las Vegas to learn the gambling business, we'd all be better off.
You don't come in here and treat a guy like Mo West that way.
Mo Green.
God,
Green. How did you mess that up, Mo West? Mike,
Mo West.
Mike, you don't come to Las Vegas and talk to a man like Mo Green like that.
Listen to me.
It's like Fredo. Fredo, I love you, and you're my brother. Oh, you're my brother, and I love you. Don't ever take sides against the family again. Ever.
He says,
ever.
1 Vegas over the Capitals, second intermission. Fredo's from The Godfather. There it is. Barry Richmond said, Grumpy, I have been watching and researching Newhook on the Avalanche. Why are you jonesing for him?
Phil liked him. That's the reason. He's a young guy.
I like Alex Newhook.
I think he's a guy who can, if he's a younger player who's been in the league, been in the winning organization, and I think his best hockey's in front of him. That's why. If you're moving a Nelson, you want to get a young player who can maybe slide into that spot and then get a couple of draft picks.
Holy shit. Goon said, are we creeping up on 4 hours now? Let's pick. Holy shit. We're almost on 4. Okay, gotcha. We're wrapping up the show. Holy shit. We're almost on for 4 hours. Well, I guess that's a sign of we're having fun, where I'm looking down at the clock. I thought we were at 3, maybe 3 hours and 15 minutes. I haven't even eaten yet tonight. Holy shit, Grump. I'm starving now that I'm thinking about it. I'm starving, Marvin. Oh, gosh. Drew L says here, guys, you heard it first. TJ don't give a flying F about Grumpy safety. TJ, if he dies, he dies.
What movie is that from, TJ?
That's from Rocky.
Which one?
4.
Yes, Rocky 4.
Yeah. What a way. I'm on fire for movies tonight. Barry Richmond said, I say dump as much as you can for as many picks as possible. And as Grumpy said, finally sign a Horvat. But we all expected last year. Nothing happened again. Why expect different? Hopefully,
you need a new GM. That it will not happen if Lou Lamoriello's GM, but if you get a young guy, it has a potential to be. Decut says, think of some of the staples that I brought to the show. The Three Amigos, the Fire Hydrant, Fredo. I don't think you brought Fredo to the show.
No, I don't think you did.
Lane, absolutely.
Lane definitely did.
Fire TJ, hire D-Cut, and many more. You know what they say when they say many more? There's not any more, but they say many more. Sadly, D-Cut never gives me any credit I deserve because I'm not one of his little buddies. Now, that's true. Absolutely. TJ's got his little boot-looking buddy pals. We know.
Stephen V.
I chant Fredo. You don't take a job you're not ready for. Gosh, he's been, I don't know how long. Especially when lots of other people's interests are at stake. You take the GM job without knowing how to GM, then you deserve what you get.
Speaking of which, what's the longest Islanders Never Said I episode? I don't know. I don't know. We're coming close on it. Grumpy.
You call like you see it. And here we are, a broken engine. Yeah. Knew it was coming.
Baron Richmond says, why do you have confidence in Lou will be able to retool when he's sound his hands are no, it's without Lou. Lou's gone.
Yeah,
in this scenario, Lou's got to go.
Yeah, Lou's got to go, and he can't be Fredo.
TJ, I'll email you full-time member of the podcast. There you go. To be a full-time member of the podcast. I don't know what that means. You're always a member of the podcast.
Matthew S says, hey guys, at tonight's game with my lady, embarrassing performance and effort. Boo Birds were out in full force. I've accepted what they are. They need to sell.
Yeah, you've always been there too, Matthew, but it's sad. It's no one ever likes to see it, but we're prepared. Drew says, I watched The Godfather when I was like 10, so I don't really remember it. I'll have to re-watch it.
Oh, my God, you got to rewatch it. Yes.
Yeah, they got smoked. Giants got smoked. Mo West, grr, says D-Cut. So it's not hopeless. It's not as hopeless as the Milbury years.
It has a potential not to be as hopeless.
Drew says, yeah, 4-hour shows. Keep it rolling now. We're wrapping things up. Wicked 50 Cal, Grumpy.
After arguing with so many Islanders fans, especially this one guy that Phil knows, although Phil doesn't agree with this guy that often nowadays, if it is so nice to be in a place where I'm not arguing. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I just say, here's your thing, Wicked Cal. This is what you do. If somebody says to you, well, no, we can still do it. I said, what have we ever won with this group? Have we won a division title? Conference title, Stanley Cup? They're going to go, their brain's not going to be firing all motor neurons up there. And then that's how you win the argument. We've never won anything with this group. Got to change it up.
Last two comments, Grumpy. Drew says here, was the TJ draft freakout episode the longest? I don't
think so.
The Wicked 50 Cal says, do you think that Lou will sell off assets while he is in the last year of his deal? Why would he give assets to his successor potentially? I hope it isn't the case. That was the point I was trying to make earlier, Grumpy. 80 years old, expiring contract, not looking to rebuild. He's looking to try to win. Well, that's why I said the team has to lose. Keep losing. Keep losing.
Well, the team is they're keeping up their end of the bargain.
Good. Just don't let that madman Lou touch any assets. He needs to sell off pieces. Do not let him add. Barry Richmond says, enjoying your podcast. Get something to eat, fellas. I know a nice Italian restaurant.
Louis in the Bronx, but be careful of the plumbing in the bathroom.
Oh, gosh. Hey, Grumpy, we are here at the end of the show. What do you want to say before we wrap things up?
I want to say love and laughter to everyone who listens and even those who don't, from TJ and the Grumpy Old Man.
Thank you so much, everybody, for listening to the show. Again, unfortunately, these for unaffiliated and new listeners to the show, they may not be fun to listen to the truth like this in a realistic point of view.
But they're fun to listen to because, well,
once you kind of accept that this is the road it's on, then it's fun. It's a lot of fun listening to the show. I feel like, we've been around. We are the curve. Grumpy's the curve. Hey, Grumpy was the first curve. I was slightly behind the curve, but hey, still a 12-6, Grumpy. But hey, man, what do you want to say before we wrap things up?
I already said what I wanted to say. Hey, make sure to listen to the TJ and the Grumpy Old Man show tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We'll be talking about NFL postseason. We'll be talking a little bit NHL, not too much NBA. But hey, whatever, tennis, Australian Open's being played, anything, maybe some fan fight segments, do a little breakdown of that. Who knows?
Thank you so much, everybody who listens to the show and contributes with their comments, thoughts, and opinions. This is why we do the show. So Grumpy and I could spend time talking Islanders, and it's like we're at the bar. We're out here with Islander fans who feel like the majority of fans are just way too everything is great in Islanders country. But we got a few comments here. Matthew S. saying, great show, guys. Get some rest. Thanks there, Matthew. D. Cut says, hit the like button and take it deep. Thanks there, D. Cut. Wicked 50 Cal said, I love that draft freak out special. And hit the thumbs up, says Frank. Andrew L. says, which scenario would you pick? Lou buys at the deadline, but his son doesn't come in as general manager, or he sells and Fredo comes in.
Sells and Fredo comes in. Sells and Fredo comes in. Gotta sell.
Okay. You were just hating Fredo so much. Yeah, I would rather sell and Fredo come in, but
I'm thinking about the long-term health of the team.
He's a steward. They're a steward to the general manager is a steward to the team's short-term and long-term future. That's what it is. Great show, says Frank. Thank you. And D-Cut says, BS TJ, you hate the fans. On that note, thanks so much, guys, for listening. We'll see you guys here tomorrow on TJ and the Grumpy Old Man, and we'll be back on the Islanders Never Said Out podcast on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Thank you again so much, Grump.
My pleasure.